Hello guys, I'm Paul with The Best Tech, and today we are building out this to-do app using Riverpod and Flutter. So this will be our onboarding, and we've got our login feature. And once it's 12:45 for the start time, we'll receive a notification. To do one, just to do. Alright, so now we're starting with the authentication feature, and this is what we want to build in the authentication. We hit login with phone number, and we can pick a country. I can pick any country. Alright. And I can enter my phone number, whatever it is. I send the code. And this is meant to push us to an OTP screen, and then let us verify whatever OTP we've got on our device. This doesn't work now because we're not yet connected to Firebase, which we are going to do in a bit. So let's start off with the UI, and after that we can move on to building out or configuring Firebase and plugging it into our project. So for that we are going to dismiss the onboarding. I think we're done with onboarding. Now we are focusing on the authentication feature. Inside of authentication we've got our controller, repository and views. And inside of views we want a new screen called, what do we call it? Let's call it a sign-in screen. Let's call it that. Alright. In here we will simply import material.dart and create a stateless widget, sign in screen with our little placeholder. Remove that and we start with a scaffold. So the first thing I would like to change would be the scaffold's background color. So the background color will simply be from our colors dots. I think so. Let's check what the onboarding screen had. Yeah, it had colors.dark background. So we will simply replicate that dark background. I think that's it. We simply import this. But then, as you can see, right, every screen simply uses this dark background. Alright, every screen uses the dark background. So in order to prevent vain repetitions, we can simply put this at one place so that every scaffold in the application will use this. And how best to do that than in our material app? So in the material app's theme data, we have a property called scaffold background color, and we can use this. Alright, so every scaffold in our application will simply receive that color. So even if I remove this and also remove the color from the onboarding, it will still use that color. So let me run the application and show that to you. Alright, so our application is running now, and we can see that this is the application, and we can see on the onboarding it doesn't have a background color, but it also doesn't have a background color in the code, but then the application is actually using the colors.dart background, we can actually override that color and give it whatever color we want. So you can override it for a particular scaffold. So this scaffold will have colors.blue, but the other scaffold, or every other scaffold where we don't specify the background color, will use the background color that we've specified in our main.dart. So that's how that works. So that's done. Now we've got a little scaffold, and I'm going to put something in the body. It's going to be center child, will be a text widget that says sign in. Alright, so let me simply save that. Alright, and go. Now we need a way to get to this screen. Alright, this is the sign in screen, and the way to get to the sign in screen would be by hitting the login with phone. There's something wrong with this. It's all aligned to the left. I think I've messed something up. What's happened? Alright, that was a weird problem. I simply, in order to fix that, I simply swiped to the next page and it got fixed. That was super weird. I don't know what caused that, but it's great now. So what we want is, on tap of this button, when the user clicks on this button, we want to bring them to the sign in screen. How are we going to achieve that? Alright, so first of all, let's find this button. Alright, that button should be on the second page, and we have that here, login with phone. So Flutter has something called a navigator. Alright, a navigator is explained to be a widget that maintains a stack-based history of child widgets. So it basically has a list. Alright, in there, inside of that, it probably has a list. Let me navigate in there. So you can see it has a list of pages. Alright, it has a list of pages. So whenever how Flutter works is this. So if we have this page and we want to go to the sign in page, what it does is it first of all adds our first page. So whatever page we create at first, which in this case was onboarding. So we have the onboarding screen that is added to the list. When we create a new page, and then we say on press of this button go to that new page, whenever the user hits this button and that page gets added, what happens is this page actually never gets destroyed. This page remains in here, and then it simply adds the sign in screen on top of this. So it just adds it to the list, and then in order to display anything, right, it simply says just give me the last element in the list. So because we know that the last element is the last screen that has been pushed onto the list, into the list. Alright, so it just returns the last widgets in this, and this is what we see. So this is how Flutter built your screen. It simply returns the last thing that you pushed into the pages list. Alright, so whenever we hit this button, we want Flutter to add sign in screen into the list that it has inside of its navigator. So when we do that, you can see it's got a list of pages. Alright, so we want to add the sign in page into this list so that whenever it asks for a particular page, we simply give it the last page, and in this case the last page will be the sign in screen. So when a user clicks this, then the last page becomes the sign in screen, and then we simply see the sign in screen. Alright, so let's go ahead and do that. So in order to do that, we have to grab hold of a navigator, and remember what I told you earlier, that Flutter uses these contexts to know where exactly we are in the widget tree. Alright, so at this point we're in the second page in the widget tree. The second page lives inside of the onboarding screen, so the context of this second page will tell us. So the context of this second page tells us whenever Flutter needs it and we give it to Flutter, Flutter detects that we are in the second page, and the second page is in the onboarding screen, and the onboarding screen It's the first screen in the list or whatever, in the list of pages that we've got, right? So that's basically how it works. So in order to grab a hold of the list of basically the list of pages for our current context, all right, we have to use a navigator dot off context. So what this does is it finds us the nearest navigator to this page, so our current page. So this context is for this page, so it finds the nearest navigator for this page, and then it adds the whatever page we add. So when we see navigator dot off context dot push, we will push a page into it. So if we gave it sign in screen, this isn't how we do it, but then if we pushed in the sign in screen, it will simply find the nearest navigator to our second page, and the nearest navigator would be an onboarding screen. All right, the onboarding screen is an actual screen. All right, so it means that it's inside of a pages list. All right, the second page will not be inside of a navigator pages list because it's not its own page. It's just a widget. All right, this is just a widget that we've created. All right, it's a widget that lives inside of the main thing, the onboarding. Remember what I told you, right? We have the onboarding. Inside of it we have these things, right? We have the image title, subtitle, the skip and the swipe indicator. The image title and subtitle are inside of something else. They're inside of page 1. All right, so we can safely say that this is the main thing, right? This is the parent, and this is the child of that parent. So inside of this child, the pages, the first page and the second page, they will still, whenever you return a navigator from their context, they will simply keep going up in the widget tree, all right, till they find their main parent, all right, the main parent who got added to the navigator pages. All right, so when we pass that context will simply look up in the widget tree. It will keep looking up and up and up till it finds the nearest navigator, and then that nearest navigator will belong to the onboarding, and it will simply add the next page that we're passing into that stack. So now we will have the onboardings, and then we will have the sign-in screen as two things in the navigator stack. All right, if we wanted to add the second page to the navigator stack, to the navigator list of pages, we would have simply done this. Instead of adding this simply as a child, as a sub component of the onboarding screen, we would have done something like navigator dot push, and then we can just pass in whatever we want to pass in. All right, we can pass in the second page. All right, but we didn't want that because this is just a sub component of this. Remember, this is the big widget, and we have other smaller widgets inside of it. Now we are going to create another big widget, which will be our sign-in screen, and then we need to add every big widget into the navigation list, navigation stack. You can call it a stack because it behaves like a stack. All right, a stack means it places things on top. So the first thing that goes in is the last thing that will come out, if you know about data structures. All right, so we have two options actually. We can just say navigator dot push, and then we can pass in the context. All right, we pass in that context and it uses it. All right, and then we pass in the screen. All right, so in this case a sign-in screen, but then we can't just pass that because when we look at the push wants a route, not a screen. All right, it just wants a route, and we can look at their example. In their example, they have a material app, and then they have a builder, and inside of that builder they're returning the page that they want to add to the stack. The reason why this is because with this route it has something called settings. So that settings, it gets the name of a page, it gets whatever arguments we pass to the page, and so forth. There's a lot of stuff that goes into that. All right, I'm not going to go into details because that is a little bit more advanced. We'll see that later in the video, but then for now let's just stick to giving it what it wants. It wants a material app, so we're going to give it a material page route. All right, and we give it a builder. The builder provides us with something. The builder provides us with a build context, which we don't need, so I'm just going to replace that with an underscore, and we put in we can actually just return our sign in screen. All right, or since this is just one line of a return in Dart. If it's just one line, you can just replace that return with an arrow and then put in sign in screen. Alright, so another way of doing this without doing the navigator.push context, there's a different way of also doing this. Let me format this a little bit. Right, so instead of actually passing this context in here, we have another way of doing this. We can just say .off context. So it's basically the same thing, alright? So when we pass in the context in here, when we used to pass in the context in here, right, what it does is it just does navigator off this context. It finds a navigator, the nearest navigator of this context, and it pushes this into it. Now this is also the same thing when you do it this way. Navigator dot off context will return something for us. All right, this returns a navigator state, basically. Navigator state. This is what it returns for us. So it goes up the widget tree and returns us a navigator state, and then we can use that navigator state, that same navigator, to say navigator state.push, and then we can use that. So that's one way to do it. So maybe if you wanted to use this multiple times and you just wanted to create that, then you can do it that way. Or you can just say navigator.push and you just pass in the context, and it just does whatever it needs to do with that context. Alright, so we're going to stick with this one because it's a lot simpler and neater. So we're going to go with that one. So once we do this and we save this, alright, this will take us to the sign in screen. So let's do that. Let's save this and reload. So once we hit that login with phone, it brings us to the sign in, and we can see our little sign in over here. Well, let me make that text white. Style will be colors.white. Sorry, what's the problem? Sorry, not, oh my days. Text style, and we have colors.white. We can see that, we can see our little sign in screen as I'm signing text. Right, so we're in the sign in page. Right, so now let's go ahead and build out this page. Alright. So for that I'm going to delete all of this. Right. I'm going to delete all of this and leave only my scaffold. And then in the body, I'm simply going to start out with a safe area. So from the start, we are safe. So I'm going to add that safe area, and the child of the safe area will simply be, let's do a list view. Alright. So the reason why I'm using a list view, alright, is because a list view is basically a column, but then a column that you can scroll up and down. Alright, so if in my list view it also takes children. Alright, if I had a placeholder and I had 10 placeholders, alright, and I saved that, you can see a lot of placeholders, and I can scroll through them. Alright, so let's see, maybe I can add a white space of height, say 30, alright, before every placeholder. So I'm just simply going to delete these ones, and I'm going to duplicate these two lines. Alright, sorry, stop. Alright, so you can see that space in between them, alright? And then we can just scroll through these, and you can see it's a column, right? Basically, it's a column with scrollability, alright? So we have different views in Flutter. So whenever you see something view, just know that it means something scrollable, alright? So for example, we had a page view in the onboarding. So you can see over here we use a page view. It simply meant a page, some pages that you can scroll. Alright, so we have first page and second page, and we can scroll them. Alright, so for the list view, we also have that. We have custom scroll views. We have, I don't know, single child scroll views. We have views. Anything that is a view, have a grid view. It just means that thing is scrollable. Alright, so for a list view, its name implies that it's scrollable. So why am I using a scroll view and not a container, you might ask? Because listen, when I look at this, you can see that we have 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright, so we have all of these, and sometimes I'm thinking that this screen could actually get small, to be honest. Alright, this screen could easily get too small if someone were to have, I don't know, a smaller, shorter phone, a phone of a shorter height, or if they put their phone in landscape mode, then this little width will become the size, the height that this entire content has to fit in. Alright, so in that case, we want this page to be scrollable. Also, another reason why I wanted that to be scrollable is so that when the keyboard comes up, you can see it's scrolled up a little bit in order to accommodate that keyboard and make sure that that text field, this is called a text field. A text field is basically a field where you can enter text in Flutter. So we make sure that that field where we can enter a text will be visible to the user. So you can see that if I pop this and I leave this at the lowest that it can go, alright, it's not up or down, it's not up, it's rather down. When I click on this, that keyboard comes up and then it pushes this so that we can see it, so that keyboard doesn't come up and cover the text field. Alright, so that's why I'm making it a list view. Alright, so let's go ahead and make it scrollable. So in our list view, we're going to have some children, which will be our image, our title, and then the text field, and then the button. Alright, so let's just do that. Let's do that. Let me see. So first things first, I'm going to have an image.asset, and it's going to come from imageres.todo, I think. Imageres.todo. Let's save that and see. Alright, yes, we've got our image .todo. Let me see. So list view has actually got a padding property, alright? It's got a property called padding, so we can directly add a padding. Let's just go over to our onboarding and see what we had for padding. So for the padding of our entire page, not here. So for our individual pages, we had this padding. So I'm just gonna use the same padding all through. So I want horizontally to have 30 padding, and I'm just gonna put that in there. So our padding is 30 on the horizontal. Sorry. Alright, so let's see. And that works, alright? 30 padding on the horizontal. Don't worry about this being up, or center it later. So for now, we have that image. Excuse me. We have our little image. We will add some spacing with our white space, and we will simply have, I don't know, height 20. I think 20 should be enough. Let me add constant. And then we will have, I want us to have a text. Alright, so that text should say, let me add the text though. Alright, the text should say, please enter your number to get the verification code. And then we will style that text. We will say Google fonts.poppinks, and then inside of poppins we have 17 for the font size. I'm going to use 17. For the color, we will have colors .light. For the font weight, we will have W500, which is medium. So I want it to be of medium size. So I'm simply going to save that. And there you go, we have this. But then when it wraps to the next line, we want this to come centered, alright? So we're simply going to make it come center by using the text align. And then we will say text align dot center. So this means that when this text, no matter what happens to it, it should always be at the center. So this one will be at the center. If it doesn't fit in this line, it will cut, and then it will go to the next line and still put this one, the next line, in the center. So let's save that and see what happens. Right, so it puts everything in a center, alright? So that's that. What next did we have? We had a text field, and this is where we create a text field, alright? So we have something called a text field, right? So for a text field, if I wanted to collect text, I would just simply say text field, and that should add a text field over there. Let me save that, and let's see. Right, so this is a text field, right? It takes input, and we can see the keyboard coming up, and we can type in stuff, whatever we want. So you can see this text field is there, but it's ugly. Alright, it's really ugly, so we are going to fix that. Let's style it up a little bit. So for styling up a text field, we don't have something called style. Alright, the style only defines a text style. For styling the text field itself, we have something called a decoration. Alright, so, but then let's do that second. But first, let's define the style of the text, because we can see that over here, it's purple. And we don't want that. We don't want a purple text, a text field with purple stuff. Alright, so I'm simply going to say style will be Google fonts.poppings, and we can say 18, the font size will be 18. We can have the color to be, I don't know, colors dot dark background, and we can also have the font weight. It should be W700, but since Flutter has already defined W700 for us, we're just going to do .boat, because it's the same thing as W700. And I'm going to quickly format that and save it. And let's see. Now when I click on this, the text should be, oh, it's still black. Sorry, yeah, over here I used dark background, so it should be light rather. So that should work, and save that. So now we can see it's less color. Alright, so next let's style the text field itself. For the text field, we will have, let me format that. Alright, for the text field we have the decoration. We can see over here the decoration wants something called an input decoration. We can simply type input decoration and we give it an input decoration. So let's start by styling it out. Alright, so first of all we will have the border. Alright, so we want, what type of border do we want? We don't want it to be an underlined border. So we have different types of borders. We have an underline input border. We have a let me just search for input border. You can see. Alright, so we have the outline input border and we have the underline input border. We don't want the underline, so we will use the outlined input border, and we can see it right here. It's become an outline. Alright, so we're going to further edit that outline. Alright, so over here even I can see we have that space. We need a space between those two, so I'm just going to add a space over here between my text and my text field. I can say constant white space will simply be height 20. Alright, so let's save that, and we can see 20 spacing between the both of them. So in order to edit the outline input border, you can see that this border, alright, this border is not the only border that we have. Alright, so in Flutter a text field has more than one borders. Right, we have different types of borders. We have a border, this actual border defines maybe the general aesthetics of our text field, but then if we wanted to edit specific things, alright, like the color of the text field and so forth, editing this border, alright, editing this border, this border property wouldn't really affect the different states of the text field. So a text field has different states, alright? At the point when the text field isn't selected, alright, so if we go back and come back, at this point the text field isn't, say, it's not selected or it's not active, Alright, so at this point we can see that it's just enabled. By the time when you click on that text field and it's active this way, you call that a focused text field. Alright, so we can change the color and the appearance of the text field in these different states. Alright, so if we wanted something like, say, maybe a color, alright, so for color of the sides of the text field, we will have something called the border side, means the edges of the text field. That's what it refers to, the sides of the text field, the upper, lower, left and right sides of the text field. So for that we have a border side, and we can give it a color, and that would be colors dot lights. If we do that and save it, we can see that it's saved, alright, but nothing's changed over here. Alright, so nothing's changed for the color. But then if we change this border to an a focus border, you can see we have different types of border. I just typed focus. We have a focused error border as well. So for the focus border, you can see when it's focused, its color has changed to white. Alright, if we wanted to change the color of the enabled border, let me copy this over. And then we can have the enabled border, and we can have, say, maybe yellow. So we can see that when we save that and we go back and come back when it's enabled, we can see that in its enabled state the color is yellow, in its focus state it changes to white. Alright, so the properties that we're going to focus on would be the focused and the enabled border. So in each case we want the color to be, just simply want them to be the same thing. Alright, so instead of creating them separately, we will create one border and then pass it to both of them. In order to do that, let's create this outside of here and put it in the build. Alright, so we can say final border will be equal to that. We can close that out and we can pass these borders here. So the focus border and the enabled border should be the same. Alright, so for the side, we actually don't want anything. So let me show you first of all how to change the thickness. So we have a property called width. We can give it 5, and you can see the thickness of the sides change and get thicker. Right, but we don't want that. We don't even want any border. According to our design, we don't want any border. You can see it's simply just a white text field with no borders. So let's replicate that. So for the border, I'm going to set it as border sides dot none. So that means no border. Alright, so there's no border around it. But then let me see, we will have the border radius. Alright, so before I actually set this to none, I'm going to change the border radius. Alright, what does the border radius refer to? The border radius refers to the radius of these points over here. So I'm going to change that to maybe, I don't know, border radius. Let me uncommit this line. Dot circular, I'm going to make that 16 and save that. Alright, so now we have that border, that type of border. So we want, in this one, we don't want the inside of it to be transparent, alright, because it's transparent and it's taking, we can see the scaffold's color from this. So we don't want that. So if you don't want that in your decoration, you can add a fill color. You can first of all set a filled property. So to tell it that we want to fill the text field with color, we can set that to true. And if we set that to true and save that, you can see that field becomes true. Alright, so it fills it up. And then now we will uncomment this and leave the border to be none. Alright, we don't want any black borders around this, alright, or purple borders for that matter. Alright, so let's remove that border and then leave this to be filled. And then I'm actually going to override the normal fill color and give it colors.light. We can see that's a lot brighter than the color that we had before. Alright, so that's that and that's done. So even in an enabled state and in a disabled state, we can see the same color, this same way. We can see the same text field in this way. Alright, so now we can still see that the cursor's color is purple. Let's change that. Let's see what we have here. This one's blue, all right. So let's go ahead and change that. So we will. Where is it? Let's go here. All right. So we can either go ahead and come here and say, not here in the text field itself. We can say cursor color, and we can change that to blue. All right. But then one way to change this default purple across our application to blue would be to come here in our main.dot in our theme data, and we can change this seed from purple to maybe, I don't know, blue. Let's change it to blue, or maybe a blue accent. So when we do that, we can see that the default scheme changes. Alright, so we can see that it's now got blue. Let's change that to light blue. No, light blue. Let me change that to light blue accent. That's a lot lighter. And select this. But then when we're typing stuff in, we can see that it's got this black color. And I think that's just an underline, but we can't see the actual text because the actual text is white, because that's what we've done. So let's go ahead and change that. There we go. So now we've got this. Alright, so now it looks like what we want. Right, so we've got our text field, but I don't quite like this text field because it's fat. Alright, it's fat. We want this text field to be reduced. Alright, so by default, Flutter assigns a content padding to the text field, and that's why we can see that text field being fat. So I think in our input decoration, we can change the content padding, and we can either use edge insets. So it's also like every other padding, alright? So it takes an edge insets geometry. So we're going to say edge inset dot 0, right? Meaning no paddings, no padding for the content. And we see that text field get resized, but then we can also see that our text starts from the far end. So we don't want that. We want some horizontal padding, alright? The vertical padding looks great to me, so we're going to leave that the way it is. So we'll simply have this dot symmetric, and we're going to use horizontal. I'm going to make it 16, alright? But then let's also add something as a vertical, but something very small, 5. Let's add 5, because that's looking too slim to me. So yeah, we can see that looks a lot better now, in my opinion. You can play around with that and make it look however you want it to fit your taste. Alright, so we have our text field done. We are going to use next a button. But then before we put that button, let's add some space between our text field and the button. Alright, we're going to add a white space. And we're going to say height. Height's going to be 20. And then we will have our little button. Alright, so the thing with our button, remember that we already used that sort of button for login with phone. And for login with phone, no, that was in the second page. For login with phone, we created a generic button called a round button, and it takes that style that we want across the application. So let's just simply use that button that we've created. This is the beauty of object-oriented programming. So let's use that round button, and in the text of it, we're gonna have, let me see, what should we have? Send code. Alright, so send code. So when user clicks on that, we want to send a code. So I don't want that to be constant because I have an onPressed, and onPressed is a function and it can't be constant. Alright, so that's going to be onPressed. So let's save that, and we can see our our button, but I don't like that 20, so let me increase that a little bit and make it 30. So with all that done, we have to find a way to center our list view. So let's go ahead and do that. So in order to center our list view, we first of all we could try and wrap the list view in the center, but that wouldn't work. Alright, that wouldn't work because the list view is actually taking the entire vertical space. If we wrapped the list view in a colored box, let me see, and we give it color to be colors.red, and we save that, we can see that the list view is actually taking the entire space. Alright, this is the space contained by the list view. The list view has a property called shrink wrap. What does shrink wrap do? Shrink wrap forces the list view to take only the size of its children. Alright, so if the children stop here, then the list view will only stop here. So when we set that to true, we can see that the list view will only stop occupy from here, from where it starts to there. Alright, so and now because we have center over here, then it centers that entire list view. If we remove this center, we can see that the list view starts from the top and it only occupies space till where its last child lives or occupies, or the space that it takes where it ends as well. So let's go ahead and remove the colored box, or just change it to center then, and then remove the color because center doesn't have a color property. So let's go ahead and save that. We can see our list view is in the center. So when we also open up our keyboard, it also pushes this to the top so that our user can see what they're doing. Alright, let's click done on that. So this is the only problem that we're gonna have with our list view, alright, with the shrink wrap. This is the fault of the shrink wrap. Alright, so the shrink wrap causes this to appear like it's going inside of it. It appears like it's going inside of this. So in order to avoid that, alright, so we can either change the scroll physics of the list view. So in order for that to work, we will change a property called physics. Alright, so the physics defines how a view scrolls. Alright, so we have such physics like never scrollable physics. When we use never scrollable physics, it simply causes the list view to never scroll. So even if there were multiple things here that exceeded the screen, then it will never scroll. Alright, so you can see that in the description. Create scroll physics that does not let the user scroll. Alright, so we have another one called always scrollable physics. So by default, every list view has always scrollable physics. Alright, now every always scrollable physics has different types of physics. Alright, so basically we have the two major ones, right? Never scrollable and always scrollable. When it's never scrollable, then it can't scroll. When it's always scrollable, then it can always scroll. But then, even then, we have other scroll physics that fall under always scrollable. So they make your list view scrollable, but then they define how it scrolls. Alright, so for example, we have a bouncing scroll physics. When we use a bouncing scroll physics, it causes it to bounce as you scroll. Let me see, that should save and come on, bounce, 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 bounce. Let me do a hot restart and see. So this will just basically create a bouncy effect, and this bouncy effect will happen when there's nothing else to scroll. Right, so when you're scrolling normally, it scrolls normally, but once you get to the end of the scroll, for example, you can see this one. Right, so when you scroll, it's normal, but once there's nothing else to scroll to, when you do this, when you try to scroll this way, you see that little effects that looks like it extends it or something. Right, that one's called the clamping scroll physics, and by default every view in Flutter uses the clamping scroll physics. Right, I don't know why my bouncing scroll physics doesn't want to work, so I'm just gonna duplicate the things we have inside of the list view to create a longer list view. Right, so that the bouncing scroll physics can work because it's decided not to work. Do you see that? So when it scrolls normally, it scrolls normally, but once it gets to the point where it can't scroll, then it will bounce and bounce back. And then we have the clamping scroll physics, which by default Flutter uses for every scroll view. Alright, so this is what a clamping scroll physics looks like. It will clamp and stretch your screen, alright? So by default this is what we've got. Let me reverse all of that. So the clamping scroll physics was actually causing our application to go into the extend into the edge of the list view, right? You can see that. So in order to stop that from happening, we have to change the scroll physics. And the scroll physics we want to use is called a page scroll physics. Alright, so the page scroll physics will cause it to snap from page to page. Alright, so it causes a snapping effect, but then if there's nothing to snap to, then it just remains static, alright, and that's what we want in order to overcome that. Alright, also something else that we want to change for our keyboard, Flutter has some properties on text fields that lets us detect or lets us decide what type of keyboard to show to the user, and in order to change that inside of your text field you have an option called a keyboard type, and that keyboard type takes a text input type, and that text input type comes with a number of options, a plethora of options. If you can see here, I have street address, a lot email addresses, and the rest of them. Alright, so we will play around with a few of them, and then I'll let you play around with the rest of them when you want to. Alright, so let's switch to URL, and when we open up this with the URL, let me see, that didn't change. Let me do a hot restart, a hot reload. Let's hope that works. Right, it reloads. Let's see. Yeah, that doesn't do what I want it to do, so let's restart. Right, that's super slow though. Wow. So when we use URL and we do this, you can see / and www. Alright, so if I start typing something, so the best tech, and we wanted to say .com, we have that option because it knows that we're typing in the URL. Alright, but then we also have some other options, alright, you can play around with them, but then I'm just going to go straight to the point. And when we look here, we have phone, and what we want over here is the phone number. Alright, so we want a phone number. Alright, so we want a phone number. I'm going to restart that one as well because I think it always wants us to restart before it works. Alright, that's restarted now. And let's go ahead and go into this and see our phone number. Alright, so now that that's done, let's see. You can see we've got a phone input keyboard. Alright, so now that that's done, let's go over to the OTP screen. So what happens when we click on send code? So basically, the send code will send a verification code, an OTP verification code to the user's device, to their phone number basically, and then we have to give them the interface where they can input that number. So let's go ahead and build out that interface for them. So since the OTP is also part of the authentication, I believe that it deserves to live in the authentication feature. So let's build another view in here called OTP verification screen. Going to import material, create a stateless widget, OTP verification screen, OTP. And we will have a scaffold. Let's hope the scaffold. Alright, so now how do we use this? Alright, so in order to make this screen become a part of our navigation, list, our navigation stack, we have to call navigator.push this screen so that it adds it to the list. And where better to do that than at the send code button. Alright, so when we send code, we want a navigator. It gives us a context, but we don't want to use that. And then we push the OTP verification screen, and that's that. So now, when that happens, when we hit this, we get pushed to the OTP verification screen. So let me add a body so we know this is really the OTP verification screen. So that will be a text widget. Let's got a text that says OTP verification screen. And it's got style of Google fonts.poppaint. Let's say color to be colors.light. And we can see that we are actually in the OTP verification screen. Alright, so now that that's done, you have to change something. So you can see that when I hit the back button, it brings me back to the previous screen. Alright, so what that does is, sorry, I got a wrong spelling here. So what that does is, whenever you pop or you hit the back button on your device, alright, however your device navigates backwards, whenever you hit that back button, your navigator of context, this navigator goes into its pages list, and then it deletes the last screen that you pushed onto it, the last page that you pushed into the list, it deletes it. And then remember that I told you that the way Flutter displays a screen is basically going into the navigator, and it's a navigation stack, and then finding you the last screen in that list, and then displaying that screen onto your screen. So if we were on OTP verification screen and we hit this, it will delete that screen from the list and then show us the last screen, and the last screen will be the phone screen, because the phone screen was the last screen before we pushed the OTP verification screen. So when we remove the OTP verification screen, then the last screen remaining will be this one. Alright, so that's how the navigation stack works. Alright, so in that case, if we wanted to add something called an app bar, alright, an app bar is simply the things you see in your applications when you have some Android applications or iOS applications, and you've got some user interface over here, but then sometimes you see at the top there's something over here, usually has a back button or something of some sort, or there's usually something up there. So let's add that so you can have some visual cue of what I'm talking about. Let's add an app bar, a simple app bar, and we can see, alright, you can see that. So I believe you've seen that in some applications, alright. So we can see that automatically we've got this back button added. I haven't added it here, but it's automatically added. Alright, how this works is that when you push to a screen and you have an app bar, alright, Flutter checks the navigator of the context. So it checks, and when it checks the navigator of this context, it will find that the navigator of this person, because this person is a big widget, right? This person is a widget that is inside of the navigation stack, so it's part of the navigation list. Alright, so when it checks, it will look up in the widget tree to see if this person is the only person in that list. If this person is not the only person in that list, then it will add a back button. This back button will simply do the same thing that this person does over here. Alright, so this person will just say, alright, is there someone else apart from the current person in the context? If there's someone else, it will add a back button. If there's nobody else, it won't add a back button. Alright, so in order to give you some visual cues for that as well, let's add an app bar for the sign-in screen. Alright, so the sign-in screen, we're going to add an app bar. So we have an app bar. Alright, so you can see that there was nothing in the app bar. Why? Because there's nothing else before this screen. Alright, so when I do a proper restart of this, you can see. Let me do a proper restart of this. Alright, so that's restarted. When we hit login with phone, we should see a back button, right? Because there was something before this screen. Alright, there was the onboarding screen before this. So when we hit that back button, it takes us back to the onboarding. Alright, so but then what if before we came to this screen we deleted the onboarding, because we want the users to see the onboarding ones. Alright, we don't want them going back to the onboarding. Alright, so whenever we come to the sign-in screen, how do we get here? Alright, so on the onboarding screen we can see that in the second page, when they hit the login with phone, we want them to go to the login with phone, and they shouldn't be able to go back to the onboarding because they've decided to actually sign up. Alright, so from there we want a whole different stack of navigation altogether. So instead of using push, so this is what push does. Push, if we had this, alright, if we had a list and then we had in it, we had the onboarding. When we do push sign in, so sign in gets added. Alright, so but then when we do this push, sign in gets added, but then we still have onboarding. So when this sign in's app bar checks in the context, navigation context, it will find out that there's an onboarding, so it will add a back button to this person's app bar, alright, so that it can come back to this person. Alright, so but we don't want that. We want this person to be the first person after they go away from the onboarding. So in order to do that, instead of using push, we can use something called push replacement. Alright, so push replacement will replace this person. So essentially it will find the last person in the navigation stack. Alright, so it will take this context, look in the navigation stack of this context, and it will look up. This second page is not in the navigation stack. Alright, so it will look up further in the tree and it will find an onboarding next, and it will say, alright, yeah, the onboarding is in my navigation stack. So it will delete the onboarding and replace the onboarding with the new page that we're pushing, being the sign-in screen. So even if we had more screens before the onboarding, it will only delete the last thing in the list and then replace it with the new thing we're pushing onto it. So even if we had a splash screen, alright, and then we had an onboarding, the moment we decide to push replacement with sign-in screen, what it will do is it will find the last one being onboarding, delete it, and then push the sign-in screen. So it basically replaces the last thing in the navigation stack or list. Alright, so let's do that and restart, and you can see. Right, so now when we skip and go to login with phone, we can see the app bar is empty. Alright, because it's replaced the onboarding with a sign-in. So now when you even hit this back button, it will close your application because there's nothing else to go back to except your home page, your home screen. Alright, so now that we've done that, on this we don't want to remove the sign-in. Alright, wait, first of all, let me remove the app bar from the sign-in. So we actually don't want to remove the sign-in from the stack when we go to the OTP verification, because we want our user to be able to come back to the what do you call it, to the sign in page in case they didn't receive an OTP, alright, so they can come back and try again. Right, so the moment we'll go here, we want them to be able to say, oh, I didn't get that OTP, let me try again, and they can go back and try again. Alright, so we have a use for this screen, so we will keep it, we keep that. So I will start building that one out as well. So let's go there and go to our OTP verification screen. Remove that app bar because we didn't have an app bar in the original design. They can use this button to go back. Alright, so I'm going to remove this as well because this isn't what it should look like. Now I'm going to start by using a safe area as always. Alright, and the child will be, let's make that a column, or let's wrap it in center so that everything's centered. Or do you know what, let's just start off with a column. So we're going to create that and start with a column. Alright, in the column we have our children. In the children we will have our image.assets again. We will use the image res dot to do. Alright, let's see. And now we also want that padding again around the entire column. Let's make that 30. Alright, we want symmetric, and we have horizontal 30. Alright, so yeah, so that's it. So even for this horizontal padding, since it's horizontal, since it happens on the width, right, so this is the width of your application and this is the height of the application. So since it happens on the horizontal means this way across the width, and vertical means across the height. Alright, so since we know for sure that horizontal spans across the width, we can make it so that the screen utils can calculate the exact 30 pixels on any screen width that it finds itself in. Alright, so if we had it on a smaller screen, it will have a smaller 30. Alright, so we could use W if you wanted to, right, but I don't want to, so I don't mind yet. But if you want that pixel perfection, you can use that. Let's go ahead and see if that, yeah, the padding's already applied. So next we will have our the text fields, those 6 text fields where we receive our OTP, users OTP, because from Firebase sends 6 digits OTP, so it's gonna be something like 1 2 3 4 5 6. Alright, so we want 6 digits, so we will create 6 text fields, right? 6 text fields on the horizontal on this way. So let me show you how that works. Now, before that, let's add some width spacing, so some white space on the height. We're gonna have let me make it 26. All right, let's see. And then we will start building out our text fields. All right, so remember how OTPs work. All right, we will have a text field here, and we have a next one, a next one, a next one, 6 of them, small text fields. All right, so in order for that to work, we will have a row, and we will have children. All right, and we have a text field that has a, I don't know, it will have a decoration, an input decoration like we've already done before. All right, and then its input decoration will have filled to be true, and its fill color will be colors dot light. All right, so So we can see there's a problem here, right? As I expected that to be. So when we read this, you can see an input decoration, which is usually created by a text field, cannot have an unbounded width. All right. So this text field always you usually have to modulate their width. All right. So because it's in a row, remember what I told you. By default, the row takes main axis dot maximum. All right. So meaning that it will, once the row takes every available width available to it. If it was a column also takes main axis size dot maximum, meaning it wants to take the entire height available. All right. So available. All right. So the row wanting to take all of this. All right. The text field also wants to take all of it. All right. So because of that reason, they're both confused. All right. The parent, being the row, wants to take all of this, and the text field isn't sure of what to do. So if this text field was not in a row, all right, if it was just on its own, let me remove this widget, it would work. All right. Let's see. It would work, all right, because the column already has some padding that determines what's happening. But the row comes in, and a row is saying, all right, I want the main axis dot maximum, all right, and then that causes the text field to throw an error, all right, because it doesn't know what to do. It's confused. All right, what width should I take? So in order to fix that, we can do something. We can use a widget called an expanded widget. All right. So, as I've explained before, an expanded widget will simply cause. Wait, let's read the error message so you can see. It even suggests using an expanded widget. So it says that this happens when the parent widget, being our row, does not provide a finite width constraint. For example, if the text field is contained by a row, alright, then its width must be constrained. An expanded widget or a size box can be used to constrain the width of the text field that contains it. Alright, so one way we could do this would be to use a size box, alright, and then we can give it a width that says maybe, I don't know, 300. So that way it knows what width to use, right? You can see that now it works. Or we could use something called an expanded widget, and this is what it does. It creates a widget that expands a child of a row so that the child will fill the available space. So when we use expanded widget, what we're saying, when we use expanded widgets in a row, what we're essentially saying is use the entire row, use every space remaining on the row. All right, so if we had a widget before this, say a white space that had a width of say 30, all right, you can see that the white space will also have its 30. Let me change that to a placeholder so we can see it properly. All right, so if it had 30, we can see that it takes its 30. Sorry about that. It takes its 30 width, all right, but then the text field will take the remaining of whatever's remaining here, all right? It will take the remaining width of whatever's here. Similarly, if this was 50, let me see. You can see that it gets 50 width, but then whatever comes after it, because it's wrapped and expanded, it means take whatever available space is remaining. The reason why it's not taking this space is because we've got a padding. Alright, that padding has horizontal 30 on the left and 30 on the right. So it's basically taking whatever is remaining, which is from here to there, right before the padding. Sorry about that. Right before the padding. Alright, so let me go ahead and remove this, and let's just use expanded. Another reason why I'm using expanded is because I don't want to define a specific width, because remember that we will have 6 of these text fields, all right? So meaning that they will share whatever available space remains, all right? So if we had 6 of them, meaning that the first one will expand to take whatever space is remaining. The moment we add a second one, All right, they will. The first one will adjust to accommodate the second one. We can see it here, but let me add some space between them because I don't think we can see them properly. White space. Let me give that with 10 or 5. 5 would do, but let me give it. Let me give it 5. Alright, we can see now that we have two text fields, alright, but because they're both wrapped and expanded, this one came first. He took whatever space was left. We added a second one and also told him to take whatever space was left. So now they have to share the space. If I go ahead and add another one, alright, and save that, then 3 of them will share the space remaining, alright? They will keep sharing it because expanded forces them to take whatever they can get, alright? Don't be greedy. Take something and leave what's left for your brother to share, alright? So this person takes whatever is remaining. So at first this person will take the entire space. When I added the second person, he also wants whatever's left. So since this person is already taking whatever's left, then they will simply share, alright, and adjust themselves. And this is what expanded does, alright? So when using expanded, if you wanted one of the children to take more space than its brothers, alright, so we can define something called a flex, alright? By default, each of them have a flex of 1, meaning share the space equally between each other, alright? Alright, so flex 1 would mean that, so each of them implicitly has a flex of 1. So we can see over here that we have int flex is equal to 1. So when each of them has a flex of 1, it simply means, alright, we all have a 1-to-1 ratio, alright? So this person has a 1 space, so 1 by, if it's 4 things in the row, if there are 4 widgets in a row, then this person will have 1/4 of the screen. This person will also have 1/4 of the screen. This person will also have 1/4 of the screen, and so forth. So if we change the last person's ratio to 2, you can see that he or she takes 2/4 of the screen, and the rest of them share 1/3 of whatever's remaining. All right, so this person takes a bigger portion, two of whatever. So you can see that its width is exactly the size of 2 of these. So if these 2 got joined together, all right, so if I removed that white space between these 2, you can see, let me find that. If I remove that white space between the both of them and they join together, you can see that they have the same width as this person, all right? So they're basically sharing the same thing. So let's go ahead and continue. So we've got 4 now. We need 2 more. So that's 1, 2. But let me remove that flex of 2 and leave that as 1. So we've got 4 basically. So let me do 2 more. And that should make 6. Alright, so this is what we want. Alright, we want 1, 2, 3, 4, yes, 6. So we want a case where they can input 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 texts. Alright, but then in order to do this, we'll have to do a lot of configuration on our text field, because remember how OTP fields work. Alright, so when you enter a digit in here, it automatically should jump into the next one, and jump into the next one, jump into the next one, jump. If I went ahead to explain how to do that with a text field, it will take a long time in the video, right? But then the basics of it is that we basically will use the controller and something called a focus node. You can research on that later, but that's not the purpose of this video. So we will simply go to pub.dev, since they have packages, right? They have these packages where people have already thought about these things and done them, alright? So let's go to pub.dev and find us a package that already does that, alright? So let's look for OTP field. Alright, so we have a few. And you can see that the one that has the most likes, alright, we have OTP text field. These could work, alright, they will all work in their ways, but then look, you can see You can see, I think this one also allows you to customize it as well. Alright, so we can, but then we can see that the one that has got the most likes, this one's got a lot of likes as well. Wow. Look, do you see how pretty it is? So this one also works. You can see how it works. You input, it jumps to the next field, jumps to the next field, and jumps to the next field, and it replaces them with a Flutter logo or whatever. So you can see this one has a lot of customizability. So you can make it do this, you can make it do that, you can make it do whatever you want. You have different designs of text fields as well. So, but then going further down, the one that has the most likes would be pinput. Let me go ahead and add my own like to that. So in order to install that, let's do what we've always done and go ahead and install it. So let me go Flutter pub add, paste what I've got, and Flutter pub get. So I will shut down the application because I've added a new package and restart it. Let's go ahead and see if there's any extra setup we have to do for pinput before using them. Like I told you before, sometimes you have to do some extra setups for some platforms. So over here we can see that iOS works out of the box by tapping the code on the top of the keyboard, blah blah blah. So this simply means that when an SMS gets sent, they basically receive it for you on iOS and then display it on top of a keyboard, and when you tap on it, it will automatically be filled into the OTP box. For Android, if you're using Firebase authentication, which we will be using because we need Firebase to send the OTP for us, right? We could write our own backend in order to send the OTP, but then we will let Firebase do that for us because Firebase makes it easier to do a lot of stuff. All right. In order to implement that, we will delete this role, and we will start by using pinput. So let's save that first of all and see what pinput gives to us by default. So we can see what pinput has got for us by default. All right. But then this isn't what we want, all right? Because Firebase, when we use Firebase, Firebase will send that OTP code in 6 digits, all right? Something like this. So, but then pinput is offering 4. So let's change that. The property for that would be length to be 6, all right? Let's save that. All right, great. So now that we have the length as 6. Alright, we can go ahead and let's first of all test it out and see how it works. Alright, so we can see, alright, we can enter numbers and it automatically jumps to the next one. Alright, and when we type in the last one, the keyboard will disappear automatically. We haven't written any of this code, alright, but they've done everything in there for us. Alright, so now when this is going on, all right, we have some properties. We need to be able to detect the pin that the user has put in here. Remember that after they put in their OTP, we have to send it to the backend for the backend to verify and say yes, this OTP is correct, meaning that the message got sent to the phone, to the number, and also the person has received it and the person has given it back to us correctly. If they gave it back to us correctly, meaning the number is actually their number because they're able to see it. Right, so for all of that to happen or to be possible, we need to be able to receive that code, right? And how best to do that than to have an on method. Alright, so in Flutter we have on pressed, on tap, a lot of things, alright? So on something is a way to tell us on user interaction when user does this. So for example, we have on changed. All right, on change will be triggered whenever there's any inputs to any of the fields. All right, so when we go into the source code, we can see that they're on change when we hold down Command and click on this, we can see this. And when we hold down Command and click on this, we can also see everywhere that it was used. And we can see over here when they pass us this on change, all right, they give us a pin, all right. In their method, they receive the pin that we've typed in here from the text editing controller or from the text field, and then they pass us that pin over here, and then we receive that pin back up here, all right. So we can receive that pin in here, and then we can use that pin to do whatever we want, all right. So we can debug print that pin, all right. Let's save that, and then we can say 242, all right. And we can see that pin being changed. So when we type into the pin, let me start over then. When I type in 2, that pin is 2. When I type in 2 again, it's become 22. When I type in 6, it's become 226, and so forth. Alright, so we're receiving the pin over here each time that the value of any of the fields changes. Alright, so even when we delete, we receive the updated version. So on every change, we need to know what's happened, the new value. Alright, so we also have another on completed. Alright, on completed will also give us the pin, so that when the user completes the interaction, then we receive a pin. The uncompleted will trigger, when we look at this, it will trigger when the user completes the pin input, meaning when they input the last digit. Alright, so nothing will happen so far until they input the last digit. Wait, I've still got the last session in place. Debug print pin. Alright, so let's go back then. So I'm going to type in send code 652 what. At the moment that I put in that last one, we can see there's one result for 652, meaning it got printed. Alright, so it got printed only once, because this will only be triggered when you type in the last number, which will only happen once unless you delete that last number. Let me make sure that we see this as it gets printed. So once we type in that last number, I want my console to move along with me. Wait. Yes, now it's moving along with me. So once I type in 9, we can see, yes, that's a lot, but we should be able to find it over here. We can see that thing gets printed to the console. All right. So that's the one that we're going to be using. We also have on submitted. And on submitted only triggers when we hit a submit button on our keyboard. We have some submit buttons like done, sometimes it will be okay, and so forth and so on. And then we can go with submitted, so that we can just simply search for submitted, and then we can find it. So after submitted, we put in the pin, basically. So let's reload that, and then we can see even when we have 6.5 and we hit done and we search for submitted, we can see when the submitted underneath but when the submit button was clicked, in this case done, all right, we received this input. But we don't want that. We only want it to be sent to us when the user has completely typed in what they need to type, all right, when it's completely 6 digits. So we will add a to-do. In Flutter, how to add to-dos, you start with a comment, alright, and you type in the word to-do, and then you can type in your to-do, alright. And in order to find all of your to-dos, if you have a lot of to-dos in your application, you can come over to to-do over here, and you can see basically it should look like this. When you expose this, we have one to-do in iOS, but that wasn't put there by us, so it was probably put in there by Flutter, so we don't need to know what that does. So we will simply use the one in the lib, and we can see all of our to-dos over here. When you click on that, it will take you directly to the line where you've put your to-do, and you can fulfill your to-do. Alright, so let's add a to-do, verify OTP, and I can say send OTP to Firebase for verification. Alright, so that's that. Now let's go ahead and make our OTP box look a little better than it does. Let's change the appearance of it. Alright, so in order to do that, the pinput has a lot of properties, alright? We can change a few things, alright? But the one that we're looking for would be the decoration, I think. Or is it? Let's see. Right, it's got some themes, so I think the theme should let us change stuff. So we have the focus pin theme, so meaning when a particular text field is in focus, should the color be different? Alright, so let's check what else they've got. They've got a default. I think the default will be the same. It will apply that default theme across everything. So whether it's focused or unfocused or enabled or disabled, that will be the same theme over the entire thing. So let's go ahead with the default because we just want one theme across. So whether you're editing a particular text field, the theme should be the same as when there's already a value in it, and it should also be the same when there's no value inside of it. So let's go ahead with the default pin theme, and I think the pin theme will take and I think the default pin theme will take a pin theme object. Alright, so still inside of the pin theme we have some properties. Alright, which of these properties will give us will change the appearance of the text field? Right, so let's go ahead and use decoration because I think decoration sounds like it will do that, because containers also have something like that. So let's go ahead and change box decorations. Usually have a color property, so let's go ahead and give it colors.light. All right, and then let's go ahead and do something else. Let's see. First of all let's save that and see what's happened. Yeah, now we see it's white, but then it's looking ugly because basically what's happened is that when the moment we passed in our own default pin theme, it overrode the pin theme that they'd already set, and in theirs I think theirs had a border radius. No, first of all let's change the padding inside of it in order to make this a lot bigger. We could either use the width and the height, right? We could easily use the width and height and specify specific widths and height, but then that, I don't think that's great. Alright, let's just give it some padding. Alright, so the padding means the space inside of it, so the space around the thing inside of it. Alright, so in this case it will have numbers inside of it, so the space inside of it, let's give it it will take edge insets as every padding does. Let me give that edge insets dot symmetric, because we want to specify different paddings for the horizontal and the vertical. So for the horizontal we'll give 20, and for the vertical we give 16. I think that should be alright. Let's save that and let's see. Yes, that's beautiful. So now we've got the borders are two pointed, the corners are two pointed. In order to change that, we have a property in the box decoration called a border radius. The border radius will be a circular one, so let's make a border radius dot circular, and we'll give it 8. Let's give it 8 because we don't want too much roundness. So let's just give it a little bit like 8. Yeah, that looks great. That looks alright. Alright, I think that's that. What else have we got? Nothing else. That should work. We can see that this is stuck to the top. So in order to fix that, let's simply give our column a main axis alignment and give it center. Alright, so that this comes down to the center. Alright, yeah, that's great. Alright, so now let's go ahead and implement the Firebase. So in order to start using Firebase, we go to firebase.google.com, and with firebase.google.com we see this page basically. So you sign in with your Google account. If you've got a Google account, it will automatically sign you in if you've already got a Google account, add it to your browser. So when we're on this page, we want to go to console. Alright. When that console opens, we will see all of our projects. Alright. We'll see every project that we've created previously. If you haven't created a project, you will see a button here that says create project. But then since we've already got projects created, we will see this one that says add project. So we're basically adding a project to the list of projects that we've already got. So I'm going to call this to do app. You name your project. I'm going to call it to do app. It could be any name at all. So a name to identify that particular project. All right. So because by the time you've used Firebase for a long time, you will probably have a lot of projects. So you want a unique name that will identify your different projects. All right. So you could have two different to-do applications. So you could give them two different names in order to identify it. All right. So let's disable the Google Analytics. This gives us the ability to do a lot of stuff, all right, like Firebase Crashlytics. Crashlytics simply means that after your application is in production, on the user's device, wherever in the world, on whatever device they've got their application on, when their app crashes, you can easily receive the crash or error message in your Firebase dashboard. All right, so that way it's easier to debug, because sometimes when your application is in production, right, the user will report a crash, but then you don't have enough messages to know, you don't know what exactly caused the crash. All right, it might be a crash that will only show you an error in your console over here, but then this console is only useful when we are in when we are in development. All right, when we can see, when we directly have our device plugged into our computer, or we're using an emulator, and we can directly see what error messages is happening in the live session of our application. But when that application goes to production, we no longer have access to the error messages. All right, so we could try to replicate whatever caused the app to crash on the user's device, but in some cases it could be that it happens because of that user's specific device. So maybe you don't even have such a device. All right, you can't possibly buy every phone in the world in order to test your applications. So in that case, in whatever device your users have, whatever the cause is for that crash, you receive that error report on your dashboard, and that's how that works. So, but then we don't need that for this project. So let's just go ahead and create that project and wait for it to complete. Alright, now that's ready, so let's go ahead and say continue. This will push us to our dashboard, and we're here in our dashboard, and we can see we've got a lot of things here. We've got a lot of stuff here as well. We've got a lot of stuff here as well, and we've got a lot of stuff here as well. So Firebase basically gives us a lot of things. So this is the thing with Firebase, alright? So usually, if we wanted to do something like send an OTP verification, we will create a server. This is the job of a backend developer. All right, a backend developer will he will write or create a server, all right, and then maybe create a database to store the users. So they will write the code that will talk. So in the server will talk to the database basically. So they will write that code that will build up your server, the codes that will talk to your database from the server, and the code that will talk to your application also on the server. So in that case, we would have had to write an entire backend by ourselves for this. But then what Firebase does is Firebase writes, all right, an entire server for you. The server is totally written and properly documented, and then all you have to do is just use the functions that it exposes to us. All right, so it writes all of those. So if there's the need to add something to the database, it will write that server code. You don't have to worry yourself about writing that backend code. It will write that code for you. All right, and then just gives you a package. All right, we find that package in pop.dev, provides a package for Flutter, and then you can, through that package, call those functions. All right, call those functions that it's provided for you, so you can directly communicate with your server and your database without actually having to build a server or a database by yourself. You don't have to write a lick of backend code at all, be it for a server or for a database, and that is the beauty of Firebase. So Firebase has done all of that for us, and then it's perfectly separated these functionalities for us, so we don't have to start digging deep and finding them. All right, so we have authentication separately. So if you see, this looks like an architecture. All right, so it's perfectly arranged them for us to make it easier for us to find them. So whichever one you want to use, you can click on it and use it. All right, so but then before that, we have to set up our project. And in order to do that, let's go to our project dashboard, and you can see get started by adding Firebase to your app. So we could either go ahead and add the application one after another, all right, for iOS, for Apple, for web, and everything. But then we can see that it has one solid implementation for Flutter. So we can go ahead and try adding the project for Flutter. Alright, so instead of adding for each platform one after another in our Flutter application, alright, so when you click on Flutter, it will open up this and take you step by step in order to set up your project for Flutter development. And let's go ahead and do that then. Alright, so the easiest way to get you started is to use the Flutterfire command line interface. Before you continue, make sure that you install the Firebase command line interface. Let's go ahead and see how to do that. So we have setups for different platforms. So you can go ahead and come on Windows, alright, and you can either download npm, alright, or you can download Node.js or something. But you need to have this installed on Windows in order to use this, alright. So mostly it's easier to use the npm, the Node Package Manager. So even if you don't know how to do this, just click on developers using Node.js, and then it will teach you how to install Node.js. You can download it for, I'm on Linux, so it's showing me for Linux. For Windows, it will show you for Windows, and you can download it, alright, and install that. It's easy to install on Windows, and you can then go ahead and follow the next steps. So to use Node Package Manager, you install it using whatever. You go ahead and click on this and install it, and then you come back and you run this command and install Firebase tools, and then you continue to log in and test the command line interface by running Firebase login. So let me go ahead and run Firebase login, and you can see I'm already logged in. So if you're not logged in, it will take you through the process of logging in by opening up your browser and letting you log in, and then it will receive that login over here in your command line and it will log you in. Alright, so after that login is done, now you have to do this. You can test to see if you've properly installed your command line interface, and we can do this, and I can see a list of all my projects. We can see, so I have an update available. So let me go ahead and install that. So sorry, let me just, oh my days, sorry about that. Let me go ahead and copy that and paste it. So that's installing the latest update for me. So let's go ahead and completed the command line installation. Let's see what's next. Right. So after installing the command line, you install the Flutter SDK. We already have the Flutter SDK installed because we've been creating the Flutter application so far. So we have that. Alright, so and then we create a Flutter project, which we've already done, and we've created our project halfway. So let's go ahead and click on next. Next we run this command. So let's click copy and copy that. I will see you guys when my installation completes. Alright, now that that's done, let me go ahead and install and run this command, and let's see. Yeah, so that is done. Let's go ahead and do the next step. Flutterfire configure your to-do app project, so it will automatically run all of the configurations and add everything that we need to add. Alright, So now we have to select the platforms that we want to use for our project. You use your arrow keys to navigate, and then you use space to select. So if I wanted macOS, I would use space to check that. If I wanted to uncheck macOS, I use space. Web, no, we only want Android and iOS, so I will go ahead and hit enter. So we can see we've registered a new Firebase Android app on Firebase, and we're also registering an iOS app. So let's wait for that to complete as well. So it's asking for permission. Alright, so for all of that to work, we have to, I told you previously that we will have to use sometimes the Android folder. And I asked you to familiarize yourself with some things in the Android place. Alright, so we can see that something has been added, Google services.json. This has been added by Firebase. Alright, and now Firebase also wants to add more stuff to our project. Right, so it's saying that the files Android/build.gradle, which is Android, and in the Android we have a build Gradle. It wants to update it with Firebase configurations, and it also wants to upgrade Android /app/build Gradle with some other stuff. Alright, so we are going to let it do that. We're going to let it do that. By default, it's put yes. So let's just hit enter, and it's done. Alright, so everything has been completed. So we can see that we have a Firebase options over here, and we've got a little error because it's trying to use Firebase core, but we don't have that installed. So let me go ahead and do Flutter pub add Firebase core Flutter pub get. And now the errors are gone. Alright, so what's next? Next, we initialize Firebase and we add the Firebase plugins. We've added one plugin already, Firebase Core. The next plugin we will need will be Firebase authentication. Like I told you, we will need the Firebase authentication package in order to send authentication phone number OTP code. Alright, so let's search for that. Firebase auth. Alright, and we can see there's Firebase authentication, and that's it. That's the package we'll now add. Alright, so let's go ahead and add that package as well. Flutter pub add and Flutter pub get. Alright. Alright, now that that's done, let's go ahead and do what it asked us to do. It's asked us to initialize this. Alright, so it says to add this to our Flutter app. The place where you add this is in your main.dart. Right, so because before we want the Firebase to be initialized for our current platform, so it first of all detects what platform we're running on, and then it will configure Firebase for that platform. Right, and we want that to happen before the application runs. And what happens before the application runs? This is where our application starts running from. Alright, the run app will run the application. Alright, so before that is run, we want to do this. We want to say await for Firebase to do what it needs to do. Alright, so let me delete that, import it as a package. Alright, so before the application runs, we want Firebase to initialize itself. Alright, so we can see that over here we need to add an async modifier in order to use await. Alright, so this is futures. This is a crazy topic to talk about, so I'm not going to talk about that here. You can watch some YouTube videos on Dart and how asynchronous functions work. But then whenever we write await before something, we're saying, alright, wait for this thing to complete before doing this, before doing the next step. Alright, so do not run the application until this is completed. Alright, so, and in order for that to happen, we have to use this async modifier to tell Dart that this function will use the await keyword. Alright, so whenever we want to await for something in the function, we have to mark that function as an asynchronous function by using the async keyword, and we put it right after the function signature and right before the curly brace. Alright, and then you can see that it automatically converted this void to a future void, and that's because future means it will complete in the future. Alright, it won't complete when we think it will complete. So because naturally, alright, naturally this will happen, and then this will happen. But then in an asynchronous function, we don't really know when this will complete, and we also don't know when this will run. Right, because since we don't know when this will complete or how long this will take to complete, then we don't know when this one will run. Right, if this one takes 5 seconds today to complete, then meaning this one will run in the 6th second. Alright, so if this one takes 7 seconds to complete tomorrow, meaning that tomorrow this one will take 7 seconds to run. So this one will run after the 7th second, meaning in the 8th second. Right, so because of that, we don't know when any of this will complete. Alright, so in that case, we can use future to tell Dart that this is a future function. It means it will complete in some time in the future when we don't know when that will complete. Alright, so but then whenever in our main function, alright, because this is where our application starts from. Alright, so whenever we have this await, we have to wait for something to complete before we actually run our application. We usually have to ensure or make sure that everything completed. Alright, we have to make sure that every pre-configuration that Flutter has to do before running the application completes. Right, so because at this point we're telling Darts to hold off on running the application. Wait, we want to do our own stuff. Right, but then remember that Flutter also has to do some configurations before it runs this my app. It has to complete some configurations before it does that. Alright, so we want to tell Darts that, listen, make sure that everything that Flutter has to do is completed. Right, and in order to do that, we have to use something called widgets binding. Widgets Flutter binding. Alright, so ensure initialize. So we're telling it simply to ensure that whatever we want to do is completed. Alright, so that's that for this part. And then now we can go on to the console and we can see that now we should have our Flutter app added. Let's see. We can see that we have two apps. We have To Do app Android and we have To Do app iOS. Alright, so let's go ahead and add authentication. And let's see. In our authentication, we can see it helps us authenticate and manage users from a variety of providers without server-side code. So, like I told you, Firebase takes away the burden of writing server-side code. We don't have to build our own servers ourselves. So now we have a variety of providers, alright? These are the native providers. This is what you usually use in most applications. Email or password authentication, or phone authentication, which is what we're going to use, or anonymous authentication, which is that feature on some websites. When you see on some websites where we have login as guest, you don't have to log in with your email or your password. You just log in as a guest. That's an anonymous user who has no account in the application, basically. And we have additional providers, so we have Google login, Facebook login, GitHub, Apple, Twitter, and so forth. Alright, so the one that we're going to use will be phone. Alright, so let's go ahead and use phone. Allow users to sign in with a mobile phone number using Firebase SDK phone verification and user authentication tools. By enabling phone provider, you agree to whatever, and yes, we do agree. So in order to activate this for our project, we simply click enable. Alright, so you can see it requires additional configuration steps for different platforms. So we're building for Apple and Android, so we're going to open this in a new tab for Apple and Android separately. Alright, so this is it for Apple. So you can follow these steps to set this up in your Xcode. Right, I don't have an iOS, I don't have any iOS device, and I don't have a MacBook, so I can't do this with you. So you could watch some YouTube tutorials on how to do that on Xcode, but I don't think there's much to it. It's it's self-explanatory. It's basically an explanation over here, so it should work. So this is what you're worried about. This is what you're worried about from here to there, right? Yeah, you don't need to do any of those. You only need to do from 1 to 4, all right? So I'm going to go ahead and go to the Android section. So first of all, we need to add Firebase to our project. We've done that. This was already done when we run that command in our command line. There's my terminal. When we run that command, this command that configured the project, all right? So that was why I asked for permission to edit these. So it added these lines, all right? Added these lines to our build Gradle, all right? So this is it. You can see that. So it already did that for us. We've also connected our application to the Firebase console, and then finally it says if you haven't already set your app's SHA-1 hash in the Firebase console, do so. All right. See authenticating your client for more information about finding your application's SHA-1 hash. There's different ways of doing that on Android Studio. All right. So I don't think it's specific to Android Studio though, but I don't know. So in order to set this up, you can see it asks us to do this for Linux and this one for Windows. So we're just simply going to copy that, head over to our terminal, paste it, and let's see. It asks for a password. So over here it says that the key utility prompts you to enter a password for the key store. The default password for the key store is Android, alright? So you can enter Android and it will generate your SHA-1 for you. Let me stop that. There's a different way to also do this, alright? If you've already set this up before, like I have. If you wanted to do all of that in one command, you can, let's go ahead and search on Stack Overflow. Let's say, let's search for generate SHA-1 for Flutter. Yeah, I've already searched for that before. Stack Overflow using Google Docking. And we can see. So this is it for different ones. So it basically runs the command that we already had before, but then this time it actually adds the password in that one command and then it just generates it for us. Alright, so instead of having to type in the password each time, you can just run that in one command. Alright, so let's go ahead and run that one. And we can see our SHA fingerprint. I'm simply going to copy the SHA fingerprint, the SHA-1. Firebase basically only asks for SHA-1 for phone verification, alright? So it wants only the SHA-1, alright? But it doesn't want the SHA-256. But then go ahead to our project settings in order to add that. Go to your project settings, go over to Android, alright? And then we can add a fingerprint, we can paste that, and it's SHA-1. And we can save that. If you wanted to, you could also copy the SHA-256 and also add that SHA-256. But then the phone verification only requires the SHA-1. But then just for the fun of it, I'm gonna add both of them. All right. So after doing that, each time you edit anything in here, you have to re-download your Google services.json. Let's download that. Paste it in my home. Yeah, I'm just going to paste it here. Save. Alright, I've saved that in my home, so I'm just going to copy that over to my Flutter project. Alright, so let me minimize that window, then open up my Android app, and right there, so I'm going to replace the Google services.json inside of this app folder. Do you know what? Let me open it in my folder. Right, let me copy this, and then we can come here and we can paste it. Okay, replace, overwrite, so we've overwritten what we have. Alright, so after that's done, the project is fully set up. Now it's fully set up, let's go ahead and enable our phone. Where is it? Our phone. Enable that. The phone has been enabled. Let's save that. Yeah, so you can only send 50 SMSs per day. All right, so if you're testing your application, you can only send 50 in a day. You can no longer send any more OTP. So if you were testing and you had some errors, and for that reason you had to keep on resending the OTP and keep on resending it till you verified that, till you cleared that error, then you can't do that more than 50 times, or you'd have to wait till the next day, or you can change your plan and pay, all right, add a billing account. But then if you wanted to avoid that, you can simply add a testing phone number. All right, let me go ahead and make up a phone number plus, let's go with plus 441234567890. That should do. And then for the fake verification code, we'll have 1, 2, 3 to 6 because it has minimum and maximum of 6. So we would just use 1, 2, 3 to 6. So I'm going to wrap that number and that verification code, and we can see we've added a test phone number. So now we can do this without actually sending any notification to any number because this number is fake. All right. So how this works is if in our OTP field we type in this number and we hit send and we call Firebase to verify that phone number, it will check in the testing portion if that number exists there. If that number exists, it will not send any verification, so that way our quota remains at 50. All right, we don't chop into this quota, so it basically doesn't send anything, and we on our end already know that the verification code we've set here will be 123456. So in our device, when we send that, Firebase will check if the phone number is a testing phone number. If it's a testing phone number, it will return positive, all right, positive that the OTP has been sent, but it actually does not send anything, right, because it's a testing phone number. But then it will return a green light for us and say yes, we've sent it, because the way our application is going to work is that when we hit on that send code, we wait for the Firebase to tell us I've sent your OTP. Now you can take the user to the OTP screen. All right, we'll see how all of that works, but then this is basically what happens behind the scenes. All right, so we'll receive that in our application, and we simply wait. When the user hits that button, we send the number to Firebase, and we wait for Firebase to confirm that the OTP has been sent. Now once that is done, we push them to the verification screen, to the OTP verification screen, and then we let them enter the number. So when that happens to us, because it's a testing phone number, Firebase will always return true. And then on our end, we just simply have to enter 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, send it to Firebase for verification. Once more, it will check if the number that we sent, if the verification code that we sent is a testing verification code, and it will verify it for us. Will work. So let's go ahead and start our application. Let's first of all stop it, and then we stop it, and then we start it. All right, so let me turn that one on, and let's start with the backend implementation. All right, so now we're going to implement the Firebase authentication that we've just started. So in order to do that, we are going to implement the repository and the controller layers in our architecture. So first of all, let's start by creating a new file in the repository. All right, so the repository, we're going to call that authentication repository. So the authentication repository will be a class. All right. All right, so this will be a class. All right, this class is where we will write all of the code that will talk to the backend, this case being the Firebase. So this class will have all the functions inside of it that will talk to Firebase and say, hey, this is the information we've got. We send it to you and you receive it, and then we receive any response from Firebase, and then we give it back to the controller. The controller will simply have a list of every function that we're able to execute, or every functionality that we're able to execute. So when the views wants to talk to the backend, the views will talk to the controller will check if I or you, the developer, has put in that functionality. If it doesn't exist, then the views will basically show you an error, a compile time. But then if it exists, then the controller will say, all right, yeah, that exists. Then the controller will talk to the repository and say, repository, we need you to run this function, mate. All right, and then the repository will simply talk to the backend, and that's it. So let's start first of all with the send OTP. So we are going to have a future, since this will contain some functionalities that we have to wait for. So first of all, let's just start off with void so I don't confuse you. Let's start with send OTP. Send OTP. Alright, so send OTP, we will start off that function, and then in here, in the authentication repository, we could either initialize the Firebase authentication in here. Alright, we could either initialize Firebase authentication in here and say auth will be equal to Firebase auth.instance, right, and that will give us an authentication instance. Alright, but then for the sakes of testability, we usually take this in the constructor. Alright, so whatever dependencies, whatever your class depends on, or whatever it needs to talk to the backend, alright, in this case, it will need an Firebase authentication. We will take that in the constructor of the repository. Alright, so that's how test-driven development works. But with this course isn't for test-driven development, so let's just I'm not going to go into details about it, but let's just take it in the constructor, alright, just for the fun of it. So let's take required this dot, let me call it auth, and we can have final Firebase auth will be auth. Alright, so that way we get that in there. Alright, so in order to send the OTP, we have to call the auth dot verify phone number. Right, this is the function that Firebase exposes to us to start a phone number verification process. You can see it over here. Right, it says it starts a phone number verification process for the given phone number. This method is used to verify that the user provided phone number belongs to the user. Firebase sends a code via SMS to the phone number, where you must then prompt the user to enter the code. Alright, so this process, whenever we do this, it will initially, it will start off that, it will kickstart that process of sending the OTP token to the user. Right, so let's start first of all by the verification completed. Is basically what happens when the verification is complete. So when we do that, we can see that it gives us something. When the verification is complete, Firebase will give us a phone auth credential. Alright, so a phone auth credential, we're going to call that credential. So we'll receive that phone authentication credential, and then when the verification fails, Firebase will give us a Firebase exception. Right, an exception is basically a failure, basically. Alright, we'll use that in here when there's an exception. Maybe we will show the user a snack bar, or I don't know, we will do whatever we can do with it. Alright, so this one is what happens when the code has been sent, and then this one is the code auto retrieval timeout. So I don't think I'm going to need to use this, but let's just give it this. It provides us with a verification ID. So if we are waiting to receive the OTP and we don't receive that OTP for a long time, yeah, then the timeout will get triggered, and then this is what happens when the OTP isn't sent for a long time. So the code sent provides us with a string and an integer. Alright, so the code sent, it's triggered when an SMS has been sent, and it will include a verification ID and a token, a false resending token. But I don't think we're going to be using that, so I'm just going to use an underscore for that. Alright, so now we have to start implementing these things. Alright, so this, we want to wait for this to complete before we do anything else. Alright, so we will simply await for this to complete, and in order for this to work, remember, we have to mark this as an asynchronous function, and we want to wait for this because when they start that verification, once they click on that send code, we want to wait for the code to be sent and for them to receive it before we actually continue the application process. All right. So in that way, let's kickstart our phone verification journey then. So the verification doesn't only take those things, right? It also takes a phone number. So for that reason, we will pass that phone number from the screen all the way down to the controller. Controller will take that phone number and hold it and then pass it down to the repository. Alright, so the repository receives that phone number over here, and the phone number will be in this form of a string. Right, so the string phone number, we'll receive that over here and we will make that required because we need that phone number. So we can see over here that for the phone number needs to have a plus, all right, for the user's country code. All right, so if a user was in the UK, they have a +44 number. If they were in India, it would be a +91. If they were in the United States or Canada, +1. All right, so Firebase needs to know what country that person lives in order to be able to send the message correctly. All right, so because you can't just say all right 0 what, and then it will detect what country the person lives in and send the message to the phone number in that country. All right, so we will need in that case to also collect the user's country code while we're collecting their phone number. All right, so we'll look at that once we are done implementing this part. All right, so let's pass in the phone number that we've received into this place. So with that done, let's start implementing this. All right, so over here we'll receive a credential. So once the verification is completed, what do we want to do? We want to use the authentication package to sign in the user with the credential that we were given. All right, so this will sign in the user. Alright, so if we were using an email and password system, we'll sign them in with email and password. If the user was already signed up with their phone number, then we can just simply sign them in with their phone number and so forth and so on. Right, so sending OTP should basically happen, I think it should only happen when they're signing up in order to verify that's their phone number. Alright, so the next time they're signing in, it should automatically just sign them in with their phone number. Alright, so in this case, since we're doing the sign up process, after we do that, it will provide us with a verification completed and provide us with a credential. In that case, we will sign in with credential in order to store that user to the Firebase with that credential that we've just received. Alright, so when we receive an error, when the verification fails, we want to show an error in the form of let's show them a snack bar of the error. So in order to show the snack bar though, we will need to have a scaffold messenger dot of context. This is how we show a snack bar dot show snack bar. Alright, so but then where is the context of this? See, we don't have access to that will happen in the sign-in screen. We don't have access to this context over here, so we'll have to pass this context down to the controller and finally down to the repository. Alright, so let's go ahead and do that. Alright, so we will then request for that context over here. Let's request for that context over here. So required build context. Let's receive that and we'll show them a snack bar. Alright, so the snack bar's content will simply be a snack bar that has a text. I'm going to give it a text, and the text will include the exception. Because it's a Firebase exception, it has a message and a code. Alright, we can see the code, the error code, and we can see the message. So we want to construct a message from this. We want to construct an error message from the code and from the actual message. Alright, so that we can know what's happening. Right, so let's go ahead and do that. Let me tab that out. Let me show this way. Alright, so for the text, we will simply construct a message. Alright, and let's say that message will contain this format. Alright, first of all, we'll show the error code. Right, so we'll show the exception.code. And that if that code was something like, let me show you these various codes that we can receive when there's an error. Yeah, these are the various codes that we can receive, right? we can receive account exists with different credential, and then we can receive invalid credential code. We can receive a lot of codes. So these are the codes that we could receive. They're in a form of strings, all right? So we want to display that string. If it was wrong password, then we say wrong password, and then we say colon, right? So it would be wrong password colon, and then we put in the message from the exception. So we say exception dot message. So if we had an error code that looks something like this, and let me see all the codes. Accounts, this will be the code, and the message might be there is already an account that exists with that phone number. Alright, so then the message that we're sending will look something like this. Accounts exist with different credentials, and then it will have this. There is already an account that exists, so something like that, right? So we could do that, or you could even push this one to a new line. All right, if you wanted to do that, you can just add a this, and it will just simply push it to a new line, and that's what will happen. But I prefer to have it this way. You can do it whatever way you wish to do it. All right, so you can do it whatever way you wish to do it. All right, so in many cases, all right, we will be handling errors. While we're handling errors, whenever there's an error, we want to show that error in a snack bar. All right, so in order to do that, we will have to do this a lot. All right, so I don't want to have to type scaffold messenger dot of context or show snack bar each and every time. So I'm just going to cut this out and then go into my core folder. So usually we have some things called utilities, right? Utilities are basically things that you use over and over and over in your application, right? These are tools that you have to reuse over and over. So we can create a class for those things and put all of them in there. All right, so utils, I'm going to create utils.dart. I'm going to call this core utils. So because it's the core utilities for every feature. So every feature will need to show a snack bar when there's an error. All right, so inside each feature you can also have specific utilities for that feature. All right, we might have to look into that later, but for now let's create a class that has, it's called a core util. That's small c and not a big T. So core utils. The first utility we will have will be a function, a void function that shows a snack bar. Show snack bar, and we will say, yeah, it wants a better spelling with capital B. So we will take the message, a string message in the constructor, and then we will do this scaffold messenger dot of context. All right, so now we also need the context as well, so I'm gonna have to cut this out and put in the message from there. And then for the build context, we can also take the build context context over here, and that's it. So for this, we will simply, when we want to call this, we'll simply say let's make this static then. So I really love static so that we don't have to initialize this class each time. So we will simply also close off the constructor so that we don't mistakenly initialize the class. All right, because we don't want all that extra resource draining. We don't want this class to be alive. We just want to statically access these things. So usually utilities have static functions, all right, inside of them. So let's make that one line. I think this one can also fit in one. I know it can't, so let's Ctrl Z and leave this one this way. Alright, so when we show a snack bar, we can do this. So when we do this, we can simply say call utils dot show snack bar, and now it takes a context and it takes a message. Alright, so we can then pass in that message that we copied, and that's it, and that's done. Alright, so that's it. So this is our message, but I don't like the format of this. It doesn't tell, when someone else is looking at my code, they won't really know what I'm doing here. So in order to make that a lot clearer, I will make these arguments named, alright, so that we know what we're passing when we're passing them. So show snack bar takes a context. So this one will be a context. We can give it a name, and this will be a message. Alright, so when someone else is looking at my code, they can say, alright, yeah, this is the context that they're using, and this is the message, the error message that they're passing. Alright, so this is the message that they're passing to the snack bar. Alright, so this is what we want to do when there's an error. We take that context from the sign-in screen, we pass it to the controller will pass it to the auth repository, and the auth repository will use it here. Alright, so that's what we want to do. And when the code gets sent, we want to push the user to the OTP verification screen. So when the code gets sent, that's what we want to do. Push them to the OTP verification screen. So let's go ahead and do that. So we have our navigator dot push, and we won't push to replace because we don't want to replace the sign-in screen. Alright, we want to just go ahead and just push so that we can come back when there's an error and then fix, like maybe change their phone number or something. Alright, so we're pushing using that context that we've collected, this context. So we push using that, and then we go ahead and add a material page route, and we use a builder, take that context, and we return something. We will return the OTP verification screen, and that's it. Alright. So now, after we create a function in our repository, we have to also list it in our controller. So in that case, we have to create an authentication controller, and we have our class authentication controller, and the authentication controller will depend on the repository. And because it depends on the repository, and like this one depends on the Firebase auth, we will take its dependency in the constructor. So we say authentication controller this dot repository. So we take final authentication repository, and we call it repository. So how the controller works, remember I told you that the controller just holds a list of all the functions that we're able to execute, and in this case our function is this. Alright, so we simply copy that over and we put that here. It takes a built context, and it will take that context and pass it there to that person. So what does it do in return? In return, it will simply call the repository .send OTP, and it will pass in these things to it. Alright, these things we receive from here. You can see this is also pointing to that. So how this works, our view will call the controller. The controller will check and say, alright, we have a send OTP, and then it will go into its body and call the repository's send OTP. Do you get it? Right, but then since this is just one line, we can replace it with an arrow function. Alright, we can replace it with that, and that should do the trick. If you want it the other way, you can also do it the other way, and since they're both returning, so usually we just return whatever function the repository returns. Alright, because imagine that this wasn't returning void, it was returning something like a user. Right, then we can simply return a user here as well, and then over here we let this function execute and return us that user, and we return that user to the controller's send OTP. So that's usually good practice, to return whatever the repository returns, be it void or not. So, and now for that to happen, we have to come to our sign-in screen and then call the controller. We have to call the authentication controller. We initialize it. So we initialize that, and we can say authentication controller.send OTP. Right, we pass it the context and the phone number. The phone number will come from the text field. Right, this text field, the input they've put in. We'll get that phone number. I'll teach you how to extract data from the text field, and we'll put that phone number in here. Right, whatever that is, we'll put that in here and we call that. Alright, but then we can see there's a little error. There's an error here because it expects one argument, and that argument is the repository, because it depends on the repository. In order to give it the repository, we will have to say auth repository, and we'll pass it here. And now the auth repository also wants the Firebase authentication, so we also have to initialize Firebase authentication instance. All right, so now over time we will have to use the controller over and over, because in our verification, OTP verification, after this is done, we have to send this to the Firebase server. All right, so in order to do that, we'll also have to come here and also initialize the authentication controller, and in here initialize the authentication repository, and in the authentication repository we also have to initialize the Firebase instance in order to finally be able to verify the OTP. And that's a lot of stuff to do over and over and over again. All right, and that will also eat into our resources, because we are initializing these things over and over again, which is also why we started using statics and stopped initializing these things. But then since the classes in here need something, they need these properties, we can't really make this a private one, because we really need to pass these things to you, to the authentication controller. So how can we do that? How can we make it such that we create this once, and create this once, and create this once, and we never have to create it again, so that each time we can just say auth controller or whatever, and then we just use its value? We need to find a way to do that, and that's where state management of Flutter comes in. All right, state management means being able to hold a state, all right, over these periods or the existence of the application. All right, so we could use the stateful widget and hold a state like we've done before previously. In here we had the page controller, and instead of having to initialize this page controller over and over, so we can see over here we used it, and over here we used it, over here we used it again, instead of having to initialize it each time and having different instances of it, all right, we just had one instance of the page controller. We put that in the state and it was saved. But then remember that this only exists inside of the state of the onboarding screen. But then the auth controller, if we initialize it inside of the sign-in screen, it means that if we change this to a stateful widget and initialize that auth controller over here, it means we will only have one version of that auth controller, and we can't use it inside of this place, meaning that in here we also have to initialize another one in a stateful widget, and that would just be too much work, wouldn't it? So we want to initialize that in one place to be able to use it across different widgets across our application. So in order to do that, we have to start using state managers. All right, and one of such state managers, Flutter has a lot of state managers, but then one of such state managers will be the Flutter Riverpod. All right, Riverpod is a state manager, is a state management solution. So what this basically does, Riverpod basically lets you hold state. All right, so you can hold a state, and then you can use that state across your application. So for example, if you had a page controller and you wanted to use that same page controller in a different page, you don't have to start passing that around in your constructors. You can just define it in one place, and your Riverpod will provide it across your application. All right, so you can just save it in one place and use it across your application. In order to understand Riverpod, I've created a new project, and we have the default counter app. Let me go ahead and run that. Alright, so state management deals with managing and updating data in Flutter. Alright, so what is data? Data means anything on the screen, any widget on your screen. It could be this text widget, it could be this one, it could be that one, it could even be the color of the app bar, it could be the color of our floating action button, it could be the icon, whatever that is on the screen is our data. And state management deals with how we update that data and make sure that it updates on the user interface, right, that it updates properly. So for example, in this case, our data target would be the 0. This is the default counter application from Flutter. The data that we're targeting would be the 0. All right, the 0 is a variable which is defined at the top over here, and we simply display it over here. All right, so this is it. This is the 0. All right, So now the target is updating this data. So when we hit this button, we want this data to be increased by 1. Alright, counter plus plus is also the same thing as counter plus. Counter should be equal to the old value of counter plus 1. Alright, so if counter was 0, then counter will now become 0 in this case plus 1, and 0 plus 1 would give us 1. Alright, and now the old value is 1. Now naturally in Flutter, if we wanted to increment the counter and we put this code in here, and then we created our floating action button, and on press of our floating action button we call increment counter. Alright, so on press of that button we want to increase the value of that. When we do that normally, it actually increases, but nothing happens on the screen. As you can see, I've spammed that button, but nothing's happened here. Alright, but the moment that I do a hot reload, you can see that the value increases to 7 automatically. Alright, but then if we want for that to just whatever change happens to show up immediately on the screen, this is when you need to manage your state. This is when you need to update your data or display your data. We use something called set state. Alright, and set state by definition notifies the framework that the internal state of the object has changed. What object? The state of a stateful widget. This widget. Its state has changed. Remember that when we have a stateless widget, we just have the stateless widget. It's one class. Alright, this is our widget. Alright. In the case of a stateful widget, we also have our widgets, the stateful widget. But then the stateful widget has a method called createState. It's a function called createState. It returns the state, a state. So after creating your stateful widget, you create a state for it. Alright, and then you manage that state. Alright, a state is basically like a container that will hold on to values that you want to use over time. Alright, so we want this value to be changeable. Alright, so when we want to hold important values, right, so for example this counter, and we know that this counter will change over time, we create a container to hold it so that when we want to change it, we can change it and it will save. It's like a checkpoint, right? It will save whatever change you made to it as far as this stateful widget is alive. Alright, and when will this stateful widget die? This stateful widget dies when we destroy this page. It could be through closing the application or through popping this page, like going back, hitting the back button, and this page will be destroyed. So then this state will be lost. Alright, so in that case, when I restore the previous glory of this stateful widget, you can read that it says this call to set state tells the Flutter framework that something has changed, and this is exactly what we're talking about. Something has changed where? In the state of this stateful widget. We can see that the create state wants us to tell it, alright, I need a state. The stateful widget needs a state, and that's why it's stateful and not stateless. Alright, so it needs a state. So what we do, we create that state. This is our state. We create it and we pass it to this person and say, when you're looking for your state, this is the state that I've defined for you, and then we put it here. Alright, whenever we do anything and we want to increase it, we want to increase the value, or we want to change the value that's held in a state, we call set state. And we can only use set state inside of a stateful widget because we are setting the state. Alright, we're changing the state. What state? The state of the stateful widget. The state of the stateful widget. A stateless widget does not have a state, so there's no state to set. Alright, so this causes it to rerun the build method below so that the display can reflect the updated values. If we change counter without calling set state like I've shown you, then the build method will not be called again, and so nothing would appear to happen. Alright, so, and this is the definition for the build method. Alright, this method is rerun every time that setState is called. For instance, is done by the increment counter method above. The Flutter framework has been optimized to make rerunning build methods fast so that you can just rebuild anything that needs updating rather than to individually change the widgets. Alright, so you can go ahead and read the rest of this properly documented default code, but then we're just going to go ahead and add a print here. Alright, let's print build called. And let's see when that build method gets called. Alright, so whenever I refresh the page, sorry, it's in the run rather. Whenever I refresh the page, let me refresh. Whenever I refresh the page, you can see that the build method was called. The build method is basically what builds these things. It will build a scaffold, and whatever you return in here, it will paint. It's like the painter. It will paint anything that you've given to it onto the canvas that has been provided to it. Development, think about it as construction. Alright, so you have your builder and you have your scaffolding. Alright, so you need this scaffolding as the base to put the rest of your stuff onto it. Alright, and then we have the constructor, the construction worker, who builds out all of these. Right, he starts from the scaffold and builds everything else down to the whatever is your last widget. setState will change this value. It will take care of changing it, and then it will call your build. Right, it will call your build until your build something has changed. It will take whatever changed, give it to your build, and then repaint whatever widget was using it. Alright, in this case it was the counter. Alright, so that's how setState works. Alright, so now that's great and all, having setState refresh the screen for us whenever we want it to, but then here comes the problem. Imagine our app had two different screens where we could increase the counter value. Alright, so maybe imagine building an e-commerce site, alright, and your user has added something to the cart. You have a screen where they can see the history of things they've added to the cart. Two screens later, user adds something to the cart, and then they go back to their screen, to the screen before, and they're expecting to see that reflect over there. That actually wouldn't work because that state is local to your cart. I know I'm going larger, I'm just skipping from a simple counter to e-commerce, but let me show you an example using our counter application. Alright, let me build two other screens. Let's call them screen A. I don't know, screen A. Let me call the second one screen B. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and build this part out quickly. Let me go ahead and import material. I have a stateless widget, and then let me call it screen A, right? And then for this one, we also have a scaffold. We have an app bar. The app bar will help us have a button at the top over here to go back to the previous page. Alright, so that's why I'm putting that. So let me also put a title for the app bar, and I'm going to call it screen A so that we know that we're in screen A. Add const over there, and then in the body we have center a child will be a raise button. No, an elevated button, and it will have an unpressed of, say, I don't know, and then they will finally have a child that says text go back to counter app. Alright, on top of this we want to pop content. So sorry, this was actually screen B rather, not screen A. So let me do that. Let me copy that over and go to screen A, paste that, I'm going to call that screen A, and I'm going to change this one to screen B. So now that we're done creating our two screens, let me show you where the problem comes in. Imagine that we wanted to, I don't know, show when we go to our first of all, let me replace every new line. Then secondly, in our column in the main page, we have our two text widgets. Underneath them, I'm going to add two elevated buttons. Text, go to, I don't know, screen A. And it should be constant. And we also have one for going to screen B as well. Alright, so we can save that and see, go to screen A and screen B. We can add a sized box with a height of 20 between the both of them. And you can make a constant. Alright, so we can also add the same size box over here. Alright, so when we tap on this, we want to go to screen A. When we tap on this, we want to go to screen B. Navigator.of_context.push material page routes. And we want to go to screen A. Alright, well, that's it. Alright, let me do the same thing for the second person. That would be screen B, but this time we're going to screen B. Alright, so when we save that and we tap on those buttons, it goes to screen A. When we tap that, we go back here. When we tap this, we come in. When we tap that, we go back to the home page. Alright, so now imagine that in this screen we wanted to also use the value of that counter, whatever it was over here. Alright, we wanted to use that in here, and also in here we wanted the user to be able to do something to that counter, maybe decrease it or something. Alright, so this will be the page where we can increment it. In screen A we can decrease its value. Now how would that even work? Alright, we could quite like pass that value down to screen A, alright, by saying counter will be the counter that we have, alright, and we can go to screen A and collect a counter. Alright, now we can say required this dot counter, alright, and then that would work. Right, that would work for displaying. Let me display it in some way. I don't know. Let me wrap this in. Let me change this to. No, let me just remove this. And then wrap this in a column. And then add a text. And we can say maybe counter value will be the counter that we have. Alright, so that's that. Oops, let me restart. Let's go to screen A. I have to center that. No, main axis alignment should be here. Center. And we can also do, I don't know, cross axis should also be centered. I don't know why that's not in the center. Let me just wrap my entire column with a center widget. Alright, so that's that. So we have that counter value. Let me add a sized box of height 20. Right, so we have that counter value over there. Forgive me for all of these changes, but give me a bit. We could also say this should be the text style, and we can make it font weight to be font weight dot bold, and we can make the font size to be 18. You want to be constant, let's give you constant. Alright, so we can see that little value over there. Alright, so when we go back to the counter app and we increase this, when we push to this screen, all right, when we hit that button, this button, it will take the current value of this and send it here, which at this point is 3. And when we open this, we can see 3. All right. So, but then how about if we wanted to edit its value over here? All right. If in screen 8 we wanted to have a floating action button as well, let's copy that floating action button from the main page. If we wanted to have this in screen A, inside of our scaffold, and we have a floating action button, and on pressed of it, we wanted to increase the value of the counter. All right, we actually can't. Let me save that. We can see our little thingy. So you might think that we can do counter plus plus, all right, but we can't do that. All right, you can see counter can't be used because it's final. You could decide, all right, let me make this not final, and let me remove this. But then now that would work, and when you save that and you increment this and you go back, you can see it's still 3. Everything's 3. You might say, all right, it's because it's stateless. Let's make it stateful then. All right, let's make it stateful. Now, in order to access the value of something in the stateful widget, in the stateful widget part of the stateful widget, remember that it has 2 parts: the stateful widget part and the state of the stateful widget. All right, so this is the state of it, and this is the widget itself. All right, just like a stateless widget, this is a stateful widget, and then the stateful widget has a separate state. All right, so when we have this counter over here and we want to use it, you can't just say counter because it can't find it in this scope. So anything you use in here is within the scope of the state. All right, if you want to use anything from the widget of our state, you have to say widget, which is referring to the widget of our state, dot counter, then you can find the counter. All right, so we can say, and we can set state even, and we can set state. All right, let's do that. Let's even restart the entire application. We can go to screen A, we can see this, we can increase this. When we go back, we see that over here it's still the same. It's still 0. All right, nothing has changed. All right, so you might say, all right, we could fix that by making the counter a global variable so that we could change it from anywhere in the application. Fine, let's do that. Let's leave this one as a constant, and let's go ahead and find a global variable, define a global variable called counter. So in the main, instead of limiting the counter to be here, we will take it out of here and put it at the top of our file so that everyone can have access to it. Alright, so in the counter, let's remove this one as well because we no longer need it. Alright, let me add a constant over here. Private variable, so I'm going to change that to a non-private variable so that over here we can actually use it. So you can see the counter value of main. We can also delete this and also increment that value directly from here. Alright, so this is it. It's now global. Everyone has access to it. It's no longer limited to this state, Right, so we can change it from A and we can change it from B. Let's go ahead and restart and see what happens. I believe that's restarted. So we've changed it to 3. And when we come here, we can see it's changed to 3, right? It's taken that value, passed it back. But then over here, when we increment to 7 and we go back, we can see that it's still 3. What's happened then? Alright, so whenever we create the screen A, whenever we hit this button to go to screen A, do you know what happens? We have already incremented the counter variable, and that counter variable is this one. Alright, when we increment that and then we push to A, alright, whenever we push to A is still listening to this variable. Alright, when we come into A, let me say increase this to 9, you see that was actually at 7. But then so when we go to A, we simply create a whole new screen. So when we create a whole new screen, it fetches the fresh value of counter. At this point, the fresh value was 9. Alright, but when we increase it here, it actually increases, or we can see it here. Why? Because we're calling set state, and this set state is setting the state for this widget. It's setting this state, but it's not setting that state. This state, it's not affecting this state. This state is different from that state. Alright? So now we have two different states. When we update this state, it doesn't affect the other state. Alright? It doesn't affect any other state in the application at all. So it's actually sets this state for screen A. But when we go back to the counter application, no one has called set state in this place. We only called it there. So when we actually refresh the application, we can see 13 now reflecting. So when you increase something in a state, in the first state, in one state, it doesn't affect the next state, even if they are sharing the same global variable. It does not rebuild this one. So that's where state management solutions come into Flutter. This is when we start introducing state management. What state management solutions allow you to do is to create one single state and share that single state across your application. Alright, so we can define one single state in a folder, in a file. Alright, and when we define that state, we can then in fact use that state across every part of our application. And whenever that happens, you find that we need to use the stateful widget less, because now we no longer need the state of the stateful widget to keep our states. We will only use the state of a stateful widget when we have a local state to keep. We know we don't want to share that state across the application, so that's when we just maybe you might decide to use it then. But even then, you could just decide to create a global state for it for whatever reasons. So now let's go ahead and fix this issue with a state management solution known as Riverpod. So in order to do that, we will have to install the Flutter Riverpod. Alright, this is the main Riverpod package. You can see we can just copy that and install it. There's no extra setups to do. So let me open this one back up. Alright, so let's go ahead and install Riverpod. Flutter pub add. I forgot totally to tell it what to add. Alright, it's done that. Now, in order to actually use this, we will create one state, right, to use across our application. So we could call that state, I don't know, counter state. Alright, and over here we can create it, and let's call it final counter state will be equal to state provider. Now the state provider is from the Riverpod package. Sorry, it's from the Riverpod package. It provides you with a state. We would create one state. I told you that we'd create one state and use it across the application. Alright, so that way our different states don't have to be blind to what the other state is doing at any point in time. Right, so we just have one state and we share that state across the application, and we can see it exposes a value that can be modified from outside. So we already exposed a similar value in the main.dart, but then it can't be updated from the outside. But then this state provider gives us the ability to do that. Alright, so you can see their example. Usually you don't even call them states, they call them providers. Alright, so because it's a state provider. So we say something like counter provider, products provider. It receives something called a reference, gives us a reference to the provider, but that's not important now. But what we really want is to know what this is. This is the states that we're trying to, share. Alright, in that case, remember that I told you that we have the state, the main state of the stateful widget, and we have the states that we're trying to change. The values that we have to change across the application, or we have to update the UI for, are also called states. Those variables are states, so that is the state of your text. Right, so this is our inner state. So when we do state provider and I hit tab, you can see it provides me with a reference. We can see it's a state provider reference, right? And then we can give it what we want it to provide for us. In this case, it's the counter. Alright, in this case, the counter will be 0. All right, we no longer have to save that counter in a counter variable because it's saved in this state already. All right, so let me change this to provider. All right, so we have our little counter provider. Inside of this provider, it will have a variable. It automatically creates a variable called a state. All right, so it will be like int state is equal to 0 because I've passed it an integer over here. So that's what basically what it will. That's what you can imagine it as. If it helps you understand that better. All right, so now in order to actually use that state, remember that we no longer need this state though, because um we no longer need the help of a stateful widget because let me delete this one as well. No, where is this? Yes, because now we have a state. We have a general state. Where is it? Counter state. All right. We have a general state to use. All right. So let me change this to stateless widget. All right. So I've changed that to a stateless widget, and we no longer need widget.title. It can just be a title because there's no longer a widget for the now. This is where it gets fun. All right, we will describe. We have to tell the floating action button what to do when it gets pressed. All right, what to do when it gets hit. All right, and in order to do that, I will define a function later. But for now, I will leave it as empty. So let's go ahead and check if we've got anything else to do. Nothing here. Let's go back here as well and change our onPress to be empty as well. So that way we also, all right, so we're still listening to the counter value. So let's go ahead and delete that counter because we no longer need it. But then now, how do we listen? How do we feed our counter value from the state into our widgets that need them? All right, how can we do that? So in order to do that, we will use something called a consumer widget. All right, so in the cases of providers, in order to use them, you have to transform your widget, the widget that will need to use that value. So in this case, we don't need to transform my app because my app does not need the counter. Who needs the counter? It's my homepage because we need it over here. All right. So we will convert, if it was a stateful widget, we would convert it to a consumer stateful widget. If it was a stateless widget, we simply convert it to a consumer widget. Remember, for this one, we convert it to a consumer widget. For a stateful widget, we convert it to a consumer stateful widget. All right, so we go ahead and import Riverpod. All right, and we can see over here we're already getting screamed at. There's something wrong. We can see that my homepage.build, which is our build method, the one that we've currently provided, it's given we're collecting only the build context, but it's saying that it's not a valid override of the consumer widget.build. And let's go ahead and hit control or command, hold control command and hit on this, and we can see its build method. Let's see what it does. So we can see what the build method does differently. It doesn't only give us the context, it also gives us the widget reference. All right. So a widget reference is simply, let's see. So it's actually an object that allows your widgets to interact with your provider. So since we already have a counter state provider, we have this provider. How do we interact with this provider? You might think that we could just say, let me show you. You might think that we could just say, let me see, counter provider, and we import that dot, I don't know, dot whatever. So we can't directly, we should not directly interact with the providers. For you to interact with it, you always need something called a widget ref. So that is what the build method from a consumer widget gives to us. So this is our parent. The consumer widget in turn is in turn extending a consumer stateful widget. Consumer stateful widget extends a stateful widget, and we can see that we no longer have to use any stateless widget when we're using a consumer widget. All right. So like what I mean is, in this case, we think we are actually in a stateless widget, or like we don't need a state, but then implicitly the consumer widget is actually using a consumer stateful widget. So now we can see that they're creating a state for us implicitly, but then we can use that state across the application. All right, so there's nowhere that the consumer widget uses a stateless widget, because for us to even consider using a consumer or a Riverpod state management, we know that we need a state and we need to manage and update that state across our application. So the best thing about this is that it reduces the amount of code that we write, so we no longer have to create a host stateful widget, which is a lot longer to create than a stateless widget. So now we have our consumer stateless widget, a consumer widget, right? And it provides us with a widget reference, which helps us interact with our provider. Now, in order to interact with our provider, we need to get the state in that provider. And how do we do that? In order to do that, use your reference, the widget reference that you get from the build method, all right? And you say ref dot. Now we have two options. We have read and we have watch. What read does is that read will read the value, right, of that provider once when you build your application. All right, so it will read it once when you build your application, and it will not read it again. When you update the value of that provider, it does not update here. So if we use read, it wouldn't update. But if we use watch, watch would watch. It does what it says. It watches. It will read that value in the beginning when the build method gets called, and then it will keep on watching that value. So whenever that value changes, it signifies you and tells your UI, listen, it's changed. It's now 13. You should be 13, something like that. All right, so let's change that from read to watch, and then we tell it what provider we want to watch. In that case, it will be the counter provider. That is what we want to watch. All right, so I think we have to say .notify it .state. This is the value of the integer. So let's change that to a string because it's an integer, and that should give us the value of that thing, because at this point is 0, so it should actually just be 0 over here as well. So let me see, in Sqlite we've also got a problem. I will convert this from a state, so let me just show you an example of what to do if you were using a stateful widget for some reason. It would be consumer stateful widget, and you can see over here it also wants a consumer state, so we change its state to a consumer state here. And then I think that's it. So no, over here as well, you have to change it to a consumer state. And that's it. Then you can use it. But we're not using a stateful widget. We're also going to convert this one to a stateless widget. So let's change it to a consumer state. A consumer widget. And then in the build method, we also want the widget ref. So we can simply say that its value will be ref.watch. You can actually just create the variable here in order not to create some long line of text. So let's say final counter will be equal to ref.watch. Let's counter provider. I think this would work as well. So let's see if this works even. But then we can see we have a problem here, all right? That state, no provider scope found. Let's go to the documentation. We can see we have a documentation over here. All right, let's read that. So let's get started. So we can see over here that for widgets to be able to read providers, we need to wrap the entire application in a provider scope widget. All right, so let's go ahead and do that. Let's find our widget and wrap it, our main widget, and wrap it in a provider scope. Wrap with widget, provider scope. All right, and then we restart the application. Now let's see. You can also see 0 here, and we can also see 0 there. So let's increase this. Sorry, I haven't built out the increment yet. So on tap of the increment button, we want to say ref.read. Why read in this case? We're reading because we don't need to listen, or we don't need to watch the value of the counter inside of the onPressed function. The onPressed function will just do what it does. It carries out the function or the commands that you give it in here. It carries out the code in here, and then it exits this function. So there's no need to keep watching over here. The current counter provider, let's .notifier .state is equal to, so let's do it, let's make a plus plus then. Alright, so let's do that over here and then screen A. Let's do that as well in screen B. And let's save that. So when we increment here and go to screen A, oh my days, something's wrong. Alright, so we don't need to do this. We can simply use the counter provider and it returns us the integer that we need to listen to. Alright, so let's go ahead and save this. So whenever you need to use the value of the provider, the value of the state provider, alright, you can do this by saying ref.watch that provider or ref.read if you only need to use it once. But then whenever you're updating its value, you have to say read that provider's notifier, and then that will give you access to the state of it, and then we carry out an activity on it. Right, so this is basically the same thing as saying it's equal to ref.read counter provider.notifier.state plus 1. Basically, it's the same thing. So then let's keep it simple. And let's increment this. We can see it's increasing. When we go over here, we can see 6. When we increase it here to 12, we go back, we can see 12 as well. So now that's working perfectly. Alright, so now the next thing we're going to talk about will be Flutter hooks. So for hooks, let's say for example, we had our road UI, so I'm just gonna restore that. VCS operations, show history. Let me go ahead and restore what we had before. Let me see. Alright, let's restore that. And let's go ahead and replace. Alright, so here we have our Ode app, our Ode counter application, and it works, right? It works perfectly. But then we can see that this starts getting tedious, alright? In order to update a value, we have to create a state, and then we have to create another state, like the individual states that we had to update. If we had different things over here to update, all right, maybe we had something else, I don't know, name or age or something, and then as users change those values, each of them would change. Then we would have to have int age, int string name and all that and so forth, right? And we would have to create functions or write functions to change their values by calling setState over and over and over again. Now that's a tedious task, isn't it? So in order to solve that, Flutter hooks was invented, alright, having to manage a state and updating it by calling setState and so forth. So with Flutter hooks, we can totally even delete our stateful widget. Alright. Now I know you're already asking, what is the difference, or what is the difference between Riverpod and Flutter hooks? Like, aren't they solving the same problem? Well, no. Flutter hooks manages local state, Alright, so it's also the same thing as a stateful widget. It has the same problems that a stateful widget has, where we can't update the state across different screens. Alright, it will only update within this widget. Alright, but the only thing that it takes away is the need to create a different state and then create our variables in there and have to manage all of those. Alright, so in order to use Flutter Hook, let me actually remove this, remove increment counter. I'll create that one later. So let me go ahead and install Flutter Hooks then. Let's copy that. Sorry, Control C. No, that's not it. Alright, so in order to use Flutter Hooks, we will. Now there's a problem. Oh yeah, I've got some errors over here. Alright, we'll run that later. We'll run that later after we've fixed these issues. So this is the way to create our counter. So now that we no longer have a state, where do we save our variable? We will save it in the build method, alright? So final counter will be equal to let's say use states. Alright, this is what it does. It creates a variable and subscribes to it. Alright, so whenever the value of that variable whenever the value of that state, this is a state, whenever the value of that state gets updated, even look, Alright, so their example is also using the counter example. That's beautiful. Alright, so whenever we change the value of that state, alright, it automatically tells everyone who's using it the value of this has changed. So update your widget. Alright, so this is how to use hooks. So you no longer have to create a whole stateful widget. You can just use the Flutter hooks and use the useState function. This will create a stateful widget for you. It doesn't really create a stateful widget, alright, but then it creates something like a stateful widget called a value notifier. It basically just notifies your whoever's using the values inside of it, alright, that the value has changed. So now we can just put its value to be 0. And then over here, in order to get that 0, similar to what we had with Riverpod, we could just call ref.watch, and we had the put in the counter provider. In this case, we would say counter.value, and that gets us the value inside of it. In this case, it's an integer, as you can see, but text takes a string, so we will convert that to a string. And then for incrementing the value, we will simply do this, and then it will simply say counter.value plus plus. Alright, and that should, without set state or whatever, that should update that local state within here. That works for this. So let's go ahead and run the application. Alright, so now we can see there's another error. Similar to what we had with the Riverpod, where we had to go to the main.dart and wrap it with a provider scope. In this case, what they want us to do, let's go to documentation so you can see how this works, is that, yes, we can see. So the same way that Riverpod makes you change your stateless widgets to a consumer widget, this person makes you change your widget to a hook widget. Alright, so Riverpod and hooks are similar in this way. Let's restart the application and let's see where that error comes from. Oh, forgive me, I put the hook in the wrong place. This is where we need to put the hook in my home page. Let's do a hot restart and see. We can see that's happened, right? When we hit this button, we can see it actually updates, alright? It updates. Oops, sorry. So now that's Flutter Hook, alright? Flutter Hooks provide a way. Now you could totally create that. You could totally think that you should be able to create this useState counter out here, alright? And then maybe just say provider counter.value plus equal to whatever, and then update it update it, I don't know, on the other screen. But when we do that and reload, you can see, let's see, you can see that there's errors, all right? So it was used after being disposed. This just means that you can't use the hook variable outside of a widget, outside of a hook widget. It has to be in the build method of a hook widget, all right? It simply cannot be outside the context of a hook widget, and that's that, all right? So when we do it that way, then it will work. So that's why Flutter hooks helps with local set state replacement, all right? It replaces the need to create an entire state and then manage and update the UI based on that state, all right? So that's Flutter hooks, and that's how it ties into stateful widgets. Now that we know what Flutter Riverpod does, and we also know what Flutter hooks does, what if, think about it, what if you needed to use the functionalities of Flutter Riverpod and Flutter hooks in the same widget, alright? Imagine that we had a state, alright, that we wanted to transform that was different than the counter. Imagine that we also needed a second counter, alright, and we didn't want to use a provider, or this is just for example purposes. It could be something else, it could be something totally different. Alright, in order to make it simpler, I'm just going to use a second counter, alright? I could say that counter2 will be equal to useState. Alright, so we've got a few things here that we could use, but I'm using the useState because that's what we need to use, alright? So what if we needed a counter2? So over here, we could do this and say, double that and say this one should be counter1. The next one should be counter2 as well. So counter1 will have the value of counter from the provider, and counter2 will have the value of counter2 dot value, alright, because that's from hooks, and as I taught you, that's how Flutter hooks works, alright. Let's have a column and have both floating action buttons, alright. Alright, so this one would be for counter1 and this one would be for counter2. Right, so that's for counter1. For counter2, we can say counter2 dot value plus plus, and we could delete all of this. So this one's editing the provider's values and this one's editing the hook's value. Alright, so let's restart. Yeah, so now you see where the problem is, right? So this one is also expecting us to have a hook widget, alright? So, but then we can't actually convert this to a hook widget because it's already a consumer widget. So if we change it to a hook widget, then we have a problem with our consumer widget because the widget ref needs to be in a subclass or in a class that is a consumer widget. Alright, so now there's this fight between the consumer and the hook. Alright, there's that little fight between the both of them. So in that case, what should we do? What can we do? We really can't do anything about it. So in order to help us out with that, a great developer decided to invent BLoC Riverpod. So when we search for BLoC Riverpod, we can see that it's basically got the same documentation as the Riverpod, which is bad documentation. It doesn't really say much about hooks or anything. When we search for hooks, in fact, there's not one mention of hooks in the actual documentation, except a link to the package for BLoC Riverpod, which we're currently at, and these are the only mentions of hook. So this is bad documentation. But then if you go into the example, we can see that in their example, they've used a hook consumer widget. Now, we can actually combine our hook and our consumer widget by using a hook consumer widget, and that way we can use both a hook and a Riverpod consumer widget in the same widget. alright, and flutter pub get, right? Let's stop the application and restart it. Now there's some errors, so let's first of all import what we need to import, BLoC Riverpod, and we can see, alright, we can see that that's imported, and we can add those to our project, and then we can import that. So you can see that now we have the use state from Flutter hooks, and we have the provider stuff from the hooks provider, alright? But then in order to combine both of them, hooks provider gives us both Riverpod functionality, and it also gives us the hook consumer widget that lets us use Flutter hooks alongside it. Alright, so let's go ahead and run that and see if that works. And we can see it works. Alright, so there's no errors so far. Let's bring these down. Let's see. Main axis alignment should be end. So let's do that and see. Alright, yeah. So now when I increment this one, the counter 1 actually increments using the provider, and counter 2 increments as well using Flutter hooks. And that's the beauty of BLoC Riverpods. Alright, so with all of that said and done, there's one more thing. Alright, so remember how we've done this in our counter state. I'm going to remove that state. Let's import BLoC Riverpod. Yes. Remember how we've done this in our counter state. Alright, we've created a provider for our counter provider, and we've done this. Alright, imagine that this was a larger application, alright, where we had to do a lot of stuff. Alright, we not only had to increase the values. Let me go ahead and remove this. I only need to use a consumer widget. I don't need a hook, so there's no point using a hooks consumer widget. Oh, and I think I forgot to tell you, when using hooks and Riverpod, BLoC Riverpod together, whenever you need to use both of them in one place, then you use hooks consumer widget. Whenever you only need to use a widget ref or a Riverpod reference, then you use only the consumer widget. And then whenever you need to use only a hook, maybe you only wanted to use the hook without using this part, then you can do a hook widget. Alright, so but then whenever it's both of them together, then you can combine them using this. Alright, so for now I'm only going to focus on this one. Alright, so let me go ahead and remove the second counter value. Let's just listen to only one then. So we're only going to listen to counter 1, and then there comes the problem. Alright, so sorry, not what's this doing here? Alright, let me remove that. Alright, so there might be cases, there will always be cases, when your application begins to grow bigger. Alright, in this case, this is the counter application. We're only doing one thing here. Alright, increasing the counter. Normally, you'd have more than one thing to do. You'd probably have more than one state to hold, basically. Alright, but then, when that's the case, it's usually good practice to define the functionalities inside of your state, inside of your Riverpod state. Alright, it's best practice is to define them in your Riverpod state, alright, instead of actually just manipulating your state outside of the state function, of the state file. Alright, so in order to do that, we can go ahead and create a counter class, alright, that extends a state notifier. Alright, and what type is our state? Our state is an integer. Alright, and then we could go ahead and hover over this, and it asks to create a call to the super constructor for us. We can click that and it simply creates that for us. Alright, so then after we do that, we can create a void increment over here in order to increment the state. Alright, so we can say state. We can set the state to be equal to state will be equal to state, or let's just do state plus plus if that's the case. Alright, let's just do state ++, and if we wanted to decrement it, we would do state minus minus. All right. So then after doing that, we have to create a provider for it. So it'd be counter provider will be equal to a state notifier provider, and we return the counter, all right, and give it the first state. All right, we have to pass it the first state. So this is basically what happens. All right, we pass it the initial state. All right, what our state is meant to be an integer. All right, because this is what we're using. We're using an integer to do all of our operations. All right, so what will be the first default value of our integer? All right, if this was nullable, then we could probably pass null over here. All right, so that the value could start off as null. But this is nullable. We want it to start off with something, and that should be 0. So we're simply going to pass in 0 over here. All right, so then inside of our counter, let me remove this. And let me change this one to increment and this one to decrement. And this would be icons dot remove. Alright, let's save that. Yes, I might decide to add some space size box that we could have height to be 20. Constant. Right, that's that. So in the onPressed of the increment, we can actually just go ahead and say the ref.read counter provider dot notifier dot, and then we call our increment. Where is it? Increment. All right, and we can do the same thing for decrement. So that way we've abstracted our code, and we no longer the UI is no longer concerned with how the increments and decrements work. All right, if we had some I don't know, if we had some limitations to offer, so maybe we don't want it to decrease beyond 0, we could do all of that here. All right, so this is why providers and blocks and everything like them, state management, most of the time they're referred to as application logic. All right, because they handle the logic. So we could say if state is greater than 0, then we want to decrement. All right, so in that way the UI is no longer concerned with how we decrement or how we increment. All it knows is that an increment has to happen. All right, so that increment happens in our counter state. All right, and then the application logic then focuses fully on handling the state, increasing it, changing its values, and so forth and so on. We could even add a reset, all right, to reset it to 0 wherever we are. All right, so we let the application logic handle all of that. All right, let's even do that. Reset will actually just put the state to be 0. All right, but then I'm not going to use that. You could add a button to use that, but this is just for example purposes. All right, so when we restart that and we increment, we can see, and when we decrement, we can see it doesn't go past 0. All right, so because that's how good code works. But then there comes the last problem. All right, I promise this is the last problem. So there comes the last problem with all of this. This is a lot of code. It looks small right now, but you could end up having a lot more stuff going on in here. All right, before you know it, this is how real-world applications work. At this point, we're just using a counter, for example. But then in a real-world application, before you know it, this actually starts to get too big. All right, and when this starts getting too big, then there will be a lot of boilerplate, right? All right, now in order to avoid all of that boilerplate, that is where generators come in. All right, code generators. what do they do? They do what their name suggests, and they generate codes for us. All right. So when there's a lot of boilerplate to write, don't worry, code generators have got you covered. And for code generators in Flutter, there is always one important package, and that package is called a build runner. Alright, so how do build runners work? Right, so this is the build runner. So for the build runner package provides a concrete way of generating files using Dart code. Files are always generated directly on disk. This is rare, so we don't need to know all of these. Alright, so the thing about build runner is that we are personally not going to be using it or implementing build runner or writing build runner code. All right, we will be running commands in the terminal, and then the build runner will look for configurations that define how the build runner should work, and then it will generate code based on that. All right, and we even don't need to bother our little heads about how it does that behind the scenes, because the packages that we use for generation will take care of that. And one of such packages will be Riverpod generator. The Riverpod generator comes in handy. Alright, this is how it works. So according to this, it's a side project for Riverpod meant to offer a different syntax for defining providers by relying on code generation. Alright, so this is some noisy example. I will show you a simpler example with what we have. All right, so basically how this works behind the scenes is that you can see over here, it's also using build runner, right? And it uses Riverpod generator, and finally it uses one more thing called a Riverpod annotation. What are annotations? Annotations are these anything that has an @ sign before it. All right, without that, that's not an annotation. With that, that's an annotation. Now you might ask, what exactly are these annotations? What do they do? What even are you talking about? What even are you talking about? All right, but then annotations aren't anything to be afraid of. Annotations are simply a way to tell the framework that we want whatever was annotated, meaning whatever we put the annotation before. All right, so in this case, before the build function, we're telling Flutter, look, in this file, anything you see after this annotation, treat it as an override. All right, so annotations are a way to tell to provide additional information or instructions to the framework. All right, so we're basically telling Flutter, whenever you see this build function, do not treat it as a function that we've defined just because we want to define it. Treat it as an override of the superclass's build method. Alright, so the superclass in this case will be the stateless widget, and it already has a build method. We can also see it's annotated to be what? Protected. Alright, so as you can see, it's used to make it so that no one else can see this method unless it's from the exporting or the related libraries. Alright, so the library that declares that function. So in this case, what library declares the stateful widget or the stateless widget? It would be the material. All right, so the material, anyone who imports material is the only one who's able to see the build method. And in our case, when we're using it, we add that annotation to tell Flutter, look, I am now overriding whatever functionality the function had before. This is what the override annotation does. All right, we have a lot of other annotations as well. So in that case, let's go back to our Riverpod. So the way Riverpod generation works, all right, Riverpod has a generator, and in this generators, it has defined a custom template. All right, so now, in order to actually use that template, when I say template, let me give you an example. So Riverpod, possibly inside of it, has something like a class, let me say a generator class that extends maybe some sort of generator or something, but then inside of it, it would need constant generator. It would need something like, let me say, final string, the class name, the name of the class the name of our provider's class, in this case counter. All right, and then in their case they will take maybe the class name and then have a function that maybe generate provider. All right, and then it will generate our provider for us by using that class name, right? So that class name, and it will change it to a lowercase, and it will add the word provider but with an uppercase. All right, so in that case we would have something like counter with small letters appended with a provider, so it would be counter provider. But then in order for it to get this class name, right, it doesn't get the class name automatically. Like, it can't magically know what the class name is. All right, so in order for it to actually generate this or generate the code for you, it has to know some information. It has to get some information from us. All right, so that's where we start providing our own annotations in order to provide extra information for it. All right, so we could mark it as something like at Riverpod, and Riverpod will say, all right, the class after this, I am going to convert the name of this class to a provider and create a state notifier provider from it, because it extends a state notifier, and then they create this for us and initialize the class for us and generate any other generating code that we need to generate, right? So now, how would that even work in the background? Let me tell you how that works in the background. So first of all, we have our Riverpod generator. The Riverpod generator will contain the code or the template. When I say template, I mean the thing that I've just shown you that could have a class generator, and it will contain some generic code of how a classic generator should look like. It will be the provider name, and it will be equal to state, or it will first of all get the type that it's overriding. So in this case, its type, it will be a state notifier, so it will get the type, and it will add so let me cover that up. It will get the type, and it will add the word provider in front of it, and then it will open and close this, and then it will open and close and return a reference, return the class name, and open and close, and add the initial state. All right, so this would be what a template would look like. So now they've already defined this template in the Riverpod generator. All right, so then when we import the Riverpod, or when we add the Riverpod annotations package, then it gives us access to some at stuff. All right, so it gives us access to at Riverpod and at some other stuff, but the one that we currently need will be the Riverpod annotation. All right, so what the generator will do then is, using BuildRunner, which we will also add in our potspec YAML, all right, we will add that BuildRunner. When we add it, we then need to come to our terminal and then say dart run, I think something like that, dart run BuildRunner build. All right, so, and that will do what? The BuildRunner will go through your files. It will go through every file in your lit folder, in your test, wherever it needs to look in. It will look there, find every annotation, and then check if there are any generators that use that annotation, and then it will carry out any commands. In this case, generating a template, generating a provider from a provided template. So basically, once again, Riverpod generator will have this template inside of it, and then it will simply be listening for a build runner. All right, it will use a build runner to get the information from an annotation. All right, so it will be expect that build runner will call generator class and pass in I don't know, it will pass in the class name, the notifier type, and the initial state that we want. All right, pass in all things we need. All right, so this is what's happening. All right, let me comment this one out as well. So this would be our let me call it our template. So after that, then the build runner package itself will actually scan every file. All right, it will scan every file and it will find every annotation, and then it will call every generator that needs such annotation, and then give them whatever values or whatever data it extracts from our from the annotated object, be it a class or a function. All right, it will find the generator that needs them, provide it to them. The generator will take those things and create this template, pass it back to the build runner. The build runner will receive it and then generate a Dart file for us. All right, it will generate a new Dart file that follows a specific format. So it will usually have the name of the current file. So this at Riverpod will look in our current file. It will not only look here, it will also get the current file that we're currently in. All right, so when we look here, when we copy paste special and copy reference, all right, we can actually see this. All right, so you can see we can copy the reference and see the file that we're currently in. All right, so Riverpod, this annotation will also have such abilities to get the current state. So it will get the information from this file. It will get the name of the file, the full name of the file. All right, and then it will pass it back to the build runner. The build runner, and it will pass. It will pass the template down to the build runner. The build runner probably already has the name or the reference of the file, because it was the build runner who actually fetched this and gave it to the generator in the first place. So the build runner actually has this. So the build runner will simply create a new Dart file using that counter state .dart, and it will simply add .g. Why? In order to differentiate this generated file from the main file, and that's how this generation will work. So now let's go ahead and do that. Let's go ahead and add all of those in our project. So the first two we need Flutter or add. I think a Riverpod generator can be added as a developer dependency. So the difference between the normal dependency and the developer dependencies, aka dev dependency, is that for anything we add under dev dependencies, we know that our Flutter application does not depend on that to run. All right, we only need that. All right, so for example, our generator, the Flutter application doesn't need that. It definitely doesn't need that. Our build runner, the Flutter application does not need that. The annotations, our Flutter application actually needs it. All right, so the generator, we don't need it because we won't be writing any code from the generator. All right, the build runner, we won't be writing any code from the build runner because it will all be run from the terminal. All right, but then the annotations, we will be annotating in here. So in our Flutter project, so we need to add that as a raw core dependency. All right, so let's go ahead and do that and do Flutter pub adds Riverpod annotation. No, we don't need that one over here. Let's simply just add what do we need? Riverpod annotations. I think that's what it's called. Let me see. Let me see. So we need this one. Riverpod annotations. Let me paste to replace. No, that doesn't work. So it's actually Riverpod annotation without an S. And we need that as a raw dependency. So what else do we need? We need Flutter pub add dev. Let me just make it 1-and-d. Flutter pub adds d, and then we need these two, build runner and Riverpod generator. So let's just paste those two, space. Let's paste that one as well, and we say and Flutter pub get. Alright, so let's go ahead and run that and see what happens. Alright, so now we can see that build runner and Riverpod generator have been added under developer dependencies, and Riverpod annotation has been added under the core dependencies for our Flutter project. So now when we come down here and see Riverpod, we can see the annotation works, but this isn't what we're going to be doing. We're actually trying to automatically generate these files. Alright, so let's go ahead and do that then. So now in order to generate these files, we no longer will need this, right? All we need will be, I don't know, should I comment this out or let me just delete? No, I will explain this along with it. So first of all, we have our annotation, right, at Riverpod, and then instead of extending a state notifier, all right, we extend an underscore $, the name of the class. This is a way of saying we want to extend the generated version of this class. Alright, so it would generate a version of this class in a counterstate.g.dart file and then create a provider for us through it. Alright, so we no longer have to create our own provider at the top saying final counter provider. It will use its template and generate one for us. But before it does that, it will create a class, a counter class that actually does all of the proper implementation for us. All right, so now all we have to do is write this. At this point, this should be red because the file has not been generated yet. So we will just keep on writing the code till when we're done, and then we, generate it. So instead of having a constructor, we have to do something different. All right, we have to overwrite. All right, we have to overwrite something called build. It's almost like the build method from the material library. All right, but let's go ahead and you override build, and that's your constructor. And then instead of remember that before we passed in our constructor the initial state that we wanted when we finally created our whatever here. All right, we had to create counter and pass it 0 as the first state that we want, the default state. In this case, we use the build to do that. So we override build, all right, and then we pass it the initial state. In our case, we don't want null, we want 0 to be our initial state, all right, and then we give it the type. The type of our class should be an integer. All right, so let's go ahead and see what the problem is. Yeah, this will be created after everything. All right, so don't worry yet. So now we have our increment. All right, so our increment will say state plus plus. Our reset will say state is equal to 0, and our decrement will be that. So all we have to do is create this generic file, all right, and define everything we want inside of it, and then just write at Riverpod on top of it, and then it generates everything for us. All right, so now that that's done, the next step would be to generate the boilerplate code that we have been avoiding. So in order to do that, there's one more thing that you should know. They're called directives basically, and one of such things is the part and part of directives. All right, so if we had a file, this file, all right, let me give you an example with two files. All right, so if I had this file, and say for example I had too many imports in here, we could move them to a different file. All right, so let's move them to a different file. and let's call that counter state imports. All right. And in here we paste these imports. Now we want this person to see those imports, but then without those imports being here. All right. So how can we link these two files? In Flutter, there is a way to link two files in Dart, basically. All right. There's a way to link two files to say, all right, this file is the same. It's the same, like treat them as one file. All right, so maybe if I had 200 or 2000 lines of code, I could cut 1000 of them, put them in a different file, and tell Dart, listen, all right, this file is the same as that file. All right, treat them as one file and pretend that whatever I've done in the first file, I've continued. Its continuation is in the second file. All right, so that way, excuse me, that way, we can split our code, right? We can split one long code into two different files and pretend that they're one file. And how can we do that? How can we pretend that they're one file? We use something called a part, and we a part, and then we have a part of. All right. So now we can have only one file that has the part directive. All right, this is called a directive. This is called a directive, but then we can have multiple files that have a part of directive. All right, so the part directive, all right, it will tell Dart that the file that contains the part directive is the first file. All right, and then every other file are part of this one file. Right, they're all part of this one file. All right, so let me in fact not even use imports, because let me delete all of these imports and leave only two of them. All right, and then inside in here, let me add another class. All right, so let me say maybe gingerbread, and let's see that it's got a void print gingerbread ingredients. All right, and then it doesn't do anything. All right, because we don't need it to. All right, so when we make this file part, we tell it how many files are part of it. So if we had another file, do you know what? Let me split this one into a different file. So this one will contain the imports. This one will contain additional class. All right, and the additional class will contain this. So inside of the counter state, we can tell the counter state, all right, you're the first file, but you're not the last though. And these are your files, all of your files, all right. So we can tell it your another file is counter state imports.dart. And what's the problem? Yeah, sure. So it's screaming because we have to add a part of directive in the rest of them. Another part of you will also be an additional class.dart, and then inside of these files we simply need to add a part of, all right, and tell it what file it's a part of, and that will be your part of a counter state. Wait, we have to move this before import. I think that's a problem. All right, yeah, sorry about that. So in a part of file, you never want to have imports. Rather, we will instead make the import file our part file. Right, so remember how this structure would have worked would have been how if this was all in one file, we would have had our import over here, then we would have this generation class, and then we would have our additional class over here. Right, so in that case, since we've split them up, let's follow the same order and make our import the first file. All right, so the import will be the first file. All right. So the imports, because the imports generally are the first things that come in a file. So now we have the import, and then after the import, we're telling that the next thing that should come here will be everything that's inside of the counter state. So this is basically what it will do. It will be what we're doing is basically we're making it so that this entire file is more like a variable. So it will read everything that's in this file and append it here and replace this with it. All right. So whenever we import this file directly, all right, we can simply use everything inside of these other files. All right. So now inside of the counter part, we need to have the part of directive, and we can tell it that it's a part of. You're a part of the counter state imports dart. All right. So you can see now the Riverpod works because that Riverpod annotation is imported here. So we can do the same thing for. Let me just go ahead and copy that. We can do the same thing for this person, the additional class, and we can also see that the error is gone this time, not from here. From here, all right. So now that that's done, whenever I import the counter state imports, all right. Whenever I go ahead and do that, let me import counter state import. So whenever I want to use this import counter state imports, all right, then in here we can simply say gingerbread. You can see that gingerbread actually isn't in the counter state imports, it's in the additional class. So we can actually use gingerbread outside because it's actually a part of that file. All right. So let me go ahead and delete these. So now, in that case, whenever we generate, let me undo whatever I've done here before. You know what? Let me undo this, delete you. Let me just import. Alright, so I've imported Riverpod and annotations, and now let's go ahead and fix the rest of it. So, as I was saying, since when we generate our code, we genuinely want that code to be injected. So remember I told you that BuildRunner will gather the information, send it to the generator, the Riverpod generator, get back information from the Riverpod generator's template, and then write it to a file called the name of our file .g.dart. All right. Now, when that happens, we actually want that file to be a part of this file. All right. So we want that file to become a part of this file so that whenever we're importing in our Flutter code, we don't have to touch that generated file. Only this person knows about that file. So in our main Flutter code, we only import our counter state and then pretend that the generated file is all part of this file and they've pasted it somewhere here. All right, in order to do that, before you actually start your generation, you have to add it as part of it. So a part of this file will be the main file because it also contains the import. So a part of this file will be the counter state.g.dart. All right. So now when that's done, we can go to a terminal and run a command. The command we use for generation, remember I told you that we need BuildRunner for generation. That command will be dart run BuildRunner build. Alright, and we hit enter, and that will simply run and build and fetch everything and give it back to us. Alright, so let's see, it's generated this, and now we can see the error is gone. Inside of the generated file, we can see that we have a part of directive telling it. Remember I told you that the BuildRunner gets also as one of the things, the information that we provide using this annotation, it gets also the reference of this file, it gets the information of the class in this file and every other thing that it needs. Alright, so we can see in here that it's actually generated something for us. It's generated a counter provider using that template, like what I've shown you, equal to whatever that it needs to do. Sorry about that, I shouldn't touch that. Do not modify by hand. You can actually modify it if you know what you're doing. All right, if something isn't right here. All right, so you can also see that underscore $ counter is this is what we're extending an auto dispose notifier So it's the same thing as just putting that here, all right? An auto dispose notifier. So that's basically the same thing. So it generates all of that in there, and then this is how we know that this file is generated. So now that that's done, let me go ahead and show you a trick. Right, so remember that as you create your application, you might make changes to the counter generation template. All right, you can make changes to them. Now, after making those changes, you have to come back here and say dart run, build runner, build, and all of that. But then, if you don't want to do that, if you just want to do that once and then let it watch, all right, similar to what we do with our ref.watch and our ref.read. If you wanted to do this once and let the build runner watch as you do that, like what we have here, and then tell us later every file that has an annotation, it watches it, and when any other change is made, it automatically regenerates the counter state or whatever file it needs to generate. All right, so in order to do that, we do dart run build runner watch, all right, and that will just watch. So now that that's watching, we can actually go ahead and change these. All right, what do we do? Let's change the name of the class and let's call it no counter, and let's call this one no counter as well. And let's save that. The moment we hit Command S or Control S, it saves it, and we can see now this has changed and become no counter as well. Alright, so now we don't have to bother coming back here to keep running that same command, so we can just watch. Alright, and it just watches. So let's go back and change that to counter because we need it to be counter. And now in our main.dart, we can simply still access the counter provider because it's already there in here. Alright, so you can see that the only thing we've actually imported is the counter state itself, but then when we are using the counter provider, it comes from the generated file. Meanwhile, it actually resides in here, and that's because of the part of directive and the part directives that we have in here. Now, so that that's done, and you know how Riverpod works, how Flutter hooks work, how Riverpod helps you combine both Riverpod and hooks, how Riverpod generator works, how build runners work, how annotations work in Flutter, and how part of directives work in Flutter. Let's go ahead and go back to our to-do application. Now we're back to our to-do application. It's been a long time, so let's go ahead and add every package that we will need. Alright, I think I already have the command history here. So let me see. Flutter pub add Riverpod annotation, and as developers we add build runner and Riverpod generator. I think that's it. Let's hit enter. That should work for this, please. And also, yes, I forgot about hooks Riverpod. I'll have to add that after that. So Flutter pub add hooks Riverpod and Flutter pub get. Oh, also remember that hooks Riverpod doesn't work without the real Flutter hook. So, oh my days, I don't know. Do we need Flutter hooks in this project? Let's add it though. Flutter pub add Flutter hooks and Flutter pub get. Alright, now that that's done, let's go ahead and, do what we do best. Let's go ahead and run our application and see that everything's working as we need it to. No. Let me go ahead and connect my device and then run the application. See you. So, while running my application, I discovered some error. It was... Speaking of the Google services, so I guess that came from when we added Firebase. So when we actually look at Firebase's setup, so when we come to adding Firebase to the Android application, you can see that it actually wants us to add Google services in our build.gradle file version 4.3.15, and that's the build.gradle file directly embedded inside of our project. So let's go ahead and do that, and let's see if that solves it. Build.gradle, and that's this one, right? So let's go ahead and change it to 15. I don't know why the default adding the project from the command line use 4.3.10 when the actual Flutter file configuration was meant to be 4.3.15. So let's go ahead and change that and see if there's anything else. So over here I can see that this one's meant to be in our app build gradle. So let's see if these are also the same versions. Let's see. So this is my apps build gradle. Let's see. Right, I can't find that. Don't know. Let me add that myself then. I think the Android application got added. It was already there. Then we had the Google services. Then that's it, right? So let me go ahead and add this one. So it's going to be implementation, and we will simply copy whatever we have inside of this implementation. Don't copy the entire line. All right, let's copy that and paste it here, and then just copy the inner part of it, paste it in here. All right, let's try that, and then let's try running the application now. And let's see what happens. Alright, so that worked, and the application has started off successfully. So now let's go ahead and implement our phone login, I guess. So before we actually do that, if you remember, the user interface was a little bit different than this with this, because we needed the country code, alright, the +1s and +44s as well. So according to what I also shown you from Firebase documentation for adding phone number verification, it also stated that we really needed to add the country code. Alright, so let's go ahead and add that user interface. So how could we add a country code? Alright, in order to add a country code, we don't want our users to be able to type plus whatever they want. We want to have full control over what country codes they put in. Alright, so in order to do that, we will give them a list of every country in the world and let them pick, and then they will enter the country codes that they want to they will pick the country that they want to use, and then we extract, or we get the country code for that country that they've chosen. And we would have to write a lot of code in order to get that to work. So, but then when we go over to pop.dev and type country picker, alright, we could simply see we have a lot, alright, we have a lot of packages that help us do that, alright, and the one that we're going to choose will simply be country picker. Alright, let's see how that one works. So we can see this is the country picker. It doesn't have as much likes as this one, alright, but I think I like its user interface better, or it fits more with the user interface that we have for picking a country. Alright, so let's go ahead and use country picker, and let's add that to our pub spec. Flutter pub add country picker and Flutter pub get, and let's see if there are any other setups we need to do in order to, for country picker to work. Alright, there's no setups, extra setups that we need to do, so let's go ahead and implement this. Let me close that down. So now in our text field we need something over here. Alright, we need something over here. And in order to add something at the beginning of a text field, we have to use something called a prefix icon. Alright, so we can come here and add a prefix. We have different, if you wanted it to be a text, it could be prefix text. If you want it to be any other type of widget, you could use a prefix widget, but I'm going to go with a prefix icon, and we will create, let's create a text. Let's create a text. We'll make that text tappable by, instead, let's use a gesture detector so that we can tap on that text, and then we will have as its child a text that has the text will be maybe plus 44. In that case we will get the country code from the country picker, but then for now let's style the text to have Google fonts dot pop paints, and let's add that, and let's say that the font size will be 18, the color will be colors colors dot dark background, and then the weight, right, the font's weight will be bold. Alright, so let's go ahead and save that. Let's see what's happened. So now we can see that we have this here, but this is queued up a little bit. Alright, so let's go ahead and fix that. I don't want to change the padding around the actual text field, so let me wrap this one in its own padding and say only pad it on the top, and let's give it 8, because the vertical was actually 5. So what should I do? Is 8 alright? Yeah, I think 8's okay. And then on the left, let's give it let's give it, on the horizontal, this one's at 16, so let's also, no, let's give it 14. 16's a little bit much. Alright, yeah, we have that now. So then let's start with our country picker. Alright, so on top of this gesture detector, we want to show the country picker, and this comes from the country picker package, as you can see over here, package country picker. Alright, so it will show us a country picker, and then we have to implement the country picker. Let's go ahead. So on select means when they pick a country, it returns us the country code for that country. We can see that the type of this is a country, so it returns us a country object that will give us the codes that they've selected. Alright, so let's save this, and then on top of this it should show us a country picker. Right, alright, so that's, I mean, that's looking great at all, but we want to edit the appearance of it a little bit. Alright, so in order to do that, the country picker, the show country picker functions, it has a, let's see what it's got a list theme. Alright, so I think that should work. So let's go ahead and provide a list theme and give it a country list theme data. So let's go ahead and start editing some of its values and see what happens. So what values have you got for us? It's got a few. Alright, so I think, let me start from background color. We can use colors.dark background, and then for its height, the height, we don't want it spanning all the way to the top. We could actually say media query dot of context, meaning the context of media query. I think we've already collected that, we haven't. Let's just go ahead and use it, and use the size of the screen, the current size of the screen, and we want its height, and then we want 60% of the height. Let's go ahead and do that. Sorry, 0.6, that's 0.6. So 60% of your height screen, that's what we need. Let's go ahead and save that. And then what else can we change? Let's change its border radius. So let's go ahead and give it a border radius dots. So now border radius has quite a few, alright? We have circular, we have vertical, and we have horizontal. Alright, so the horizontal will basically change this place and that place, alright? So if we provide the left and the right, then it will change its horizontal. Let me show it to you. Sorry, we use the vertical rather. Sorry about that. So the vertical we give it the top vertical and the bottom vertical. Alright, so for the tops, we want the tops to be of 12. So we will simply give it vertical 12. Sorry, it takes a radius rather, so we can give it a radius, top rather. It takes radius dot circular and we give it 12. Well, let's save that. Let's collapse this and save it. Alright, so we can see now that the vertical, when we give the top, it simply refers to the two sides on the top, and if we gave the bottom, then it will change and give that what we're giving it to the two sides on the vertical bottom. Alright, so let's save that, and you can see that that will become the radius for the vertical bottom. You can see that little curve over there. We can't see it properly, but it's right there. So let's go ahead and change that back to the top. If we did horizontal, then it would provide us with left and right. So when we gave left, then this place and that place will change on the left. If we gave the right side, then this place and that place will change on the horizontal. Alright, so let me go ahead and save that as well. So I need to actually make that a constant. So we've also got a text style, right? So let me go ahead and the style, the text style. I think, where are we? Let's collapse this one so we don't. So the text style, is it the style? Oh, what was it? Oh, sorry, it has to be in here. So let's go ahead and collapse this one and put that comma. So text style will be Google Fonts dot pop paints. Let me go ahead and give it color to be colors dot light. Let's see if that works. Yes, so now we have with poppings our text style. Let's see if we can search for United. So no, I don't like the input decoration. We also need to change it to a different color. Alright, so let's go ahead and change that to a different color. That's the input decoration. What does it take? It takes an input decoration. So let's go ahead and give it no, I don't think the input decoration should be the one. So let's see. The search text style. Yes. So I think the input decoration will change the decoration of the text field that collects the search query. So let's go ahead and change the search text style. We should use the same thingy. So let me see. Alright, I think that's done. Let me see. Yes, so no, did it? Yes, it works. Let me go ahead and also change the input decoration as well. Input decoration, let's give it a hint style of the same Google fonts, white. We want it to be a white color. Come on, mate, change. No. Hint text will be search. Your border should be the same type of border. It should be an outline input border. Alright, so if you remember, it also had another search at the top of it, like the text field curves, and then it cuts off over here, and then there's a text called search, and then it continues. In order to add that, we can see that we have this one, this inner one, alright? In order to add that other one, we need something called a label text, alright? Label text. We call that also search. When we save that, we were going to see that, let me close that one up. We're going to see that we get that label. So we have this, when we click on this, it goes up top, alright? And then we can search. So you can say Republic, I don't know. So you can see that we have all of these. So, I don't like that this is actually this color. It's too bright, so let's make it a little lighter. So let me make it light grey instead. I think light grey will be a lot better than white. White is too loud. Yeah, light grey is a lot better. So now we can search from a country, and after we do that, then it will print us the code in here. So on select, let's see what the code has to offer. So it has dot, it has a display name, meaning probably the name of the country. We also have the name, we have a country code, display name, no country code. We have all of these. We have the flag emoji. Alright, we have a lot of stuff. Alright, so now when we get that code, since we want to use maybe the flag emoji, because if in our previous design we had the flag emoji right here with this country code, so let's go ahead and save that country, alright, in our state. Right, we have to save that in our state. So once it changes, we will set state, and then we set state and then make sure that it appears over here. Alright, so let's go ahead and do that. But then before we do this, remember that we've just learnt about Riverpods and Riverpod generators. So just for the sakes of learning, you could totally just make this a stateful widget, save the country in a state, and whenever it's done, you save it, or you just refresh, or you set state. But then because we've just learnt about this, let's go ahead and abuse what we've just learnt. So this is our in our authentication. In here, I'm going to add something called an application logic layer. So it will be in the app, being our application logic. Let's go ahead and add, what do we want to add? Riverpods. Alright, let's add Riverpods. Let's add a Riverpod folder. We have a Riverpod folder. Or since we're only using Riverpod in this entire application, there's no need to add the folder. Let's just directly add that country code provider in here. Alright, so let's go ahead and create a generative template. Alright, so first of all, we start with Riverpod. Oops. And then we go ahead and go to the next line. We can say class country code extends. We use underscore $$ country code. And then we initialize the first country. So it could be null. Alright, let's make it nullable. So let's go ahead and say that. Remember that when we want to initialize the default value, we use a build. So what is the state? The state that it holds would be a country. Remember that the code returns as a country, and then we can use that country to do a lot of stuff. Alright, so let's go ahead and create a country, and then call it, the function is build, and it will return null at first. Alright, so sorry, it should be nullable country. Let's go ahead and create something else. Maybe change country. Alright, when we do that, we will receive the new country. Alright, new country. in the signature of the function, and then we will set our state to be equal to the new country. Alright, so all of these will error out now because, we don't have this. We don't have the generated thingy yet. So before we even do this, alright, let's go ahead and put in our part, and then we'll say that the part will be country code provider.g.dart. Alright, and then let's go to our terminal and let's do dart run build runner watch, because we want, alright, I think this will be a one-time thing for this class at least. So let's just build. We don't need to watch. So let's just go ahead and build, because I think, am I sure? I think I only need to change country, so I don't think I'll be adding any extra code. So let's go ahead and use only that. Alright, I think that's done. Yes, that's done. So we've got our country code notifier, so we can go ahead and listen to our country code notifier. So now we have country code provider. Where is it? So our country code provider will come this way. Alright, so we can go ahead and change this stateless widget to a consumer widget. Alright, and it will provide us with a ref. Alright, Riverpod hooks, yes. So now we can go ahead into our main.dart and wrap this with a provider scope. Right, and that should be it. Alright, so let's restart the application. Let's see what's happened. Yeah, so that started. So let's go ahead and do something when this happened. So when they pick a country, we want to say ref.read our country code provider, and then we want to say its notifier dot state will be equal to the new. No, we actually want to change country, because we're already changing in the change country. We're already referencing the state and changing it. So let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and change that, and the new country will be the code. Alright, so let's go ahead and do that. And then inside of our a string, basically, where we've got the +4, let me go ahead and go in there. Go in, come on. Alright, so inside of our string where we've got our little thingy, let's go ahead and edit this stuff right here. Alright, so what we actually want is we want the flag emoji from the country and the country's phone code. Alright, so but then while this is null, remember that at some point the code is null. So while that is null, we want to let them pick. So how do we do that? How do we provide them a default? No, I think we should just give them a signal to pick their country. Alright, so while that is null, let's tell them to pick a country code, basically. Alright, so let's go ahead and do that. Where is it? So it's right here. Alright, so we're going to be checking for the country code. Alright, so ref.watch. No, let's define that up there. So code will be equal to ref.watch the country code provider, and that should give us our state, our code, our little code. Right, you can see it's a country, but it's nullable. So let's go ahead and say that if the code is null, is equal to null. If it's null, let's say pick a country. Else we will display this little code dot flag emoji, And then after that, we can also display the code dot country code. Alright, so let's go ahead and save that much. Or no, I don't think it's a country code. It should be rather the phone code, I think. Yeah, the country's phone code, not the country's code. So the country code will be, for example, the United Kingdom would be maybe UK and so forth. Alright, so but then the country's phone code will be +44. Alright, let's save that and see. Let's restart the application. That's really too big. So let's go in here and also make these conditional. So code is equal to null. Let's use 13, else we use 18. Let's go ahead and see how that looks. And also for the thickness, right? So code is equal to null, use normal, else use the other stuff. Let's go ahead and see how that works. No, that's too small. Let's make it 500. Yeah, that's looking a little better. Alright, so that's coming together. I think I want that to be not pick your country, but maybe something like pick country. Alright, that should come together a lot better. And then also for the color, if the code is not, sorry, we want colors dot light blue rather, else we want colors dot dark background. Alright, so that's a lot of conditional statements. So we also want this to have some padding basically. Or let me just wrap it in a padding and say dot only top. It can't be a constant because, so if code is equal to null, we use 8, else we use 0. Let's see how that one works. No, 8 is too much. Let's do 6. Alright, yeah, 6 looks great. Let's do .h. No, I have to import that. Screen utils. Let's go. So that's it. So 6 will work across every device screen, and let's let them pick a country. Alright, so also on the text field, on tap of the text field, or maybe let's set the text field has a property called enabled. Alright, so we shouldn't let them enter a country without picking their country code. Right, so we will set the text field enabled property. Where's the text field? So the text field has a property called enabled. Alright, it also has read only. Alright, so we can set any of these properties. Let's see the difference between them. Alright, if false, the text field is disabled. It will ignore tabs and its decoration is rendered in grey. No, we don't want that. What we want is read only. And what is read only? Whether the text can be changed. When it is set to true, the text cannot be modified by any shortcut or by keyboard operation. Right, so let's use read only to be code is equal to null. So if the code is equal to null, then the text field will be read only and we can't edit it. Right, so let's see. You can see I'm tapping on it and nothing's happening. You can see my little taps. There's nothing happening until we tap on pick a country, and then the pop-up appears and we can maybe pick whatever, Afghanistan. And now the text field is active, as you can see. Alright, so now we can enter +93 whatever we want. I don't quite like this. I think it's a little bit too up. So I actually think we could use the padding, whether it's null or not. So the top should always be 6 because it looks weird. No, 6 is too much. So when the code is not equal to null, we use 6. Else we use, let me say 5.h. Let's see how that works. No, 5 is too much, too small. Let's do 4. What in the world? Let's do 1 then. That looks... No, I don't quite trust that yet. So let me use 1.5 then. Alright, I don't think you recognise that. Let me command alternate L that and let's see. Alright, 1.5. Alright, that looks great, but then we can see that there's no plus sign before our thingy, so let's go ahead and add a plus before that. Right, let's go ahead and find where that is, and let's add a plus over there. Well, I mean, let's add a little bit of space between this, and also after this. Alright. Alright, I think that looks pretty decent. I think so. So now we have this. We can also even change the country if we wanted to. Andorra or whatever we want. And it changes and it also pops this up. So now that that's done, let's go ahead and use the phone number that we've got. Let's go ahead and create our code to send the OTP to the Firebase or the Firestore, Firebase, whatever it is. So let's go ahead and do that. So we've done that already in our authentication repository. We've also created a registry for it in our authentication controller. And now, how exactly do we use this authentication controller in the sign-in screen? Alright, so remember what I told you before. If we wanted to use that authentication controller after they hit send code, we would have had to do authentication controller because our UI has to talk to the controller and the controller has to say .send OTP. Alright, give it the context, give it the code. So first of all, let's even check and make sure that if the code is equal to null, we return. Alright, so don't do anything, but if it's not null, we go ahead and do this. Alright, so we can say that it will be the code code dot, let me go ahead and make that a string, so it will simply be the code dot phone code, and I add a plus before it. Alright, because Firebase explicitly stated to add that. But then we can see that the auth controller requires the authentication repository, and the authentication repository required a Firebase Firestore instance. This is bad practice to do all of this here. Alright, so let's go ahead and use our Riverpod provider to, inject or create a general provider for it. Alright, so we can see that in our country code provider, we usually would have had a final country code provider, and then we do some stuff with it, like create a provider that will provide everything. Alright, so similarly, we want to create our repository once and never have to create it again. We also want to create our controller once and never have to create it again. We also want to then pass that repository that we've created once into the controller that we've created once. And I mean, you get me? Do you get what I mean? And then we can just use that provider over and over. So how do we start? We start with the authentication repository, and we can say final auth. Let me shorten it to auth because it will be very long to type out. So we can say auth repository or auth repo provider will be equal to, alright, it will be equal to a provider. Remember, before we used a state provider or a state notifier provider because we had a state. Alright, in this case we don't have a state, we just want an instance of this to be created so that we can access it across the entire application, and for that we just want a provider to provide it for us. Alright, so that provider will give us a ref just like the state does. This time it's a provider ref, and we will return the authentication repository, and the authentication repository wants what? It wants a Firebase auth.instance, and we can instantiate the Firebase right here without any issues. So let's go ahead and import BLoC Riverpod, and we can save that, and that's our repository provider created. But then who will use the provider? The person who will use the provider is simply this person. So let's go ahead and create a provider for the controller and then pass it its repository controller. So let's go ahead and say final auth controller provider will be equal to a provider. Alright, it creates a ref for us, and then we can simply say that. Here's where it gets tricky. Alright, what do we want to return? We want to return the authentication controller. Alright, but then the authentication controller wants a repository. But then remember that we've already created a provider for the repository. Alright, so this is our provider for the repository. But then we can't just go ahead and say, alright, let me give you the auth report provider, because that's not what it wants. It wants the repository that's inside of this provider. So how do we do that? We can simply say to give us the ref.watch. Remember, the auth repository provider. Alright, and it will give us the instance of that auth repository provider included inside of this person. So it will give us this, it will return us that. Alright, so now we've created that once. Now we don't need to create it again. We've created this person once. We don't need to create it again. Inside of here, we've also created an instance of the Firebase authentication, and we don't need to create it one more time. Alright, so now it's a lot easier and a lot smoother to deal with. Alright, let's go ahead and change that to an arrow function and remove the return. Alright, so let me remove this one as well, and that should work that way. Alright, so now we can go ahead inside of our code and say that we want to do this. Whenever we hit send code, what do we want to do? We want to call the repository and say repository.send SMS code. Alright, so that's it. But then remember that the UI has to talk to the controller, so we never ever talk to the repository directly. So let's go ahead and say auth controller provider ref.read the auth controller provider, and then we say .send OTP, and we give it the context, and we also then give it the phone number that we've got. And where exactly are we getting the phone number from? We're getting the phone number from this person first of all, the phone code. Alright, so let's pass in that phone code. Right, and then after the phone code we need the actual number that they've typed in. Alright, and then there's two ways to actually get the number that they've typed in. Alright, let me save this for a bit. We will come back to you later. There's two ways to get the text that you've put into a text field. One way to get that text will be to use a property called onChanged. Alright, onChanged will give us whatever text that has been entered into it. Each time that we type something new, it will get us the entire text. A concatenation, or the total string that we've entered, alright, and we can save that to a value, and then later we can use it here. That is a long way. One other simple way, or a simpler way we can do this, is to provide the text field a controller. Alright, in this case it takes something called a text editing controller. Alright, so we can go ahead and create that text editing controller. We can go ahead and create that text editing controller and just use it across the board. Now remember what Flutter Hooks does. Flutter Hooks, in order to actually create that text editing controller, we would need to store its value in a state, so that each time we rebuilt this place, because each time we actually change this, change the text in here, the build function will be called. So if we save our text controller over here, let's call it a phone number controller, phone controller. If we save it in here, then each time this gets rebuilt, then the phone controller's values will be, the phone controller will be reinitialized with text editing controller with empty text, right? Meaning that our text field will always be empty. So whenever we type in 6, this will rebuild and it will change the phone controller to an empty text controller. And because this text field is listening to this text controller that we've passed here, alright, because it's listening to it, it will keep using whatever value is inside of it. Alright, so we need to save this in a state properly. So we could either change this to a stateful widget, or we could use hooks. Alright, remember what hooks do. Alright, let me change this to a hook consumer widget. Hooks let us use a state. So let's go ahead and say final phone controller. We have a use text editing controller, so we can just say use text editing controller. It will implicitly create a text editing controller for us, and we can use it. Alright, so let's go ahead and use that phone controller. You can see it's a text editing controller. So hooks already provides us with a function for text editing controllers. Alright, so let's go ahead and use that text editing controller. So we can go ahead and say that whenever we want to fetch the phone number, it will be plus the phone code, the country's phone code, and then we add the phone controller dot text. This will get us the text inside of the text field, and that's how this works. So whenever we get that, we will use that and send an OTP. But before we do that, let's go ahead and print this and see exactly what it looks like. Alright, so if the code is null, then it will return. If it's not null, then we want to debug print this. Alright, so let's go ahead and save that. And once we hit send code, oh my days, that was horrible failure. Hooks can only be called from the build method of a widget that mixes in hooks. Let me go ahead and see what's wrong over here. Alright, so for that to work, I think, I'm not too sure, I just did a hot restart, so let's see if that works. I think the problem was me changing this to a hook consumer widget mid build, so it didn't recognize that as so let's go ahead and change this to the United Kingdom. And what was the number that I gave? It was, I think it was just 12320. Alright, let's hit done. Let's send the code. Yeah. So that hot restart worked. So let's go ahead and change it back to actually send the code. Alright, so send the code. So now, while that code is being sent, we actually want to wait to notify the UI that something is changing. Alright, so we need a loading state. So let's mark this as an asynchronous function and let us wait for this, because this is a future. Alright, we don't know when it will complete. We want whenever we want it to complete whenever it will complete. All right. So whenever there's something loading, we want to know that something's loading. All right. We want to set something, a loading state, our loading state to true. All right. So let's go to our core utilities and let's add a show loader. So static void show loader. This should, we will show a dialog. All right. We will take the context from here, build context, and we pass that here. For the builder, it will provide us with, I think, a context as well, and we simply return a center with a child of a circular progress indicator to show the user that they're being registered. Alright. Alright. So, but I don't think this is actually enough. So sometimes we might want to show a message to tell the user exactly what's happening. Alright, so for that reason, I'm going to add an optional string message. I'm going to add an optional string message, and if that message is not null, then we add a, sorry about that, let me swap those. So we rather use a column, and its main axis alignment will be center. So if message is not equal to null, so if message is not null, alright, so we use, no, this should actually come after. So we want the circular progress indicator to be at the top, and below it will show the loading test. Alright, so we can say if message is not equal to null, then we display a text widget that will show the message. No, let's actually just put that in a string so that we can add extra dots at the end. ... Let me remove that constant that's causing all of these errors. And we can add that message, and we can say use, I don't know, Google fonts, sorry, the style should be Google fonts dot pop-ins, and we say color should be colors dot light blue. And then I think that's enough. Also for the circular, I think your color should be colors dot light blue. I think there's a lighter blue, even a light blue accent. So let's use a light blue accent as well. So I think that's pretty decent, to be honest. So whenever we start this, we will call the core utils dot show loader, alright, and we pass the context. Alright, so after then we start waiting for this to complete. Once this completes, we want to pop the loader, and because the loader is actually is added to the context, it basically adds a material. You can see this. It adds a material widget into the navigation stack of the context. So in order to remove it, we have to pop it. Alright, we have to navigator dot of context dot pop. And now you can see this error. Alright, it says don't use build context across asynchronous gaps. So whenever you have an asynchronous function, it's bad practice to call a context after you use it. So there's one way to fix this. If you are in a stateful widget, you could check if it's mounted, and if it's not mounted, you can return and not call that pop. Alright, but then we're not in a stateful widget. So another way we could do this is to save the navigator state to a variable. Right, so navigator will be equal to this, and we can simply say navigator dot pop Alright, so that way we no longer have that error because the context is being used before the await keyword. Alright, so now let's go ahead and save all of that. Let's see what happens. So let's go ahead and send the code. Alright, the spinners don't show up, so we have to go back and fix that. So, but then before we go back, let's go ahead and enter the default that we set. I set it to be 1 to 6, so it will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Alright, now the code is complete. Now, after the code is complete, we have to create a function to send the code to Firebase to verify the code. Alright, so for this version, for the part where we send the code, after sending the code and we have to verify the code, once the user hits on the verified code, we actually want to send the code to Firebase, and if that code is valid, alright, if that code is valid, Firebase will notify us that it's valid, alright, or Firebase basically will tell us that that code is valid and it will return us a user. So when that happens, we want to be able to store that user in our database, alright. But now this is where it starts to turn, alright. So normally this is how a backend would work. Normally we'd have to create a database, write a web server, and let the web server. Normally we'd have to write a web server, maybe using I don't know, Node.js, Python, or whatever, and then we'd have to create in the web server, we'd have to talk to the database to receive a user from a Flutter application and store it in the database, whatever database we decide to use. Right? So, but in this case, we don't want to have to handle or hassle with all of the stress of creating web servers, hosting them somewhere, filtering through tons and tons of user data before we find our particular user's data. We want to use a simpler solution. We want to use an SQLite solution. Alright? So it's simply it was the SQLite Flutter package. So the SQLite Flutter package will simply store or basically turn our user's device into a database. Alright, so our application will run the server, alright, not an actual server, but our application will handle the CRUD operations, being the create, read, update, and delete operations on the database, and then our Dart code will handle that, and then the mobile device's storage will be where we store, where we read from, where we update, and where we delete from. Alright, so basically turning our user's device into some sort of database. Alright, so that is what the SQLite package does. It helps us to do that. So what we basically do is we fetch the user from, or we sign in the user from Firebase, and if the verification is successful, we store that user on their own device, alright, and we store their information on their device, alright. So then when next they try to open the application in the home, we will first of all check if that user has any data stored on his device. Then we will fetch that data and go directly to the home screen using their data. But then if that user doesn't already exist in their phone's database, then we know that that user hasn't logged in at all before. Alright, so we go push them to the onboarding screen. So let's go ahead and start implementing that. Let's break it down and start from verifying the OTP code. Alright, so let's go ahead and write code to verify our OTP. Right, so now let's go ahead and do that. Let me maximize my device window. Alright, so let me go ahead and create a future void verify OTP. we will take a build context because we want to show errors with it in case. So build context, and we'll take the verification ID. I think that verification ID will come from here. Alright, so we take that verification ID. And then what else? We take something else. We take the OTP that they received. And I think that's it. That should be enough. Not final, required rather. And we put an async, and because we need to await some stuff. Alright, so first of all, we call something called a phone auth provider. This is from Firebase, and we call a constructor called the credential. This will create a new credential for us from the verification ID from here, and also from the OTP they've received. So let's go ahead and do that. Credential. Alright, so we get that, and the SMS code will be the OTP. And then we have to save that somewhere. Let's save it to something called a credential. So we save it to something called a credential, will be equal to that. So now that we've got our credential, let's go ahead and, sign the user in order to make sure that the OTP was correct. So we await the auth dot sign in with credential. Alright, and we pass it that credential we've just created. So now after that is done, this will also return us a user credential. So let's go ahead and collect the credential. Alright, so we can hover over this and see that it returns us this time a user credential. Alright, so this one returns us a phone authentication credential, which we then use to sign in, and then it returns us a user credential. So after we've received that, we actually want to check if the user credential.user is not equal to null, meaning that the signing was successful. Alright, so if that was successful, then we want to do save user. So now save user to their device, or save user data to their device. Alright, so now after that's done, we want to go ahead and learn how to save our user to their device. Alright, let's go ahead and do that. Alright, so now in order to save our data, in order to save the data we receive from the server, we first of all need to understand how the server communicates with our application and how we communicate back to the server. Right, so usually server languages come in two ways, right? When the server is speaking to us, right, so when the views speaks to the controller, and the controller speaks to the repository, and the repository goes ahead to speak to the server. Alright, the server uses a different language than Dart usually, right? The language that most servers understand is something called JSON. It means JavaScript Object Notation. Alright, so this is the way we exchange information with our servers. Alright, so there's another way that we could communicate with a server. The second way is through XMLs. Alright, XMLs look more like HTML. You can see an example of an XML in your Android. For those of you who come from Java, you probably already know what an XML file is. So even our Android manifest is an XML file. You can see it's got tags like an HTML application. Alright, so The server can also talk to us in this language, but then the one that we mostly use would be the JSON. This one's more widely used and widely accepted. This is what a JSON looks like. It looks like, let me see. Right, let me just give you an example. That's JSON. It looks like this. Alright, so it's similar to a map, alright? It's in a map format, but then if we already know what a map is, alright, it's a way to store data just like a list, but in with keys instead of indexes, alright? So when we store something to a list, it will be this way, alright? So if I stored my name, say, I don't know, admin. My name was admin, and my age was 10. Then whenever I wanted to know my name, I would say list. Give me name would be equal to list at index 0, meaning the first element. That would be my name, and my age will be list at index 1. Alright, for maps, we will rather save them by keys, something called keys, alright? So we name our indexes, alright? So our indexes are no longer zeros and ones, and so forth and so on. We now have proper names for our indexes, alright? So we can say name will be admin and age will be 10, alright? So in that way, whenever you want to get a name, so let me say final name 1 will be equal to test JSON, and we also use a square bracket like a list, and we access the key that we're looking for. So this time we're not looking for index 0, we're looking for index called name, a key called name. Get me whatever is in it, and that would be admin, alright? Get me its value. The same thing applies for age, but then the difference between a standard in Dart, this is a map. This is called a map. When I hover over this, you can see it's a map, alright? And then its type, these things are the types, the type of the key and the type of the value, alright? So the type of the key is string, and the type of the value is just a generic object. Remember, everything in Dart is an object. Every class, so this class implicitly extends object, alright? So by default, every class extends object, right? So at the end of the day, every single class is an object, basically, alright? So if we in JSON, alright, so in Dart, this is a map. In Python, we have something similar, but it's called dictionary. In different languages, we have this data structure. I think every language, almost every modern language has this data structure, but then they have different names for it, alright? But then since JavaScript is mostly the language of the web, JavaScript also uses this widely, alright? So the same way that everything in Dart is an object, right? In JavaScript, everything in JavaScript is also an object, alright? And their objects are defined using maps, using these, alright? So they create classes with these, alright? They do a lot of stuff with these, and they also use it for storing data the same way we're doing it here, alright? So when we are talking to the web, we use the web's language. In Dart, it looks this way, but when we're talking to the server, we do not pass this raw to the server, alright? We will convert it to a string, alright? So then it becomes a JSON, alright? In this case, it's a Dart object. In this case, it's still in a Dart format, because when I hover over this, I can see it's a Dart map, alright? But then when we want to give that to the server, we have to convert it into a JSON acceptable format, and that
usually comes in form of a string, right? Because strings are easier to pass and manipulate, all right? So when it gets to our server, it will save it and store it, all right? When we're getting it back from our server, so after the repository has sent whatever data we've given it to the server as a JSON object, right? Not as the map. So we convert this. So we do something called serialization and deserialization. All right. So when we need to send this to the server, we do something called we use something called so the server data or server. Let me call it server readable JSON will be. We can achieve that by using a function that comes from Dart called JSON encode. So we're encoding our Dart data, to be server readable. Right? So we use JSON encode and we pass it something, and we're going to pass it the test JSON, and this will return a JSON string to us. You can see when we hover over this, convert an object to a JSON string. Right? So the JSON, when it gets sent to the server, then the server can read this, but the server can't read this because this is a raw Dart object. All right. So whenever we're talking to the server, we will convert whatever data we have into a map, into a Dart map, and then we convert that map into a server readable JSON. All right. Then in turn, when the server talks to us, the server, remember that mostly when we're querying the server, we're asking the server to give us what we've already given to it, right? So when we create a user, we send that user to the server. The server in turn stores that user to the database, right? And then when next we're talking to the server, whenever we're querying something from the server, it means we've already given it something, all right? In this case, we gave it a JSON string, JSON data. So when we're speaking to the server and asking for that user data back, or asking for anything at all, the server will give us that back in the form of a JSON. All right. Now we will receive that in form of a JSON. Right. Since remember I told you server JSON will be in this format. All right. But then the twist is that it will be in form of a string. Alright, so it will be something like this. Alright, so how can we convert this into a Dart readable JSON? Because at this point we can't say, look, we can't say final name is equal to server JSON at name. It doesn't work. Sorry, it can't work. We can't go ahead and say that because this is not a map. This is a string, so it doesn't understand what we're doing. It's going to give us an error. Alright, it doesn't understand what the heck we're trying to do to this string by putting square brackets and doing this. Alright, so let's go ahead and convert this into a Dart readable data. And in order to do that, the same way that we converted it into a server readable JSON, we will also use JSON this time decode in order to decode what we've got from the server. And the server JSON, we pass it to this. Sorry, this shouldn't be the name. This will be Dart readable map. Alright, so this will get us our map, and we can say final name will be equal to Dart readable map at name. Alright, that will give us our name. Alright, and when we want our age as well, we can also use this Dart readable map. Right, so this is basically how we communicate with the server. When we're sending messages to the server, we first of all convert whatever message we have, put it in a Dart map. Alright, find a way to create a Dart map for it, and then we serialize it by encoding it into a server readable JSON. Alright, when we receive a JSON from the server, we also deserialize it, alright, by using the JSON encode. Both of these come from the Dart convert library. Alright, so we destructure it, or we deserialize it and convert it into a Dart readable map, and then we can access data in it. All right, so let's go ahead. Right, so now that's how the communication between us and the server will work. But then after receiving that map, all right, let me restore what we had. So after receiving this message from the server and converting it to a map, we usually don't want to keep using the map in our application. Why? Because it's error prone. Remember what I told you about strings. Strings are tricky. If you have a way to avoid always just manipulating strings so that you avoid mistakes, because if we make a mistake and give a key called names, this won't throw an error. Alright, it will work. It will not shout at you. Alright, until you run your application, and then it will crash and tell you, oh, there's no key found in this or this called names. Alright, there's only names. So this wouldn't crash, so you wouldn't know until you're probably maybe in production, or if you manually tested your application properly, then you'd see that. Alright, so in order to avoid these, we usually prefer to put these strings that we want to manipulate over and over in one place, manipulate them once, create Dart objects from them, like what we've done with the image res, right? So instead of passing these strings over and over, we created a Dart object. When I say Dart object, usually I mean a class, all right? So then instead of always saying assets / images, we can just say image res dot image base. So even in that case, if we got it wrong, if we got the spelling of the thingy wrong, all right, so if we said bells, all right, let me put this in a void main. So even if we said image res dot bells, we can see it tells us, it won't even compile our code. It tells us up front, right, the getter bells isn't defined. So then you check and then you change it, right? So that way you're securing yourself from your own doom, causing your own doom. All right, we don't want to be the authors of our own doom. So in order to do that, we create classes for converting these maps. So after we receive the data from the server, we want to convert it to a Dart readable map, and then after we receive that Dart readable map, we want to in turn convert that Dart readable map to a Dart object. All right, and then through that object we can say that our object dot maybe name, and then we can say our object dot age, and that is how the idea of models was born. So remember, our architecture is not just view controller, all right, it's actually model view controller, MVC. Now, so meaning we're missing one layer, the models, all right. That is the way we communicate with between our application. So the model is the object that the controller passes to the views, and the views passes to the controller, and the controller passes the same model to the repository, and the repository will convert it into a map first. It will convert it into a map first, and then convert it into a server readable JSON, and then send it to the server. All right, when the repository receives a response from the server, it will receive it in this format. It will convert it into a Dart readable map, and then convert that Dart readable map into a Dart object, which is a class that we can just access using the dot notation, dot name, dot age, and then it will send that Dart readable object into the controller. The controller will send it to the views, and the views can use it by saying that object dot name, that object dot age, and use whatever values that it needs. All right, so that's how that's going to work. So just understand the models to be something that we pass around the various architectural layers. All right, so this is how we communicate, or how we communicate between the layers. All right, so this is what we pass around between the layers. So in order to do that, let's go ahead and create a model layer. So let's go ahead and do that. Dart file. We will have a models in our authentication, and inside of the model, what model or what object do you think we need to pass around after signing in a user? We need to pass around the user's data. Alright, so in that case, let's call it a user model. Alright, so the user's data. Now, what data will the user have? This is what we want to do. So let's first of all create a class user model. Alright. Now, what data will the user need? The user will need an ID, alright, the user's ID, alright, on the database, and then we also need to know if the user has been verified, alright, meaning if their phone number is verified, alright. So that will be in the form of true or false, alright. So let's go ahead and create a constructor. So in the constructor we can say required this.id, required this.is verified. Alright. So sorry, not final. Constructors are constant, sorry. So after we do that, inside of this user model, you have to teach it how to convert, how to first of all receive data from the server. So when we receive any data from the server over here in form of a string, we want to be able to say user model dot, right, and convert our data to a user model. I don't know if you get what I mean. So when we get, say, let me imagine that this is server JSON and it came in this form and it had something like name what admin, because admin is a string because it's to name, alright. So, and then whenever we want to convert it into a Dart object, we want to be able to just literally take that string and say user model dot maybe convert server data to user model, alright. So and when we call that, we should be able to give it that server JSON, and then it should be able to return us a user model, right? So that we can just pass it around, user model, and we can just pass that around. We want to be able to do this by simply passing it here. So meaning we have to create functions in here that will, do what we want, right? So in order to do that, let's go ahead and start with the first one. So the first one we want to do will be converting or receiving data from the server. And in order to receive the data from the server, we will have a user model constructor. So remember, in Dart we don't only have one type of constructor, the standard constructors, right? Remember, so far we've seen, for example, in the image res, we've seen encapsulation in constructors, right? Making constructors private so that you can't call them. So whenever you have a dot and whatever else next, we call that a named constructor, alright? So whenever we have user model dots, alright, dot maybe from JSON, alright, that is something called a named constructor. Alright, so in our case with the image res, it was the same thing with this, but we made it underscore. So in that way, it was private. Alright, so no one else could access it. Alright, so we could add a keyword called factory before this. Alright, that way we know that this is a factory constructor. These are called factory constructors. Alright, so when we mark this as a factory constructor, when we use the factory keyword before that constructor, we're telling Dart that this constructor doesn't always have to create a new instance. Alright, it doesn't always have to create a fresh version of the user model. Right, so if we were returning data from a cache, we can use a factory constructor, and even if that data was null, then the user model could be null in that case. Alright, so from JSON, meaning we're getting it directly from the server, and in that case it will be in form of a string. Right, let's call it source. You can call that whatever you want. Now, how do we convert from server to Dart readable map? we use the JSON decode. Alright, it will decode the source, and let's tell Dart that this will be in form of a map string dynamic. Alright, so this as means you're telling Dart whenever you receive this, try to make sure that it's in the form of a map string dynamic. Right, so after decoding this, make sure that it's in the form of a map string dynamic. If it's not, throw an error, crash my application, and that's what we're going to do. All right, so but then before we do that, so after we do that, we've gotten our map. All right, so this is our map, but then remember what we actually have to do is return a user model. We're not returning a user model yet, so for that to happen, we need to create another factory constructor, this time from a map, from a Dart readable map. So after we convert this into a Dart readable map, we want to be able to pass it here. All right, we want to be able to pass it here and say my map. All right, and then we receive that map over here, and then we return a user model. All right, and then from that map we can say map at ID will be our ID. Let's promise Dart that that will be in the form of an integer. If it's not in the form of an integer, scream at me, Dart, scream at me. And then we also want this one to be from the map, and we can say it will come in the form of a bool. All right, so let's save that. Now, after converting this into a map, we want to be able to say user model dot from map, and we put in that map that we've got. All right, so that way this person receives the direct string from the server. It will call the user model dot from map, decodes the string that it got and create a map out of it. All right, pass it to the from map. The from map will return, it will deconstruct that map. All right, get all the values from inside of it and use those values to initialize the user model using the raw constructor, using this constructor. All right, so then after that's done, how about when we want to convert this class into a server readable format? So first of all, we will start by converting it into a Dart readable map. All right, so first of all, we convert it into a map. So we break these down into steps. We don't just directly convert it into a server readable JSON. Right, so we will convert it first to a map, so to map. All right, and then we can return a map that contains value key name, sorry, not name, key ID, and the ID will be our ID, this ID. Right, we pass it here, and then we have the is verified, and it will be is verified as well. All right, so after we do that, this will create a map using the current values of our user model instance. So if we already had a user model instance that we created with the name admin, with the ID admin, with the ID 1 and the is verified false, when we call that user model to map, it will convert it into a Flutter map, also a Dart map for us. So let's go ahead and see that. So we can have a final user to be equal to user model, and we have ID as 1 and is verified as false. Final Dart readable map will be equal to user.toMap. All right, and then when we do that, we can see map string dynamic. All right, so that creates a Dart readable map for us. But then remember that the server does not consume this. The server wants one step further. The server wants you to encode this into a server understandable JSON. So in order to do that, we can go ahead and say string to JSON. All right, what will that do? That will encode whatever. So that will first of all call toMap. All right, it will call the toMap function over here, this one. But then remember that this returns us a map, just like we can see here. So we take whatever result it returns and we encode it we encode it, so that way when we say to JSON, we can get a string over here. You can see it's a JSON readable string, alright? So even after we get that server readable JSON, we can also take the same server readable JSON and create a user model from it. So final new user will be equal to user model, sorry, not the usual constructor, we want to get it from a JSON, so we can just give it the server readable JSON, and that will return a user for us. You can see it returns our dart user for us, so we can just simply say new user dot ID, and that will get us the ID, and we can say new user dot is verified, so that way we don't have to make mistakes when using our strings. Alright, so that is that for our model. Right, so let's go ahead and start using this inside of our application. So now that that's done, we come here and we say if the user in the user credential that we've got from this Firebase function is not null, meaning that the sign-in was successful and the phone number has been verified. Right, what do we want to do? We actually want to create a new user and save that user to the server. Alright, and what server? Remember that I told you that we're not talking to a real server. We will create a local database on our user's device, and then we will use that. Right, so in order to do that, we go ahead and import, and sorry, I keep saying import. We go ahead and add Sqlite to our Flutter project. So now that that's done, over here we want to be able to say store user to database. Alright, now we have to write the codes that will be able to store the user to the database, and also when we want the user, we want to be able to get that user back. Alright, get the user back basically. Alright, so let me go ahead and create a new functionality. So now, since we will be doing a lot of stuff in the database, we'll be storing a lot of stuff using the Sqlite database on our user's device. For example, when we actually start using the to-do, building out the to-do, we'll also have to store a lot of stuff. Alright, so since this will be a cross-feature utility, let's go ahead and create a new Dart file. We save it in a folder called helper, and we will create a database helper. Alright, so let's go ahead and do that. So how SQL databases work is that they create tables. For example, what you have on Excel, Microsoft Excel spreadsheet, alright, tables, you have columns of data. Each column has a title, a column title. So we could have this one containing names, right? Every person's name, and we can have, sorry, not name, ID, and then is verified. Right, so if we have our first user and their ID is 1 and there is verified is false, because the Sqlite hasn't defined, it doesn't use the data type of bool, it doesn't have that functionality, so we'd have to go below our computer language level, alright, zeros and ones, alright, so we can define 0 to be false and 1 to be true. So if there is verified as false, we can use 0. So this is for our first user, so this row is for our first user, this is the ID column, and this is the is verified column. This is our first user's row. Our second user could be 2, and there is verified could be true. And then we have 3 is verified true. We have 4 is verified no. So this is our first user, second user, third user, fourth user. Alright, these are their rows. So the users will be stored in rows in a table, and then their information, each field will have its own column. Alright, so that's how that works. So in order for that to happen, don't save. Let's go ahead and create our table. Alright, so first of all, let's create the database helper. Alright, and let's create its private constructor so that we can't call this, so because we want everything going on in here to be static, right? Static void, static voids, or static whatever we need to return. Alright, so first of all we need to create our table, but since we want to perform that operation asynchronously, we have to use futures. Alright, so let's create our tables. So now we have a database object. Alright, so let's go ahead and use the database object from SQLite. Alright, so let's import that database. It will be database. So this database object will let us create tables. It will let us do a lot of stuff. Alright, so let's go ahead and make it a sync. And then now in order to create our first table, alright, our first table will be for users. Await database dot execute. Alright, what does execute do? It executes a query. Alright, so in this case they're creating a table called test. Alright, and then it has an ID. Alright, that ID will be of type integer. Alright, it has a name field, and that name field will be of type text. Text is equivalent to string in our case. Alright, so let's go ahead and create our execute command, and it usually comes in the form of a string. Alright, so let's go ahead and write our string. So we will go create table, and our table will be called let's call it users. Users. So in our users table, we open and close the brackets. Alright, so yep, keep being silly. Alright, let's go ahead and leave that one down there. What are we gonna add? Right, let's add our first line. So first of all we have ID, it will be in form of an integer, and then we add this primary key. Alright, and then we tell it that we want it to automatically increase the IDs. So if the first person was 1, when we store the next user, we needed to check back, alright, and make sure that, or get me the ID of the last person. Alright, if the ID of the last person was 1, then meaning increment it by 1. So the last person's ID plus will become 2. Right, so then we get 2 for the current person that we're storing. Alright, so in order to do that, we can say auto increment default 0. If you need to understand more about SQL commands, you can check up some YouTube videos. Alright, so we need a space, and we need to add the next one. Sorry, that is verified, because this tutorial was not meant for teaching about SQL. So I'm just going to go ahead and write out the command, right, so that we can get this over with. So is verified should be an integer, remember, because it doesn't know how to store a boolean. Right, let's give it a default value. Do you know what? Let me move this to the next line, since it's a different command, right? So it's a different column. Alright, so this is our first column ID. These are its properties. This is our second column. It's verified, and now we're telling it that it's going to be an integer with default value 0. Alright, so if we don't pass anything, just make it 0. That's what we're saying. Alright, so now we've created our table. We've created the command to create our table. Alright, so let's go ahead and now, after we create the table, we're going to open up the database, And after opening up the database, the open database command will return us an instance of our database, right? So let's go ahead and create that database. Come on, mate. Oh, it's this one then. Sorry. So we can say database, we can say async. Alright, so we want it to return us our database so that outside of this file we can say database.this or database or .that. Alright, so let's go ahead and return the open database command. Alright, and then what do we call it? We need to give it a path, alright? A path where it will, remember what we read in the documentation, it said that it's a file system identified by a path, alright? The path is what you pass in here, alright? So the path is where, basically the path where you want it to store, or what you want it to call the file where it will store your database file. So it's basically creating a file, alright, and then it will write every data into that file, like what we've done with our when we created that Excel file or that spreadsheet. Alright, so now we're opening our database and creating our spreadsheet. Now we have to give it a name. Let's give it to do.db. Alright, so and then we have to pass in the version. The version can be version 1. And another command we can do would be on create. What happens when it's created? Alright, after it's created. So after it's created, it will return us a database, alright? Database, and after that, it will also return us the version, alright? But we don't need the version, alright? So I'm going to replace that with an underscore because I already know what the version will be. Alright. So on create, after the database has been created successfully, alright, what do we want to do? We want to create our tables, alright, create our tables and give it the database so that it can execute with the database, alright. So we can see that the open database returns us a database as well, right? So meaning that after we call this function and all of these complete, then we will get our database over here. All right. So now after doing that, so let's go ahead and write the command that will create our user for us, right? Or better yet, insert the user into the table for us, right? So we want that to be static future complete void create user. Alright, then we want it to be asynchronous, and now we want to get a version of our database. Alright, so we want to open that database, we want to make sure the database is open, and then we get a version of it. We get, sorry, an instance of it. Alright, so let's go ahead and get the instance of it. So our local database will be equal to await DB, being this database over here. Alright, so and then we create our data that we will insert into the table. Alright, so when we're creating a user, we only need two properties. We need to know if the user is verified, and we also need the ID. We won't be given the ID ourselves, so we will let the table handle the passing out of IDs. Alright, so but then when we're inserting it into the table, we will give it a default value. So ID, let's just give it 1 by default, and is verified. We will know if the user is verified by if the phone authentication completes successfully. So for that reason, I will take that from the constructor. Let me go ahead and say int is verified. Let me make a bool rather. Alright, so it's verified. If it's verified, it's true. Right, so this is also the same thing as saying is verified is true, then do something. So if it's verified is true, we can put in 1, else we put in 0. Right, so That's how that's going to work. And then finally, we await for the insertion. So local db.insert. We insert into the users table because that's the name we gave to our table. And what value do we insert? We insert the data. So remember that I told you that we send strings to the server, but this isn't a live server. This is just a local database that was created by a Dart package written by someone from the community. So he implicitly converts these to the proper format to save it inside of the table, right? So all he wants us to pass is a map, right? So he wants us to just pass in the map. So now after we do that, what if there was a case where as you can see here, conflict algorithm, all right? So what if there was a case where the user was already existing, all right? So if that user was already existing, if there was a conflict, what we want to do is use conflict algorithm dot replace, all right? So if that user already exists, yeah, if there's a user who already exists with this data and that data, we want to replace that user with this user. Alright, you can choose it to abort. There's a lot of other options, but in this case we're just going to replace. We don't care really, because it's going to be one user being stored anyways, because remember, every user is being stored locally in their device, so no other user's data will be stored in our device. Alright, so if my data is conflicting, then just replace my data basically. Alright, there's no other user that we're going to be overwriting. It's just going to be theirs. The user, the current user's data is the only thing there, alright? So, and now we actually also need to be able to get the user back. Alright, so let's go ahead and create that one as well. Future void. I don't think we're going to be using the user for anything at all. Alright, we're not going to be displaying their image, their name, their ID. We don't care, alright, because this isn't a standard database where there's a lot of users, and in order to do something, or in order to do something with the user, we need to know their particular ID in order to change stuff about them or something. This is all stored locally, so it's basically just going to be the same user. The reason why we're storing this in the first place is just to know that the user has logged in before, so that the next time they're logging in, we can just push them directly to the home screen, alright, instead of having them log in over and over again. So instead of getting the user, alright, let's rather do this. Let's make it a boolean, alright, to check if the user exists. Alright, and how are we going to know if that user exists? The only way we're going to know if the user exists is if, when we call the database, alright, let me make this await, final local db is equal to await db. Alright, so whenever we let me do this. Alright, so we're gonna do this local db dot query, sorry, not final, so local db dot query, so we're querying the table users, and we want the users table. Save this in user data await. We wait for this to complete. It returns as a list of maps. Right, so we just want to make sure that the list isn't empty. Alright, so if the list is empty, then means that we don't have a user, so we return user data dot is empty. No, for the user to exist, we want to return if it's not empty. So if the user data is not empty, return true, user exists. If the user data is empty, then we return false. Alright, user does not exist, then we can push them to the proper screen. Alright, so let's go ahead and implement this. So then, after we make sure that the user has signed up successfully, we then want to go ahead and say database helper dot create user. Alright, so we create our user and we say is verified will be true, and that's it. Alright, so let's go ahead and wait for that to complete. Now after that has completed, then let's go ahead and push them to the home screen. Alright, so after that's done, we navigate dot push. Let's push. Now remember, after we've signed in, we don't want our user to be able to navigate back to the login or to the authentication or to the onboarding. Alright, so in that case, we don't just want to push. We don't just want to push them to the home screen. We want to delete everything before this. Alright, so in that case, we use something called push and remove until. Right, so in that case we give it the new route, alright, which in this case will be a material page route. Its builder will be there. We turn the home page, but for now we don't have a home page, so I'll simply return a scaffold. Alright, and the scaffold will have a body, it will have a center, child text that says home screen. Alright, so after that's done, we can save this. Right, this is alright. So what this basically does is says push push whatever screen that I've given to you, alright, push it into the stack, alright, but then remove every other thing in the stack basically until you get false, alright, until the current screen is false, right, until the current route is empty. Right, so it will just go ahead, go into the list, find the navigators list, and keep deleting everything till it returns false, right, till there's nothing remaining. That's basically what this means. Alright, so till there's nothing remaining, alright, and then it will push in this as the first screen. So this will basically become our first screen in the stack. So let's go ahead and see. We can see don't use built context in asynchronous gap, so we can remove this and rather use a navigator dot off context and then remove this part and save it. Navigator will be this. That is still under and await, so let's move that all the way up. I think there's nothing here, so let's move that there. So we can then say that the navigator dot push and remove until. Let's add a const modifier, and that should work, right? So now, whenever we've completely logged in, alright, we check if the user signed in successfully. If they sign in successfully, we save them to the tables, and then we push them to the home page, alright? So what if they haven't signed in successfully? So then we go with else, alright? Else, what do we want to do? Else we want to call utils.show snackbar, alright? And the message will be, it means their OTP was invalid, alright? So let's go ahead and say invalid OTP, or maybe it could be because of some error. Right, let's just say error occurred, because at this point we actually don't know what's happened. Alright, we don't know what happened. So error occurred, failed to sign up user. Alright, let's give that message instead. We can also see here that we've got another problem. Alright, remember that our core utils needs the snack bar, and now we've got another issue. Alright, so let's go ahead and define this. Let's go ahead and create this, or we can cut this out, alright, and we can create a function in here before this that will show the snap bar. Alright, so I'm saying dev, sorry, this is in Python. Void show snap, let's call it that. Message. Let me put that before anything else. So let's go ahead and define a function in here that will take a message in the form of a string. Alright, and then it will show snap by calling the call utils.showSnap bar with a context, and it will show the message. Alright, let's go ahead and do that. We can even make this an arrow function. Alright, so now in here we can use showSnap. Where is it? To else showSnap. Alright, and we can pass in that message. Alright, so now that that's done, when there's an error, we show the snap bar and say, look, something has happened. Alright, so now apart from that, it's time to handle any errors, because these, remember that when we did this person provided us with a verification failed callback. Alright, so what happens when there's a failure? In that case, we handled it by doing this. Alright, so I'm going to copy this again. Alright, let's go back down. And in this case, it doesn't provide us with a callback for when there's an exception. So meaning that we have to handle the exception ourselves. In order to do that, we use something called a try-catch block. Alright, so we try to do this, we try to run this and complete this. If any error occurs over here, we will catch that error over here. So in the case of Firebase, whenever there's an exception in Firebase, we can catch that particular exception. Alright, so we can catch any Firebase exception, and we catch it and save the exception as what? Firebase exception. You can call this anything. Usually people call it E. Alright, so we can just access that exception by E, and we can say show snap bar, alright, with the e.code and e.message, because we know that Firebase exceptions like this one here has a code and a message. Alright, so if it's not a Firebase exception, we want to catch any other type of exception that occurs. Alright, so for that case, we will just use a generic catch block. Alright, without specifying the type of exception. It will catch every exception that wants to escape this function. Alright, and it will catch it over here, and it will call utils.showSnapBar, and this time our message will simply be let's give it a 505 error. Let's give them a 500. Right? No, let's make it 505. I don't know. Just any error code. I don't know. And then we pass in a message that says error occurred. The same one that we've got up there. Failed to sign up user. Alright, so that's that for this person. So verify OTP has been successfully created. So let's go ahead in our controller and tell our controller that we've added a new function. Alright, so that he in turn can tell the views, whenever the views check for verifying OTPs, we can tell the view that yes we have that installed. So let's go ahead and do the repository dot verify OTP. We pass in everything and we put that in there. Alright, so that works. Let's put a comma. Alright, that works. Now let's go ahead and use our function in our UI. Alright, so whenever they send the code, we show loader and complete the sending of OTP and push them to the OTP verification screen. After they do that, we simply send the OTP to Firebase by using the ref. So we have to convert this into a consumer widget. Alright. Sorry, consumer. I fat fingered the M key on my keyboard. Right, so let's go ahead and enter widget ref. Alright, so now we have ref.read on completed. We ref.read. Alright, oh my days. Ref.read the controller, the auth controller provider dot what verify OTP. Now remember, we need the context, we need the OTP, which will be the PIN. Then finally, we need the verification ID. And the only place that we get the verification ID is over here after we send the code. So let's go ahead and pass that verification ID to the OTP screen. Alright, let's go ahead and delete the constant and then go in here and take final string verification ID. Alright, I think that should solve it. Right, so we receive it and pass it here. We pass in the PIN and we save this. Alright, but then remember that this is asynchronous, so let's mark it as asynchronous and await for this to complete. Before that completes, let's go ahead and also show a loader, and after that's completed we can pop the context. So let me copy that, go over here, do the same thing, and after that's completed, navigator.pop. Right, we pop the loader that was showing, if that even shows up at all. Maybe it might be too fast to show up. Alright, so I think that's that. Alright, so after we do that, we want to sign in into the application, and after signing, we want to be able to redirect the user. Alright, whenever they're the login complete, we want to be able to redirect the user if the user already exists in the database. Alright, so in order to do that, let's go ahead and create a state notifier, right, to notify us of when the state changes. Right, so in my country code provider, let me go ahead and create a new provider called a user or auth, or I don't know, what should I call it? User provider. And let's go ahead and create our generic user provider. Let's go ahead and add the @Riverpod, and then we create our class user. No, we don't want this. Should we do this though? User. Should we make it user? Because alright, I think it will conflict with the Firebase. Firebase auth already has a user. Yeah, but we don't mind because we're not going to be touching it either way. So it extends the underscore at user. Alright, and we can go ahead and create the build method. The build method will return us a bool, and we can say build, and it will return us false in the beginning. Alright, so do you know what? Let's go ahead and do this then. So once it gets initialized, let's go ahead and straight up, alright, get the data from, who do we get it from? From the database helper. So let's go ahead and return database. Let's make it a string, asynchronous, async, alright, future instead bool db helper dot user exists. So we'll wait for that. Alright, so let's just make that an arrow function since it's also one line. Alright, so this is what we do. We check if the user exists. If the user exists, we push them to a different screen. If they don't exist, we push them to a separate screen. Alright, so let's go ahead and run our build runner. There is a problem. Alright, let's go ahead and add our part. Alright, part user provider.g.dart. So now we have our user provider. Alright, so we can just simply listen for this change. Alright, so let's go ahead and watch for it. So now that we're in our onboarding screen, we're in our main.dot, we need to remove the home, right? So we first of all need to check if the user is already signed in, and if they're signed in, then we want to push them to, if the user already exists, we want to push them to the home. If they don't, then we push them to the onboarding, all right? So let's go ahead and implement that. So we want to use ref.watch, user provider. Now we have to convert this into a consumer, and over here we use widget ref, alright? We have our user provider, and remember that it returns a future, alright? So our user provider, sorry about that, our user, where is it? Where are you? Where are you? Let me go ahead and see user provider. When we go to our user provider, it's a future, so we have to wait for this to complete, alright? So let's go ahead and use the .when. Alright, so when this completes, when there's data from it, alright, so when there's data from it, it will return us a boolean, alright, if the user exists or not. Sorry, user exists, alright, which will be a bool, alright. So when there's data from that person, then we want to return the, let me just make this an arrow syntax since it's just one line. When there's data, meaning when the user exists, we want to go directly to the home page. I haven't created that yet, but we'll do that in a bit. Alright, the home screen. Alright, else when there is an error, we want to take them to, I don't know, where do we take them? When there's an error, let's just take them to, the error will give us the error. Alright, let's take the error, and it will give us the stack trace of the error. So when that happens, what do we want to do? We want to debug print the error. Let's give it error. And then we also want to print the stack trace so that we can see where exactly that came from. Right, .toString, because debug print always wants that. And after that's done, we can return the onboarding screen because there's been an error. Alright, we can't log in. So let's do that. Let me do this. So when it's loading, alright, let's go ahead and return. Let me put a comma. When it's loading, let me go ahead and return an empty screen. Alright, so let's create a scaffold. And in its center will be, I don't know, so its body will be a center, and its child will be a circular progress indicator. Alright, so that's what we want to do when there's a loading. Alright, so I can make that one line const. No, that doesn't work. So let me move this to the next line, and that's it. So I have to return that. Alright, so we return that scaffold with that. So now let's go ahead and create the home screen in the to-do. So it will be in the views, we have the home screen, and we import material, and then we have stateless home screen. Alright, so it has a placeholder. Let's go ahead and return that home screen. Alright, so let me also go back to my authentication repository, and when this complete, where's the verify OTP complete, we want to push the user to the home screen as well. So alright, so now that that's done, let's go ahead and start the application then. Alright, so the application has started, but the application pushed me directly to the home page, which is wrong. Alright, so we didn't check here if the user existed, which is my bad. Alright, so we have to check if user exists is true. So if the user exists, we return the home screen, else we return the onboarding screen. Alright, so that's how it should be. So let's go ahead and restart that.
So we see that loading, but because we're in debug mode, the loading is so slow. But in release version, it will be fast. All right, so let's go ahead and log in. So I'm not too sure where this error is from. Let me see then. So what happens? Let's take a step back. What happens after we verify the OTP? So this happened right after we verified OTP. All right. So after verifying OTP, we push and remove until. I think I have an idea of where the problem is coming from there. In the sign-in screen, in the OTP verification screen, after that happens, after the verify OTP happens, we remove everything in the stack, including the show loader. So there's no need to call the pop then. I think. Let's do a stop. I'm going to stop the application, clear the data of the application from my device, because at this point it will push us to the home screen because we've already saved the user. So I'm going to clear the user, clear the data on my device, and then I'll be right back. Alright, we're back. I've uninstalled it and reinstalled it. Let's go ahead and start over and see if that solves our issue. Yes, now that works without any issues. So, so sorry. We went ahead and removed everything in the route, but then after doing that, we also went and called pop. So removed everything in the route over here, but then in our screen, we actually went and called pop. So let's see if the user exists works. So let me go ahead and restart and see if when we restart, it takes us directly to the home screen then. Yes, so after restarting, it brings us directly to the home screen because we find out that the user exists. Alright, so that's that for authentication. So we can say bye-bye to our authentication feature because we're done with the auth feature. So now let's go ahead and build the to-do itself. This little piece of work over here. So we have a few things to create. Alright, so we have the home page. We have the add page. We also have the ability to view all of our notifications. Then we also have the ability to edit our notification. Alright, so now that the application is started, let's go ahead and build out our home page. Basically, that's what we are building out next. So, where's our home page? We have to close everything else, close other tabs, close this one as well, and find home page, home screen. Right, so over here we want a scaffold. Alright. And then after the scaffold, let's see what we've got. No, UI. No, that's signed out. So after that scaffold, we're going to build out the app bar. Alright, because we actually need to add some stuff on the app bar. Alright, so I'm gonna pretty much just talk through this a little bit. Alright, so in our app bar, we're adding an app bar. Let's see what it looks like. We don't want that color, so let's give it background color, colors.transparent. Make sure that that's transparent. Alright, and then we can go ahead and add something called a bottom. Alright, a bottom takes a, let me show it to you. A bottom takes a preferred size widget, so we will give it a preferred size. Alright, and its preferred size, we want the app bar to have a size of say size of 85 height, right? And the width can just take the entire width. So in that case, we can just give it. We want to create a size from the height 85, all right? So it will create a size using the 85 that we're going to pass to it, and then it will just make the
width to be the maximum width available. All right, so take everything on that space. All right, so size dot from height, and it will be 85. We also have from width. It will be the opposite. You pass it a width, and then it will take the entire remaining whatever height available for it. All right, so you have the children of the column. All right, so the first child will be a row. All right, and in our row we will have main axis alignment. We want them to be spaced apart, so space between, and on the our children, we will have a rotated box. All right, so this is what a rotated box does. So when you put anything inside of a rotated box, you basically spin that thing a little bit. So let me show you what we wanted to spin. All right, so we want to spin the icon from remember that we had that icon library imported, Flutter vector icons, and it exports a lot of icon providers. All right, so this time we're using antdesign.logout. All right, let's see what logout looks like at this point. You can see what logout looks like. We actually want to spin it to be the other way around, so we therefore wrap it in a rotated box. All right, so wrap it with a widget, a rotated box, and it wants the amount of quarter turns that we want. So we turn it quarterly twice. So the first one will turn it this way, the second one will turn it that way. So it will just perform 2 turns, and that's it. Now let's change its color to be colors dot light. Alright, let's use light. I don't think. Alright, yeah, light is alright, yeah, so let's use light then. Add all of our commas. I think that should be okay. Alright, so when we tap on that, we want to log out the user. Alright, so how do we log out the user? How do you think we should log out the user? Remember that how we know that a user is logged in is if the user is if when we check. So let me show it to you then. In our database helper, in order to know if a user exists, all right, meaning there was a logged in user, we simply check if there is any user in the users table. All right, so when we want to log out the user, we simply delete the user. All right, let's just simply do that. Whenever we want to log out a user, we delete whatever user is in the table. All right, so let's go ahead and implement a logout feature. Void logout. All right, async. We just simply want to clear out that table. All right, final local db all right, and what we want to do, we want to say db dot delete, sorry, local db dot delete. Let's see what that does. All right, it deletes rows in the table. All right, so let's just go ahead and delete every row in the users table. All right, and after deleting all the rows in the users table, we return. All right, we just complete that function. So that's basically what happens. All right, so that also is a future, so we can go ahead and await that. Let me just call this delete user. All right, we can go ahead inside of our user provider. All right, so now after we delete that user from the database, we want to push the user back to the home to the login screen. All right, so let's go ahead and do that. So let me find the page. All right, so this is it. So let's change that instead to an icon button. All right, and on top of it, sorry, no, let me wrap that rather with a widget. All right, so wrap it with a widget, icon button. Let me change this to icon. All right, and then over here, not icons, icon. Over here we have our onPressed. We simply want to say db helper dot delete user. Alright, after we delete the user, we want to wait for this to happen then. Async await. And after that happens, what do we want to do? We simply need to push the user back to the login screen rather, not the logout screen. Alright, so let's save the navigator, find a navigator, it's navigator of context. Alright, and we can say navigator dot push and remove until. So we push the new route, which will be material page route. We push the login, or is it sign in screen? What have I called it? Yes, we put the sign in screen, and that's it. Alright, let's see. We add constant, we close this off, and that should be it. So whenever that gets tapped, we want to delete the user. Alright, delete the user from the database. After that's complete, we push them to the sign-in screen. So even if they restart the application after that, it will still bring them back to the sign-in screen because there's no user existing over here. Alright, so let's go ahead and save that much. Alright, let me see. What else have I got? My column is taking too much space. Let me see. La 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 la. Let's see. Cross-axis alignment should be start. Let me put you to the top of the cross-axis. Add another child in here. So after the rotated box, alright. After the rotated box, let's go ahead and add the next one, alright. We want to have a text that says task management. Alright, we have a style, Google Fonts .poppins, and then we have font size 18. We have color to be colors.light. We have font weight to be font weight bold. Alright, let's save that much. This is what we have so far. And then next up, we also need the add icon. Alright, so let's go ahead and add button as well. So I have an icon button. Alright, we have this. The icon will be a constant icon. And we have icons.add. This one should be pretty straightforward. Its color should be colors.dark background. Alright, let's see that. Save that much. Alright, but we can't see it. Right, the UI in the user interface that we have, the UI that we have, it was surrounded by something, right? So let's go ahead and say filled. Alright, if we fill it, and now we can see what it looks like. So let's go ahead and change some properties for the filler. So let's go ahead and add a style, and let's see icon button style from. Let's make the shape a rounded rectangle border with a border radius. That's border radius circular, and let's give that 9. I think I want it to have 9 then. Alright, so we've got 9. Let's give it a background, a background color should be colors.white. Let's save that much. Alright, so with all of that done, let's go ahead and how about in our row we make it all. Let me first of all make main axis alignment to be center for you. No, I don't think that's even necessary. So over here, I think it's center by default. Yeah, so it's center by default, so I'm going to remove that, let all of it just stick to the top. So let's go ahead and take a sneak peek at the design. Alright, so after that we have our little search box. Alright, let's go ahead and create that little search box, right? So we can see that we already have something like this in the sign-in screen, alright, where we collected the phone number. So let's go ahead and find the sign-in screen. Let's cut the entire text field, alright, and create in the common folder a widget called, let's call it field. That's a silly name. You can come up with something better. Let's import material. Let's stateless widget field. Let's go ahead and dump our text field over here. And then let's start collecting the information that we need. Right, so first of all, we need this border. Let's go back there and collect the border from the sign-in screen that was saved right here. So now we have one standard border across the app. Let's go ahead and import Google Fonts, our colors, the phone controller. Let's go ahead and take the controller in the constructor, so it can be final text editing controller. We also have, what else do we need? The read only, so we can take that as well. Bool read only by come on mate, read only. By default I want read only to be false, right? So this dot read only will be false by default, so I don't have to always pass it. The phone controller will simply become the controller that we've just created, alright? So the prefix icon will pretty much change. So the read only will become the read only. Alright, what else? So the text field is basically complete. So what else do we need? We can see over here that we have some suffix icons and a hint text as well inside of it. So let's go ahead and provide those. Alright, let me go ahead and right after the prefix icon, I'm going to provide a suffix icon, and I will take that from the constructor. I will also take a hint text from the constructor in case we need to use it. Alright, so what else? I don't think there's anything else, so let me just go ahead and define those. Right, so let me cut this part out and provide the prefix icon. So I think that's everything. I guess so, I'm not too sure. But let's go ahead. Where is our sign-in screen? We had a text field somewhere. Where is it? Where exactly did we have our text field? It was after, please enter your phone number to get your verification code. And we had a white space, yes. And then between here, we had a field. Alright, and then it had some controller, would be the phone controller. We have the read only will be true if the code is equal to null. We also had this for the prefix icon. Alright, let's go ahead and save that. I think that's it, if I'm not mistaken. Let me go ahead and peek into my history and see if that's all there was to that. Alright, the text field. The keyboard type. We need this phone controller decoration. We don't need much of that. We didn't have a hint text, did we? So we did have a hint text. It had a gesture detector and had a content padding Alright, so all of these were just, generic stuff. Alright, so let's go ahead and add what we needed. The keyboard type, let's save that. And what is the problem here? Let's go ahead and add a comma, save that much, and I think that should work, right? So after we've done that, let us then go ahead and there's my field. I hope I've got everything in order. Keyboard type. No, I haven't changed this yet. So I also need to use that keyboard type as well. My font, the same field was meant to be true. It was right here. Prefix, suffix, and hint texts are all there. I also have our edit sets in the borders. Alright, so yeah, I think that's it. Alright, so let's go ahead, save that much, come back down here, alright, and let's go ahead and start creating the rest of the body. Alright, so what else have we got? After this row, we need to add our field. So in order to do that, let's add some white space. It will have a height of 20. Then we have the field. Then it has a prefix icon. I'm going to use the icons from the Ant design provider because it's the search icon we're looking for exists over there. So we're going to use search 1. Its color will be colors to light gray. Alright, let's go ahead and add one more. The hint text will be search. We also have the suffix icon. I'm going to use the icon from fonts awesome dot sliders. Alright, and its color will also be colors dot light gray as well. Alright, so let's go ahead and save that much. Since you break to the next line, let me help you with that. Alright, so that's it for our app bar. Let's save that and see if that works properly. Yes, it does. So if you've noticed, I've added a padding on top of the column in order to make it padded. So I added a padding of 20 on the horizontal. Alright, so the horizontal padding without this padding, it looks something like this. Let's see. It looked like that, so let's go ahead and add back the padding and leave it that way. Alright, that looks neat to know. Alright, so let's go ahead and create the body. And in our body, we are going to start off with a safe area. We mostly would delete this safe area because we already had an app bar, alright? And so the body will start after the app bar, so it will by all means avoid the notch. But then we also have a bottom notch on some phones, on some devices, so we also want to avoid that. The safe area will avoid that there. If there's anything else to avoid on these sides, it will do just that for us. We don't have to worry about that. So we'll be using a list view in this case. A list view, we've already used that before. So we use a list view because we want this part to be scrollable. Alright, so let's go ahead and build out this part then. So I'm going to set the shrink wrap to true because I know that this will definitely go over the screen height. Alright, so we want it to take the minimum available space. I'm going to add some padding, alright, because I want some space between this and the body. Alright, so let's go ahead and use edge insets dot symmetric. I want on the horizontal 20 because these ones are also padded by 20. So let's go ahead and make that 20 dot width. And I also want a padding only on the top. Should I make that only on the top or also on the bottom? Alright, let's make that 20 on the horizontal, and on the vertical let's not only put that on the top, on the vertical we have 25, the height. All right, so let's go ahead then and add the children. Right, so for the children, I'm going to start off with a row. All right, this row will have children. The first child will be an icon, and we also get that from fontawesome.tasks, and its size will be 20, its color will be colors.light. And we save that much, and let's see, we add a white space while that's building out, we add a width of 10, and then we finally add our text. Alright, our text will say to today's tasks. So this is where we display the tasks for today. Style, Google Fonts dot poppins. Alright, let's go ahead and give a font size of 18, a font weight of bold, and a color of colors.light. Alright, let's save that much. And we can see this here now. Alright, so after that row, let's go ahead and build out this part then. What's next? This little switcheroo. Let's go ahead and add some white space of 25 of height, 25. Let me add constant to that, and now we're ready to build out that section. Alright, for that section we will simply use a widget called a tab bar. A tab bar. Alright, so it creates something like you see on WhatsApp, the thingy you have at the top, right, where you switch from chat to users to this, we call that a tab bar. Alright, it creates a tab. It creates a tab where you can actually, it's like a page view, but then with you know, like a navigation tab at the top of it, so you can see the pages that you're currently at, and you can click on a particular page, particular tab to switch to that page or to switch to that tab basically. So in order to build that, we start off with a tab bar. Alright, let's see what it wants from us. It wants the tabs. Alright, so for the tabs takes a list of tabs. Alright, so let's go ahead and create a tab. And our first tab will be, let's just make a, I don't know, a container that has colors.red, and the second one will be colors.blue. Alright, let's save that. So we have an assertion error where it says that the child should be equal to null, or if the child is a null, so if the tab bar has got a child, then the index of the child should be greater than the current index. Or I think what it wants is a tap controller rather. Yes, so we have to pass in a tap controller. So we have to create our little tap controller. Right, so let's go ahead and do that. Let's see if Flutter Hooks has a tap controller for us. So in order to do that, I'm going to convert this to a hook widget. Alright. A hook widget. Final tap controller will be equal to what? Use. Let's find our tap controller. There we go. So the initial length of the tap controller will be 2 because we only want 2 pages. Alright, so let's go ahead and create that and let's save that. So we can pass in that tap controller over here. Alright, and let's save that much. No, we need to restart since we've got a hook. So let's go ahead and restart that. Since we changed this widget from a normal widget to a hook widget, we have to do a hot restart instead. That are our tabs. You can see the little switch. You can see that switch at the bottom that switches between them. So let's go ahead and change these to texts. Alright, so first of all, this one would be, I don't know, a text that says pending tasks. You've got pending tasks, and then we have the Google Fonts.poppings. where we have font size 16. We also should have well, should we have the color should be colors dot dark background. We will also have the style, sorry, not the style. We also have the font weight to be bold. So we also want that to be the same case for the completed one as well. So let's go ahead and save that style. Let's cut that and say, I don't know, tab style, tab text style. Let's create a final tab text style is equal to that. Alright, so we've created a tab text style, and let's go ahead. Yeah, I think that's enough. I think that can fit in one line. I think this one can also fit in one line as well. Alright, let's go ahead and just duplicate that by hitting Command or Control D on your keyboard with your cursor on that line, and it should duplicate that. I think I've deleted too much. Alright, so let me change this to completed. Alright, let's see. I can't see my tab. Where are you? Oh yeah. So per the design, you can see that we have the container that's wrapping them. Alright, so we can see that they've got color. Right, so when this one's selected, it has this color. When the next one's the unselected one would be white, and then when the selected one will be gray basically. So let's go ahead and start our app. I don't know why this keeps crashing. This is why I dislike debug mode on Android. It's so jarring. But let's never mind that. Let's go ahead and build out our UI. But that's saved. That much saved. Let me find my tab bar. Where is it? Tab bar. There you are, tab bar. Let me wrap it with a container. Alright, now that that's done, let's go ahead and wrap this in a widget. We should use a decorated box. It's basically a container, but with every heavy resource in a container taken away, and we only get the ability to add decoration. So let's go ahead and add our box decoration. For the color, we have colors dot light. We also have the border radius to be border radius dot circular, and we have 12. Alright, so let's save that much. Alright, so we can see our little tab bar. Next up, let's go ahead and set some properties for our tab bar. Alright, so first of all, my indicator size. Alright, let me go ahead and set that to tab indicator size dot the size of the label. Right, so the size of this indicator stuff, I want it to be the size of the label, not the size of the entire tab. Right, so I think that's actually the default value. Let me see if it's got a default. Alright, it doesn't have a default. I don't think it does. So what else have we got? Let's also have an indicator. Let's define what our indicator will look like. Alright, it's the box decoration. Alright, it takes a decoration, so we're decorating our indicator. Let's tell it what it should look like. Alright, so let's give it, I don't know, color will be, let me just copy the same thing over here. Alright, no, but this time instead of light, let's make it light gray. Alright, let's see. Alright, so then what can I do to make it better? So let me add some label padding to the label. Alright, and make it, I don't know, edging sets.0, so that they will not be padded so much. But also make sure that they're not scrollable.
set that to false. We need our label color. Let's change the color of our label. I will use colors dot light blue. Alright. Then my label style, let me change that to Google fonts dot poppins and use font size 24. Color should be light blue and its weight should be bold. Alright, that's looking better, I think. Let's go ahead and change the unselected label color. So when it's not selected, what should its color be? Let's make that white. So should we though? No. I think the selected label color should rather be white. Let me see. So I'm trying to increase the size of this, right? The indicators to span across. Alright, so in order to do that, let's just wrap our text with a sized box, alright? And give it, let me change this to this and convert that one. As also, let me give it, the width of the sized box should be, let's use the screen width and take only 50% of the screen width, of the available width. Alright, so final screen screen width will be equal to media query dot context dot size dot width. Right, so now we've got the width of the screen and we want the screen width times 0.5. That's 50% of the width. Let's go ahead and do the same thing for our other tab and change it to completed. All right, now that looks that looks a little better. When I switch, it should switch that way. All right, so all right, now that we've got that done, let's go ahead and edit this properly. All right, so I'm going to center this text. Let me center that text in there. All right, so that's centered. So let me also, let me try centering this person as well. Yes, so we've got what we're looking for. So now we can switch between these tabs. So now after creating the tab bar itself, we have to create, remember I told you that this is like a page view but with tabs. All right, so we have the navigation tab, all right, the tab that controls. So we no longer have to only swipe. The user can just tap on the section they want and the page view swipes to that part. All right, so we're done creating the tab bar. Let's format that. Let's go ahead. I don't like the formatting on this. Let's go ahead and create the actual tab view itself. All right, so in order to do that, yeah, let's go ahead and add some white space, and that will be height 20. All right, and then we have our tab bar view. All right, now we need to give it some children. Let's go ahead and give it 2 containers. All right, so container 1 will have color. Let me change that to a colored box. Its color will be colors.red, and we have a second one, colors.blue. Oh, we also need to pass it the tab controller as well, so that it knows, so that it also listens to this tab controller. So when we're in index 2, show index 1, show the blue container. When we're at index 0, show the red container. So let's go ahead and give it a controller as well. Tap controller. And let's also save that. So let me go ahead and do a hot restart. I think we've got some errors. All right, yeah, we do. Right, so this is the problem. Let's go to the top and see. So we gave it an unbounded height. All right, so let's go ahead and wrap it with a size box and give it a height then. So let's give it a height of the. So instead of using the screen width alone, let's go ahead and get our screen height as well. So first of all, final screen size will be equal to this. Then we use this as the width. Screen height will be that, the height. So over here we want, I don't know, the height will be, I don't know, what should we use? Let's give it 26%. Alright, so we simply use the screen height times 0.26. Surely that should have solved it, but no. This time, what's the problem? Let's do a hot restart instead. See. Alright, so now we've got this. Alright, so told you it's like a page view. It switches between the boxes as well. So, alright, so let's try and get rid of this underline over here. So the in the tab bar we already wrapped it around a container, and that container curves 12 pixels, right? The radius is actually 12 pixels, right? So it curves by 12 pixels, and then it just curves away from the actual line of the tab bar, right? So now we actually want to curve the line of that tab bar as well. So let's just curve the entire thing let's remove this. So we no longer need this. We need this, but we only have one thing over here, the color. So there's no point even using a decorated box. We could just use a colored box, all right, that has the color that I've got, and then wrap the entire colored box in a clip rect. Then we give it a border radius of 12. So wrap the entire thing in a 12 border radius, and that's it. I think that should solve it. Yes, that solves it. So the entire box, the line has also been curved. So it now wraps around the box, the container. So now we've got that done. Let's go ahead and build out the rest of it. So now that we've done this, this will be this part should be I think today's tasks. All right. So now we have our to-do list. We want to have our to-do list, the things that we are yet to complete, over here for the red, and we want to have the things that we have completed over here. When we tap on this, we want to go to the screen where we can create new tasks as well. Right, so we have quite a few things to do so let's get to it. So how we're gonna deal with this. So in order to display every to-do that we've got, we will first of all add to-dos, right? When we add them, we save them. All right, so when we save them, whenever we come back here, we need to fetch them from the SQLite database where we've saved them. Right, after we fetch them, we can then display them over here. All right, so we also will have other to-dos, like the to-dos we have to do tomorrow. We will have those at the bottom as well. We also will have the to-dos that we have to do the day after tomorrow as well. So, and then before we actually do that, let's go ahead and build out the UI for adding a to-do. All right, so that we can actually just after doing that, go ahead and write the code for saving our to-dos to the database. So for now, let me save this as a constant. And let's go ahead and create our add to do view. So let's go ahead inside of our to dos. We have our add to do screen, task screen. Let's go ahead and create a, what type do we want? I think let's import material. Let's create a stateless widget called add task screen. So for the add task screen, we will have a scaffold. All right, we have our little scaffold, and inside of our scaffold, we're gonna have an app bar. No, I don't think we need one though. Let's just have a body and a safe area. Let's child. We'll start off as a. Let's make that a list view. Do we want a list view? I think a list view is alright. So let's go ahead and let's wrap it in center because I want that centered. Children will be let me start off with some height, right? Children will be a white space. Let's go ahead and say height will be 20. Let's save this much though, and then let's call that over here. So once they tap on that plus button, we want to do navigator.push. We want to go context, material page out, and we want to collect that context and then go to add task screen. Right, so let's save that much so we can see what we're building as we build it. Alright, now we're here. Let's go ahead and build out the rest of it. Alright, so after we add that, let me go ahead and move over here. We then have our field. I love that name so much. For this one, we're going to use controllers because we want the value of these texts. Right, so we're going to have a few controllers, all right? We need a controller for the title. We also need a controller for the description, all right? So let's go ahead and save those, all right? So final title controller will be use. We need to convert this to a hook widget. All right. So use controller. Use text editing controller. We initialize it and we say save that. We go to the next one. We call that one a description controller. All right. So for this one, we use title controller. All right. We have our hint text to be add title. We have our controller to be, so we've already added the controller. Let's go ahead and edit the style of the hint. So I haven't added this property, so let me go ahead and add it. So final text style hint style will simply be that. So we can say this dot hint style. Alright, so we can also go ahead and use that here. Hint style will be hint style. Let's close that and say it will be Google fonts dot popping. So we also want the same for the descriptions. So after doing this, I'm just going to extract it and save it up top. Alright, so font size will be 16. Color will be colors dot light gray. The font weight will be W600. I think that should be okay. Alright, so let's go ahead and save this somewhere so we can use it. So we have hint style. Alright, so
let me go ahead and save the hint style. Final hint style will be equal to that much. We can save that. We can copy this over, and we can use the description controller, add description, and the hint style is also what we need. Alright, so let's add some space between the both of them. I'm just going to copy this one, paste it. Alright, after the second text field, we also add some space. So let's see what we've got. There's a problem. Oh yeah, now we have to do a hard restart. Right, let's go. At task. And we can see, alright, so let's go ahead and add some padding to our list view. Padding edge insets dot symmetric horizontally we add 20. Should we make it 20 dot h dot w rather? And that's it. Alright. Let's go ahead and shrink wrap this as well so that we can center it. Alright, so we've got that. Let's go ahead and create the rest of it. Now, we've already got our, I think we already have some sort of button. Alright, so we need a button. So I called it round button. Right? Let me see. Let me see what styles we had. We had these styles. Let me see, because we need these buttons. Alright, so let's go ahead and add a border side. Alright, so this will have a border side. So when we're talking about the main background color, we have this. So we want this to be dynamic. Alright, we want to be able to edit this and also be able to have some border around it. Alright, so let's go ahead and add some border or some side. Alright, we will have border. I think the side takes border side. Yeah, it takes border side. Alright, let's initialize a border side. Let's say that the color of the border side of the sides of the border should be border color. Alright, and this one should rather be color. Alright, so this one should have color. Well, let's see, background color. Should I call it background? Let's call it background color so it can be a lot clearer. If it's null, we use this. Alright, so we will have final color, background color, and then we will also have color, color, border color. Alright, so if this is null, we use this. If this is also null, so if the color isn't null, we leave this as null. So can we actually even leave this as null? Right, so if the border color is null, is equal to null, we use border side dot none. Else we use border side with the border color, and we promise it that it won't be null. Alright, so this is what we want to do. Alright, so let's go ahead and add these and save that much. Alright, so let me go ahead and use that round button. Alright, so for my round button, I'm it's gonna have text that says for this one, let's see, set date. Right, and then should that be enough? Let's see. Let's save that much. Then I'm gonna have the background color to be hey, what's wrong with you? Alright, so it actually needs an unpressed. Alright, so let's go ahead and provide the unpressed. Alright, so that it can get its beautiful color. Alright, so you can see set date. Alright, so let's go ahead and
edit that a little bit. Right, so now we want the background color to be colors dot light gray. Alright, so let's go ahead and see. And then let's go ahead and also, I think the text should also take the background color. Alright, and if it's not, use colors dot background. No, I don't think you should take the background color, you should take the border color. Alright, so if the border color isn't null, then we use that one. Alright, so let's go ahead and change that. So in that case, if this was light gray and we saved it, right, the background color will change to light gray. Now we want to add a border color, which will be colors.light. So that way our text will also use the light border color. Alright, so now we have that. Alright, so let's go ahead and add the second one as well. So we have a little, let's see how this actually looks in here. So this is what we have, this is what we also have, so we need 2 more buttons and 1 more here, so let's go ahead and create the rest of them. Alright, so now after that, let's add a little bit of spacing between them. Alright, so we have this. Let's go ahead and create the rest of them. Let's speed that up now, shall we? So my style should not be 1 at all. So let me go ahead and edit that. My style should be 16, not 1. I'm so sorry. So that's my style. Alright, so I think I need that to be a little bit more grey. So what was it before? I think it was light grey before. So let's go ahead and change that to light grey and make it 16 instead. Or maybe even 14. But 16 is alright, so let's go ahead with 16. At title, at description. I think that looks a little bit better. So I don't quite feel this centeredness, so you could leave it this way, but I'm just going to leave it to go back to the top. So remove this widget. I'm going to remove the shrink wrap. I'll let it go back to the top where it was before. Alright, so now that we have that. Alright, yeah, that works fine now. Let's go ahead and start implementing these things. Alright, so let's go ahead and start collecting information. So we collect information for the title and the description using the text editing controllers. Now, what about for our date, for our start time, and for our end time? Alright, so for those, let's go ahead and work on them. We already have access to the title and the descriptions. In order to have access to the other ones as well, being the start, the date, the start time, and the end time, we have to create controllers for them, or in this case notifiers, because we will be picking these dates from pickers, alright, not from text fields. Alright, so let's go ahead and create our notifiers. Alright, so this will be in here. We create our application logic folder. Inside of it we have our task date provider. So let's go ahead and do the part of task date provider
dot.g.dart. So before we actually start, let's go ahead and watch this. Before we actually start, let's go ahead and watch this. Alright, so I think we're already watching, so let me go ahead and add my Riverpods. And let's start. Let's go ahead and start. So the first one we add will be for the date. Alright, so for setting the date, and that would be, let's call that date. So it would be something like date provider. Alright, so well, let me call that task date extends underscore $ task date. So then we override and we want it to be a date time. Alright, a date time, let's see, built. And at first that will return, let's make it nullable. So at first it will be null, alright, so that is your initial state, null. And we should also have a function to set the date. So let's say change date. Alright, that should take a date time date. Alright, let's put that in there, and state will be equal to the date. Alright, and let's go ahead and also import Riverpod's annotations, and let's save that file and see, watch it change it. Also, we also need a reset. Let's see, reset. It should simply set the state to be equal to null. Alright, so that should work. Let's go ahead and do the same thing for the start time. So we start with at Riverpod. No, don't. Class task start time extends. It will extend this. We simply go ahead and go ham on it. Override date. Sorry about that. Date time. Right. Build start sub as null. Void change time. Date time date. When we receive that, we take the state to be equal to the date. Alright, so after that, we also have reset. So let's save that. And since we're also just going to be doing the same thing, let's repeat that. And this time, make it end time. Task end time. So over here, we're also going to have task end time as well. So let's save that. Generate file. Regenerate the file. We can see them over here, so let's go ahead and use them in our actual code. So whenever we pick a date, so usually in Flutter, in order to pick a date, we have functions like show date picker. These come automatically, alright, in Flutter. Alright, so we also even have show date range. It shows a range to pick from. We also have show time picker. Alright, so we can also use them to pick times. But then the problem with this is that the user interface isn't what we're looking for. So the UI that we already have does not look anything like that. Alright, let me show you what we want to work with. So this is what we want to work with. Alright, so this right here is what we need to work with. Alright, this over here. So when we choose that and say done, it displays that over here. The end time also looks that way. We also have the set date. Alright, so we can also choose dates as well. So let me see. We can see that. Alright. And now when I try to choose the time, it also changes as well. So let's go ahead and find a way to get this. Alright, so in order to get that, I'm going to go to pulp.dev and find the package called Flutter Date Time Picker Plus. This is it right here. So this is the package we're going to use.
it does what we want. All right, so let's just go ahead and add that. Let me open a new shell, a new terminal. Let's go ahead and do that. So flutter pull add that flutter pull get. Alright, so after we add that package, let's go ahead and run our app. Alright, so the app has started. Let's go over to our screen. So when we tap on this, we want to use that picker package that we've added. If you need to, you can go ahead and read the documentation, but I'm just going to go through it. Right, so now we have a date picker from the date picker plus package. So we can go ahead and say date picker dot show date picker. All right. Show date picker. All right. We use the context. Let me go ahead and close that. All right. So we pass it the context. All right. And then we go ahead and say and set the minimum time. All right. The minimum amount of time that we want. All right. So if we set this to maybe today, because I hope for it to do, it has to be from today forward, right? So it can't be before today. So let's set the minimum time to be datetime.today.now, which will return us today's date and the current time when this was open, right? So the minimum time will be today, and the maximum time. I don't think I need to set this, do I? Should we limit their time? You can decide to limit them, right? Maybe make it so that they can't add any dates that's maybe more than a month or a year. So then for me, I'm just going to leave that empty. And let's go ahead and save this and see what it looks like. We can see what it looks like. So let's go ahead and edit this a little bit more. Do you know what? I'm actually just going to limit this because it's too much. It's too much after this. So let's just go ahead and use a year. Let's restrict them to only a year. All right. So let's say max time will be date time with the year. So with date time you can pass the year, all right, and then the year is actually compulsory. All right, if you want to use the default constructor, you must pass the year, and the rest of them are optional. So let's see date time dot now dot year plus one. All right, so that will be so only 1 year from now. That's all we're gonna let them do. Alright, so let's pop that. We also want to change the style of this done button, alright. So let's go ahead and change that as well while we're here. So for that, we're actually just going to use the theme, and it exposes a date picker theme. So the done style. So there's a problem here. The picker is actually defined in two places. It's defined in the date picker plus theme and also defined in, alright, so do you know what? Let's just go up there and see what the problem is. Where else have we got date picker theme? Material. Oh, so from material we've got date picker theme. So what I'm gonna do, I'm just simply gonna hide. I'm gonna hide the date picker theme because material also has its own date picker, like I've shown you. So let's hide its theme over there. I think we should even hide the entire date picker. If they have one, I don't think they have one. Let's just hide its theme and use only the date picker theme from the other package. So its done style is a text style. So we can use Google fonts.poppings. Let's add a font size. It should be 16. We add a color, which will be colors.green. Let's go ahead and I don't think we need any font weight. I think 400 would be great. So which is the normal one, the default one. So let's leave that as it is. The done style should be great now. Let's see. Yes, so that's the done style. Let's also go ahead and
add an onConfirm. So the show date picker has onChanged, onCancel, and onConfirm. So we don't actually care about the onChange and the onCancel because we don't want to do anything when they change it. We only want to do something once they hit the done button. Alright, once they cancel, we just want to pop this. So we don't need anything from the package at that point. So the only time that I need something from this package would be on confirm. When they confirm that they've picked their dates and they're done picking it, right? So this will return us a date, as you can see, a date time object containing that date that we've chosen, all right? So we're simply just going to do this ref. So first of all, let's convert this into a hook consumer widget because we're already using hooks. So let's go ahead and add consumer as well. So widget ref, and now we can just ref.read the date, the task date provider dot notifier dot change date, and we add that date. All right. So we add that date to it, and now the date has been set. All right. So in order to use that date, we want this person to reflect that date. All right. So after they pick a date, if we go over to dartpad, all right. So if I took datetime.now and I printed datetime.now.toString, we can see that it prints in this format. All right. So, but then we don't want this time when we want to display the date over here. So when they pick a date, we no longer want to show set date. We want to display what date they've picked, and we only want this part. All right. So we can either cut off that string, all right, cut it off by the space and only pick the first part, all right, or we could just use a package called intl to know how to pronounce that. Let's go over to our port.dev and search for intl. This is the intl package, all right. So with this intl package, we can do a lot of stuff with it, all right. So let's go ahead and import that intl package. Whenever you're working with dates or even numbers at times, the intl package is really handy. It comes in really handy. So let's go ahead and add that. Pub add intl and flutter pub get. Alright, so now that the package has completely been added, we need to use it to format this and get the date. Alright, so let's go ahead and do that. So in order to actually get the date in this format, so what in this format, alright, so 2023 dash 06 being July, and then we have, I don't know, what is today's date? Oh, July is actually the 7th rather, so, and then 06, that is the date. So in order to do that, we'd have to do something like this using that package, date format, all right, and we go this way and we put in the string format. All right, so what is the format that we want? We want the year to be displayed in full. All right, so it's 1 2 3 4 digits. All right, so we go ahead and do 1 2 3 4 digits. All right, and we want the month to be displayed in 1 2 digits. So we go ahead and use capitals. Keep in mind the capitalization matters. All right, so for day, if we want only 206, all right, so we also go ahead and do DD. All right, so year in fours, months in twos, and days in twos. All right, so and then we go ahead and say dot formats, and then we pass in the dates that we need to format. This will get us this as a string. It will get us this date as a string in this format. All right, so that's what we want to display over there. All right, so let's go ahead and do that. So let's cut that out. Let's cut all of that away. So when they confirm, we want to update the task date provider And then in here, all right, even let me go ahead and go to the task date provider and add, no, sorry about that. Let me go over there and add this to each of them. All right, so for this one, let's say string. Let's make it nullable. So when the date is null, then it just has to be null as well. So it will be date will be equal to. Let's make it a function. Let's make that a function. So string date will simply do this.
Now, in order to talk to our server, remember what I told you about models. Alright, so we would need models. Alright, and in order to save our tasks to the database, we will also need a model for that communication between our user and the database. So for the user model, I used this for an example. We didn't really use it because we don't have any needs for the user. But for the tasks, we need a way to differentiate between tasks. We have a lot of tasks. We don't only have one task. We are expecting to have a lot of tasks, right? So in order to do that, we will go ahead and create a model, task model. All right, so we start off with a class task model, and we do this. So what exactly are we going to need for our task? We will need an ID. All right. So let's make that final ID will be, in fact, since tasks and their properties will be changing over time, all right? So we don't want these to be final, all right? So since we will be able to change some of these properties, all right? Let's not make them final. So int ID, because final means we can't change them. They shouldn't be changeable. They're final. Their values are final after creating the task model. Right, so let's go ahead and say string title will be a title. It has a description. It has, string description. I forgot to mark that as nullable. We have the bool is completed. We have, by default, I think that one should be false or something. So by default, this will be false. Let me do that. All right. So we also have date time, date time, start time, date time, end time. All right. All right. So then we also have a boolean should remind. Should it be a reminder? Should we remind them? So this one would also start off as false. And then finally we also have a string repeat. Right, these are the properties we're going to be needing. I'm going to skip to when I'm done creating everything that I need for this class, being the toJSON from JSON to map from map and everything else, right? So let's go ahead and do that. Alright, I'm done writing the code that I need for this to complete, so I've basically just written them generically, alright? So, but then remember that when we are sending this over to the database, it doesn't have booleans, it doesn't have date times defined, alright? So inside of here, when we're receiving them from the whatever you call it, all right, when we're receiving it from, all right, so first of all, when we're sending it over to the database, things like the ID, title, these ones are generics, all right, strings, texts, and so forth and so on, all right. These ones can stay, but then it's completed as a bool. If it's completed, if it's completed, then use 1, else 0. Remind. If they want me to remind them, use 1, else 0. Repeat as a string, end time and start time aren't strings, so we will turn them to strings. Alright, dot to string. Also the date dot to string. And now finally when I'm receiving them, alright, let me put these over there. Best practice. So finally when I'm receiving them from the server, everything, these ones will come as a string, alright? So they will come as strings. And if they have strings that we simply want them to be datetime.parse, we use datetime.parse, alright? And we datetime.parse, we pass this string and we promise it that the string is not null, alright? Because I'm sure that when I'm sending this to the server, I won't even let them send an empty date in the first place, because we're already checking for that. They can't submit without sending a date, a proper date, alright? So let's change this to a string. Also datetime dot parse. Let's do that. String datetime dot parse. It will take a string and create this from it. It will just simply create a datetime from that string, and this one will come in form of a number, all right? And then we check if that number is equal to 0. Is equal to 0. So it's completed is if that number is equal to 1. Yeah. So if that number is equal to 1, then it's completed as true. If that number is not equal to 1, then it's false. Alright, so let's do the same thing for this one. Alright, so as a number, and if that number is equal to 1, then this is true. If it's not equal to 1, then it's false. Alright, so let's go ahead and save that much and get out of here. Alright, now, after this is done, let's go ahead and write the code to save stuff to the database. So in order to do that, let's find our database helper. In here, we want to create a table for the tasks. Right, so let's go ahead and create database.execute. Right, so first of all, we want to start off with create table tasks. Alright, let's save that much. No, stop it. Let me also save this way. Alright, so after we create the table, we have the ID. It will also be an integer primary. It will be a primary key, and we also want it to auto increment enter. Alright, yeah, that works. Auto increment. I hope I spelt that correctly. Alright, and we put a comma. We go to the next line and we at title, it has to be a string. It's we have the description. Let me just move that to the next line. We have the description. Alright, that has to be a longer text, alright, because description has to be long, so we use text instead of string. Alright, let's go to the next one and use the date. The date will also be a string. We go to the next one and use start time. I hope that's what I've called it in my task model. Start time, end time, repeat. Start time will also be a string. I haven't put a space between you two, so end time has to also be a string. We then add no, I've skipped one. Remind has to be an integer. Repeat has to be a string. And then finally we have is completed, which has to be an integer. Whoa. That is a lot. So that's our table, alright? That's our table created. I hope I've added all commas. Yes, I have. Hopefully. So now that's that for creating that table. So let's go ahead and create add a task, right? So let's find a space for that. So I think all of these are for users, right? So let's go ahead and mark these for users. And then finally tasks. Tasks. Alright, let's go ahead and start off. So we have our static future void create or say add task. Alright, we take a task model asynchronously. We create our database local DB will be equal to the DB, and then we say await db.insert at tasks this rather at tasks so we insert the at this task and we say task.toMap, right? So we insert that map over there and we close that off, and finally conflict, we await for this, and then we have the conflict algorithm should be conflict. I think that was already replaced by default, is it? There's no conflict algorithm, so let's use replace conflict algorithm dot replace. That should cause it to be replaced, and that's it. Alright, so that's it for adding a task. So let's go ahead and do the next one. The next one should be to blah blah blah. Adding task. We need to be able to delete a task as well. So static future delete task will be the ID of the task. So integer ID, right? Async. Let's call that task ID. Asynchronously. Go ahead and say get us a copy of this. Do you know what? Never mind. Let me paste that in here. We can say await for local db dot delete, and we delete the from the tasks table where. Now we tell it where. What column are we deleting? What column are we searching through? Right? What column are we searching through? So we want to search through the column of IDs. All right. And to do that, we use this syntax, right? And what exactly are we looking for in the ID column? We're looking in the ID column where the argument is equal to our ID, our task ID. Right, so that's how we delete using, like, we just don't delete the entire table. So over here we just deleted the entire table because we're sure that we only have one user, alright, because there could only be one user on one device, right? So, but over here on this one device we could have a lot of tasks. So we want to delete a specific task, right, and not clear out all tasks. So let's go ahead and do that, and then that should delete that particular task. If we wanted to delete all tasks, right, then we just simply pass in this and ignore the rest of these, alright? So, but then that's that for that. Then let's go ahead and do the next one. What else should we do? Let's be able to read tasks, alright? So first of all, we should be able to read one task or read multiple tasks, alright? So in order to do that, let's go ahead and start reading, alright? So first of all, we could return a static. Should we return tasks? yeah, let's just return what it returns, right? So let's return what the database returns for us. In that case, it will be a future list of map of type string and dynamic, and we say get tasks. All right, so we want to query the local database, right? And we return database.query local database.query. All right, we're querying for what? We're looking for tasks, and when we get these tasks, we need them to be in the order that we got them. All right, so in that case, we have a function or a property called order by, and we want to order them by the value of the ID column. All right, so we have an ID column. So find the ID column and check their IDs and order them in sequential order. All right, so in order from the smallest to the largest. All right, so that's ascending order. So finally, after getting all tasks, we also want to be able to get only one task, basically. All right, so map, instead of getting a list, we just want one task, right? So get task by ID. This is basically the same thing, right? Get task by ID, integer the task ID, async, and then so we paste this, and we can say await return. Oh wait, no. Do you know what? Let's save it. All right. Final task will be equal to local database dot query the tasks table. All right. Where what? Where ID is equal to question mark. All right. Where args contains this task ID that we've got, and we also limit it to only return one. All right. So after we do that, so we await for this to complete, and when it completes, it will return us a list that contains only one task, all right? Because that's what we're looking for. Only one task should have that ID, and then after that, we return the tasks dot first, right? The first task that we've got from that, all right? So if it's empty, so first of all, let's check if tasks dot is empty. Then we should return an empty map, basically. All right? Or should we throw an error? I'm actually thinking we throw an error. What should we do? Yeah, I don't think we need to throw an error, because for us to even be able to query with a task ID, it means we've got access to that task ID. So let's go ahead and continue, right? So we've done get both of them, get one of them, get all of them, get one of them, delete, and what else do we need? We need to be able to update a task, right? So static future void update task, all right? And for that we have int task ID, all right? And then the things that we can update. So let's just take the task with the updated value, all right? So the task model, we'll take it. So let's go ahead and do this. Let's make this required so that it can be named. So we just know that the first one is the task ID, and then we require this one as well. So async, let's do that. So then we can say, let me just paste this one as well. So we can just simply say await date local db dot update, and then we want to update at tasks. Yeah. Sorry. So we want to update at tasks. The task.toMap, where, what column are we looking at? we're looking at the ID column and what particular ID are we searching for, where the ID column contains the task.id, and that's what we're searching for. Right, so can save that much, and I think that contains everything we need to do for tasks. Right, so let's go set on back and continue what we were doing before. Alright, so after that's done, let's go ahead and create our provider. Alright, so in here we have the actual task provider. Alright, so let's go ahead and create the task provider. For this, we will simply have import the task provider.g.dart. Alright, and then we have the @riverpod. Then we have the class task extends task. Alright, so let's go ahead and add the Riverpod annotation and save this file so it will import this for us. Let's go ahead and override the build. Sorry, the build rather. The build at first will be empty, an empty list, because the task, alright, the task, its state should be a list of tasks basically. So a list of task model. Alright, and after we save that, let's hope that it generates the provider for us. Is there an issue? Let's go ahead and rerun the build runner watch. Let's go ahead and complete the remaining functions that we need. Alright, so I think that's completed, isn't it? There's a part rather, so I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Alright, yeah, now that that's done, let's go ahead and start with our functions. Alright, so let's add a refresh. Alright, so when we want to refetch everything from our database, we will have our final data to be equal to await db helper dot get tasks. Alright, and then when that completes, we can say that state will be equal to the data. So what we actually want to do would be final tasks will be equal to an empty list, and then we use a for loop, alright, for task in data. Alright, so for final task in data, we want to say that we want tasks dot add a new task. Alright, task model dot from map, and we give it the task basically. Alright, so this is what we want to do, but a shorter way to do this in one line will simply be to, and then after doing this we exit the loop and say state will be equal to the tasks, because our state is a list of task models. Alright, so one way to make all of this shorter will simply be to say state is equal to the data.map. Alright, map will loop through all of this and return us an iterable, and then we can convert that iterable to a list. Alright, so inside of the map it will return us, it will loop through. So through each loop, what do we want to do? So through each loop it provides us with a function, a callback, right, and it will provide us with the current task data that it's working on, it's iterating through, and we can simply say return task model dot from map the task data that we've got, which will be a map. Alright, so this is the data. It returns as a list of maps. Alright, the data of the tasks that we get from the database. When we get those tasks, we loop through them, and through each iteration, what do we want to do? It provides us with the map for that current iteration. So if we were at the first iteration, it will get us the first map, and what do we want to do with that? We want to return the task model.from map, and it will add it to some list that it creates inside of it. Alright, and later it will return that entire iterable, and we want to convert that to a list and send it to the state. Alright, so we can do all of that, close that up. I think that should fit in one line actually. Yeah, it's whatever. So this is how we refresh. Alright, so what else do we need to do? We need to be able to add future voids, add task. Alright, we receive a task model called task. We async add it, so we simply say await db helper dot add task, and we pass it that task, and that's it. And after that we call refresh to refresh this state. Alright, so let's go ahead and see what happens. Alright, so it will convert that to that, and it will add that. Alright, so let's go ahead and go back down. So let's go ahead and future. After add task, what else did we have? We had delete task. Right, so future void delete task. We take the ID, task ID, we say async, and we say await db helper dot delete, not delete user, come on, delete task. Alright, and we pass that task ID, and it should delete that for us. Alright, so now that's 2 down, 1 more to go. No, sorry, after that we refresh actually. Alright, so now in order to get tasks, alright, where's my task provider? We need different types of task getters. Alright, so first of all, future list task. This is what it does. Alright, sorry, task models rather. For better naming, get tasks for today. Alright, how would this one work? When we look here, we can see that we already get all tasks, and we create task models from them. Alright, and basically at any point, at any given point, our state actually will be a list of tasks. Alright, so get tasks for today. Alright, so how can we get all tasks for today alone? So how we want to do that, first of all, let's get what is today. Today will be equal to date time dot now. Alright, that contains today. Now in order to get all tasks that will contain today, we already have all tasks over here. Alright, so we already have all tasks in the state. So let's first of all check if the state is empty. So if state is empty, we return state the way it is. Alright, else if it isn't empty, we want to return state.where. Alright, where what? So where also acts like the map function. Alright, it basically does this. It loops through the list that we're calling it on, in this case state, and the state is a list of task models. So it returns us each task and provides us a callback, alright, to do something with it. Right, so we can say return a state.where each task. So for each task, check if that task dot date is the same day as today. Alright, but that's not what we want, because today actually contains more than the date. Actually, it contains the time also. So if we checked if the task dot date is equal to today, it would be very bad, because imagine that the task was added by 9 p.m. today, and then we also check today. This today will return 12 a.m. for the time. When we equate them, they won't be equal, so this actually won't return anything, even though they're on the same day. So Flutter gives us something called date utils. Alright, date utils has some functions that can help you. So we can also check if two dates are the same day. So check for me if today or if task.date is the same day as today. You can swap them, it doesn't really matter. Alright, so let's go ahead and save that. So we want to return this, alright? Return if this is equal to that, so return state dot where the tasks is the same day as today, basically. So this is what we're looking for. Let me see why we have an error. So because it returns an iterable, and this one wants a list, so we can just simply say toList, the same thing that we've done with our map. Alright, so we only check for tasks in the state that are today's tasks. Alright, so from the UI that we had today's tasks. Let me open that up. Alright, from the UI we had today's tasks. We also had tomorrow's tasks. Alright, and we also have tasks from, I think it excludes today and tomorrow's tasks. So every other task, right? So we have today's tasks, tomorrow's tasks, the day after tomorrow's tasks, and then 30 days, the last 30 days, the tasks that we've done for the last 30 days. All right. So in order to do that, we've done for today. Now we need to get one for tomorrow. All right. So now let's go ahead and get tasks for. Let me close this up. Alright, future list of, let me just simply copy this because this is becoming more of a chore. Control V, get tasks for day after tomorrow. Alright, so how are we going to achieve that? Let's go ahead and go through the logic. So first of all, let's get the day after tomorrow. That will be equal to date time date time dot now dot add. So we want to add one day to it, right? We can add a duration of days 1, and that will get us tomorrow's date, basically. All right. So if the state dot is empty, we want to return the state, meaning return an empty map. All right. If it's not empty, we return the state dot where dot toList, right? But then dot where what? What are we getting? We want where each task. For each task we want to return it if date.utils dot same day as task dot date and day after tomorrow. Right. So if the task's date and the day after tomorrow are the same, then we want to return that task. Alright, so let me just go ahead and make this way. Return this, close that one up. I think that should work now. Oh, that's a lot better. Synthetic sugar. Let's go ahead and do the same thing for tasks from 1 month ago. Alright, so let me just paste what I've got. No, not you. Oh, I actually forgot tasks for tomorrow as well. But let's go ahead and do get tasks from 1 month ago. Alright, so let's go ahead and do that. So final 1 month ago will be equal to date time dot now dot subtract duration will be days 30. So go back 30 days. That should be equivalent to 1 month. So, and for you lot, if the state is empty, we return state. And then how did we know that is from 1 month ago? We simply check. So now this is actually what we're looking for. We're not just looking for every task from 1 month ago to today. We want to get every task from one, excluding today's tasks. All right, because we already have today's tasks over here. All right, so let's go ahead and see. Let's return. We already have state.where, so let's just return the task.date. If the task.date is before 1 month ago, No, we actually want to do this after 1 month ago. So if it's after, it's after, or let's make it after. So if if the task is after last month, so from the 30th, so now we've actually removed 30 days from today. So if it's after 1 month ago, right, and task.date dot is before date time dot now. All right, let's go ahead. Let me see if date utils provides a today. I want it to be exactly today. Yes, we want date only. All right, so we only want the date. We don't want the time because this might actually just check with the time. So we want only the date. So if it's before today's date, right? So if it's after 1 month ago and if it's before today's date, then we get that task. All right. So finally for tomorrow's tasks, right? So we have today's tasks. Then finally we need tomorrow's tasks, right? So let's go ahead and do that. So tomorrow. Oh, oh my! Oh no. Let's copy that, paste that here. Get tasks for tomorrow. Tomorrow will be, tomorrow will be today dot add. So the day after tomorrow will rather be 2 days from now, and then tomorrow will rather be 1 day from now. Yes. So duration days 1. All right. So we actually want to do the same thing over there. Alright, so let's close that up and return this basically tomorrow. Alright, so that's it. We're getting all of our dates. Now, if you also pay keen attention, you can also see that these colors change, right? So these colors change randomly. So we want to be able to get random colors as well. So let's try and make that a part of this class as well. So let's create a function called color. I think that should come from material. Yes, color. Random color. We create a random object, final random, and random will be equal to a random object. All right, from the Dart Math class. This Dart Math. So from a Dart Math class, we get a random. Right, we can use it to get a random numbers, random doubles, random whatever, random booleans as well. So let's get a random index. Random index. Alright, so we can say, I don't know, random dot next int. This is how to get a random integer, right? Within what range? What is the maximum range it can generate from? So now we need to get, I don't know, maybe 5, from 0 to 5 index, and then we can return a list of colors, right? So maybe colors.red, colors.blue, and so forth, right? And then we can say get me colors at the index of the random index, alright? So I hope this doesn't confuse you, but then we basically need a list of colors, and in order to get a random color from inside of them, we can use random.nextInt. Let me see. NextInt to generate a random index within the range of the length of it. Right, so if we put 5, this will generate a number between 0 to 4. Alright, because that's also how indices work, right? So our index starts from 0 and it ends at the list's length minus 1. Alright, so let's go ahead and create our random list of colors. I'm simply going to copy my random list of colors from someplace special, and I'm going to paste it in my colors. You can get this from the source code as well. So let me colors. Alright, so and so since this isn't a static class, we can just make this static as well. Right, so static final colors. Should we make it constant then? Constant colors. Then there's no point making this one constant. But then now we can see that we already have some of these colors here as well. So we can have red. So these ones, we don't have them here. So let's just, leave them in there. So now all I have to do is say generate me random colors from colors dot colors. Alright, so colors dot length. Right, so generate me colors between 0 and the length of this -1 actually, so it will get me from index 0 to the very last color. Alright, so their index. So we have colors dot colors, and we get the color at that random index. Alright, so this is how we generate a random color. Alright, so finally one more thing that we need to generate would be not generate. One more function that we need would be to marking a task as completed. Alright, so I was also actually thinking of getting only the completed tasks over here. So let's go ahead and do all of those. So void mark as completed. Alright, so this one will actually take the task, I think. How did we do this in the database helper? So even taking the task will actually get us the task ID. So, alright, yeah. So there was no point taking that task ID. So we can just take the task itself. So that's actually one better way to do it. So we can simply go to our task provider, take a task model task, say async, and then we could simply say await or db helper dot update task. We give it that task and it updates that task. And after we do that, we simply want to refresh the page, right? So fetch all tasks again. So after that, we also want to get only the list task model. We only want to get completed tasks, because we're not going to be showing the completed tasks and the incomplete tasks together, right? So get completed tasks will be a separate thingy. So if state.isEmpty, we return state as an empty, so there's no completed tasks. So if it's not empty, however, we return state.where. So I was actually thinking is right. So yeah, dot where dot to list. Let's first of all convert this to a list, but then let's go in and say where the task. Let me change this to an arrow syntax because this one's going to be super simple. So where the task dot is completed is true. So if the task is completed, then return that task. And we will have exactly the same thing for the opposite, alright? Get should I call them active tasks? So yeah, active tasks. So state.where task is not completed. So we just negate the is completed, right? So the opposite of if it's not completed, this will return true. If it's completed, this will return false, right? So I think that's all the functions we need. That's not too much. I think I've actually written too much. Let's just go. This code is so beautiful. I mean the colors. Really love code colors. So let's go ahead and jump into the UI to start our journey. So I think that's it for the terminal. I don't think you need to watch me anymore. So thank you for your watching me through my silly errors. Now we have a working provider. Let's go ahead into our code and start by adding tasks. So if view so no before we actually add a task, let's go ahead and run our application. Before we add it, what if the task was empty? Should we display an empty list, some empty image? Alright, so let's go ahead and do this. So in this part, where is it? Over here where we've got red and blue. We don't want to have red and blue boxes now, do we? We want to have active tasks and completed tasks. Right, so let's go ahead. So we will create an active tasks, right? In our views, outside of our views, I think we should have the widgets over here. Over here, dart file widgets. We have the active, tasks. All right, let's go ahead and create that. We have import. Since we will be listening to the provider, right? So the tasks provider, let's go ahead and even use a consumer widget beforehand, right? So in order to use this, in order to actually create consumer straight off, right off the bat, you can go into your plugins. I think you should also be able to find this plugin in your VS Code, so you can see Flutter Riverpod snippets at that plugin, and you should be able to type consumer, and you can see a consumer widget as well. So let's go ahead and use that. So we have a consumer widget for our active task, right? So our consumer widget will be listening to our list from the other site from the provider. So let's go ahead and call it active tasks. All right, so you have to import hooks riverpods, and that's it, right? So for active tasks, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Active tasks. We're actually not going to listen to the state because the state contains all of them. We only want today's tasks. All right. So let's go ahead and fetch today's tasks for today. All right. So we will go ahead and do this. All right. Where final tasks for today will be equal to get tasks for today, and we await for that to complete. And then we say tasks for today dot where the task is not completed. So we return that, sorry. So we only get today's tasks for the active tasks, and we also do the same for the completed tasks. All right, so get completed tasks for today, get active tasks for today. Let's mark them that way so they're easier to identify. Right, so tasks for today dot where the task is completed. Right, so yes, so now that works perfectly. Let's go ahead and use a future builder. All right, and your future will be ref.read the task provider. All right, and then dot notifier dot not when dot get active tasks for today. All right, so or I'm thinking we should actually just watch this though, so that when there's changes in this provider, it will refresh this and rebuild it. All right, so let's go ahead and do that. So future, and then we have our builder. All right, our builder gives us a context and the snapshot. So we take that snapshot and then we return if snapshot dot has data and snapshot dot data is not equal to null. We simply return our little list view. All right, dot builder. else we return a circular progress indicator. A centered one though, let's center that. Constant modifier, and let's go ahead and build out our list view builder. Right, so let's go ahead and do that. Boom. Alright, so now the item count will be the snapshot.data. Let me go ahead and do that task final. No. So the snapshot.data.length. Alright, and we're promising Dart that this is a null because we're already checking for that there. So let's item builder. It gives us a context which we're not going to use, but then it also gives us an index. Alright, so we use that index, and in order to get the current task, we will say final task will be equal to snapshot.data at the current index, and that will give us the task at the current index. Alright, so let's go ahead and build that. So when that is actually completed, we also want something else. We want to know, we want to get a random color, alright, for that side tile that I've shown you. Right, so let's get a final color, should be equal to, I'm actually thinking we should use one color across the board, but it's whatever. Ref.read, let's read that notifier and just get one random color basically. Alright, so task provider.notifier.get random color, get color, random color. Alright, so yeah, so now we've got a color, and now we want to build out the tile, the to do tile, to display each tile. Alright, so to display each tile, but then remember that we also have the completed section, and it will also basically use the same formats. Now we don't want to have to write all that code and repeat it on the other side. Right, so let's go ahead and create a widget for that one separately. So let's call that to do tile, and the to do tile will be a simple stateless widget. So import material, and we shall have the stateless widget, call it to do tile, and then we start to build it out. Now our to do tile will look this way. We will use a stack and its children. It will contain a container. Alright, in that container, let's give it decoration, box decoration, and we want to give it color, colors dot light gray. Alright, the border radius will be border radius dot circular 12. Alright, so let's go ahead and do that. And then the child of my container will be a row widget that's got main axis alignment. It will have main axis alignment space between, so we want them spaced apart. Right, so let me show you what we're trying to build. This is what I'm trying to build out. Alright, so random task, set date to be today. Let's see, today at 23:59. End time shall be tomorrow at 23:44. And let's submit that. Right, so now we can see this. Alright, so this is what we're trying to build out. This thingy right here. Right, so let's go ahead and just continue. I don't want to run it yet and build and run side by side because I've got an error in my home screen, and then I have to pass this to do tile somewhere and then pass it somewhere else and so forth. Right, so I'm just gonna build it out and then we will pass it wherever it needs to go. All right, so let's go ahead and give the children of the row, I don't know, let me give, we have one more row here, we have a row here, so now in our row we will start off with another row. All right, so in this first row we will have children. All right, and its children, we have the container, this little thingy over here, that's what we're trying to build. Right, so we have our little container, and its height, let's give it, I don't know, 80.h, and we also have width 5.h. We have its decoration to be box decoration. Let's give it border radius to be auto. Let me just copy this one over. And let me give it a color. It should be the color that we pass. So let's pass in the color from the top as well. So I'm going to collect the color from over here. Final color. So we'll have required color. Should I just generate a random color whenever this gets built? I'm not so sure. Let me take it in the constructor then. Or maybe no. Let me generate it in here before, instead of doing that here. So I'm just going to generate that in there. Alright, so ref.read. I'll need to convert this into a consumer widget as well. Alright, and I don't need to take the color in anymore. Look, we don't even, listen, this is bad practice. Let me remove that from the provider so we don't have to instantiate provider everywhere we go. We can literally just get random colors anywhere, anytime at all. So let's put that function in there. Let us create in our colors a random color. Alright, so let me go over to my colors and get a random color. Alright, so I'm going to remove this to make it back to a stateless widget. Alright, so in my colors, let me go ahead and put the static generate random color over here. We will have dark matte and it will generate a random color for us whenever we need it. Alright, so then we can just simply say colors dot random color, and that's it, and we get our random color. Alright, so oopsie daisies. Alright, so we've got a random color. What else are we gonna do? Let's go ahead and box decoration. We've added that container. Let's go ahead and add some width between them. Alright, so this is my container. I will add some white space, constant white space between them. My white space will be of width 15. Alright, so we have padding, and the padding will be, I want to pad the entire thing. Why don't I just pad out the entire thing then? That's simply what I'm going to do. Let me pad out the entire container. That's what I'm thinking though. So I'm just going to add some padding around the entire container then. Alright, so this container, this main container, will have some padding. (16). I mean, it looks like that. So I'm going to add constant. So that way, I already have that 16 padding across the board. So I will then have my column, right? So my little column with children. Right, the first child will be, first of all, we need to make them all align on the start. So cross-axis alignment for them should be the start. So cross-axis alignment should be start. All right, and then we start fixing our widgets. All right, so first of all, we get our first text. Random task, whatever. So we need to make this text fadeable. So fade text. What was the label for my text? It was fadeable text something. Let me remember that. Fading text. All right. Fading text. The text is actually let me see. What have I done in there? Oh right, yeah, that was a little bit of a mess. So the text for this first one will simply be the task.title. All right. So and how do I get that? So it's a to-do title. So by all means, it should have a task model in it. So a to-do basically. So the task. So let's take that in here. This dot task. So that way we can just directly pass it without. Like, I mean, everyone should know that a task model is taking a task. So when we pass that, we don't have to name it basically. All right. So we can say that the task's title is not empty. What is my default field for fading text? My font size. I have to pass that font weight is normal by default, and my colors is colors.light. So let me go ahead and leave the colors as light. The font size I have to change to 18 though, and the weight I have to change to bold. So let me go ahead and do those. And then after that, I need another text as well. Right, so if the description is also too long, then we fade it basically. Alright, so let me also add some white space with height, let me say 3, height 3. Alright, so the height is actually 3. Let me add the description. And we're promising this because we're sure that no, we're not going to let them pass in empty titles and descriptions as well. So let's pretend that we're not seeing those, and then I'm going to remove this because by default it's normal, and which is what I want for this. So I think these can fit in one line. Yes, they can. So let me go ahead and finally white space height 10. I think 10 should do. Alright, so 10 is great or no. So let's go ahead and say constant. I don't know. This time, no, I can't make that constant because it just can't be because we're getting our information from the tasks. Right, so wait, I've got that and the description. Oh, I no longer need any fading texts. Now I need to build out that little time range tile. Right, so let me go ahead and build that out so it will contain a row. Right, it's this, and that. Right, so let's do that. Main axis alignment, it should start. So I think by default, it's already at the start. Yeah, so go ahead and do the children rather. Container. The first one's that little container. Alright, so its width, I don't know. Let's not give it any width, at least not now. Let's just give it a decoration. Alright, so its decoration should be simply box decoration border dots all, and we give it a width of 0.3. The border color should be grey.dark, I think. So our border color will be colors.dark grey. After we do that, I think that's, we haven't added the border radius yet. Yes, so border radius. It's so difficult building out UI without seeing what you're building. We want circular and we want 12, right? let's go ahead and give the background color for the container. So the color will be colors.dark background. Alright, so let's go ahead and put in the center of it. Alright, so child will be center. Its child will be the text. Alright. It'll be a little text widget that should take, let's say, task.start time, but we want it in that date format stuff. Right, so let's format that. So let me say date format. We want it in HHMM dot format that, right? And we want, after that, we want this to say that, and then we also do the same date format HHMM dot format task dot end time. But then this is too repetitive, alright? So why don't we remember what I taught you about extensions? Extensions are a way for us, the developer, to add extra functionality on top of an already created Dart file or Dart object, right? In this case, date times. We want to be able to format our date time. So the start time is a date time, alright? If the date time on the date time, we want to be able to say dots time only or something like that. Right, so let's go ahead into our core rather. Inside of core, we want to create a folder called extensions, and we want a file called date extensions, right? And in order to create that, we say extension dates. You could decide to give it a name or not. I'm just deciding to give it date ext. You could decide to just say on date time, right? But I prefer to give it a name on date time, and we want this to return a string for us, all right? And we want it to be called get time or something. Get time or something. I don't know. Dot time only or only time, right? No, time only is a lot better. And we don't want this to be a function, alright? Because, I mean, we're not taking anything in the function, alright? So I'm just going to make it a getter, alright? A getter's just like a function, but without the brackets, alright? But I don't need to pass any argument, so I don't need any parameters from whoever I'm using it from. So I'm just going to use it from here. So I'm just going to say dot date time with HHMM dot format. No, sorry, date format rather. Date format HHMM dot format this, and this means the date time that we're calling this on. Right, so we return this. We return this, and that's it. Alright, so we can even make this one line. Alright, and we don't need the return. So we can just make it that way. So now on any date time, we can simply say watch what happens. Task dot start time, and we can say dot time only. Do you see how pretty that is? Right, so that's a lot prettier. Right, so we can also say task dot end time. Sorry, and we can say dot time only. Right, so now that's a lot better. Really, that's a lot better for me. Alright, so let's split that up. So we've built that one out. We will come back and edit it a little bit because I know I'll have to add some padding around that. So for now, let's go ahead and continue what we're doing then. Alright, so the text should be the text, and I need to give it some style. So Google fonts.poppings, and we pass in simply passing font size 12, font weight to no, the font weight, I think that looks normal. So the color should be colors dot light. Come on, mate. Come on, mate. I don't have time for this. Alright, so that looks decent. So let's go ahead and in our home screen import active tasks. And in here we actually just want to return a to-do tile. Return a to-do tile. Right, and pass in that task. Alright, so that's that. We get the task and we pass it in. But then what if these were empty? Alright, what if they were empty? So what do we want to do? We can go into the active tasks. So after we do this, after we make sure that it isn't null, we can check if snapshot.data dot is not empty, or let's say, yeah, that it's not. Right, first of all, let's check if it's empty. Right, so if it's empty, we can return something out, just maybe a centered text. Alright, let's do that. Let's do centered text. Child will be a text that says and we can make that to be a little bit different. So let's go ahead and do this. Let's style it. Google fonts.poppins. We can make it bold. Font weight should be bold. Color should be colors.light. Let's make it opaque. .06, and then let's add the font weight, the font size, and make that, I don't know, 18. Alright, so that's what happens when the data is empty. Right, so for now, let's go ahead and do that, and then let's restart the application. Alright, so we can see this now. Alright, we can see how this looks. Alright, but this isn't. Right, so when there's no pending tasks, we're to see this, alright? So, but when there's a pending task, however, let me see. If I actually went ahead and added some size box with height about 100, let me see what happens. Does it affect you? I don't think it does. Alright, so height 100, width, I don't know, screen width, colors dot light. Don't mind me, I'm just trying to check something happens. Right, so we've basically got all of this to ourselves for the tab view. Alright, so I think that's great and all, but yeah, so that's all for us. So if there's no pending tasks, then that happens. Alright, when there's no completed tasks either, we also want no completed tasks to appear there. But so for now, let's ignore this and let's go ahead and say that if there were tasks, we want to wrap this in a container, alright? And we want to give that container a background color. Oh, let's make it a colored box then. A colored box. No, should it be a colored box then? Let's make it a colored box, right? And then we give it a color that will be colors.light background. Alright, so when there's actually something there, we wrap it with a colored box that gives it a light background, and then we come back to our tab bar view. Alright, and we wrap it with, I don't know, a clip rect in order to curve it. Alright, if it has anything inside of it, we should curve it. Wrap with widget clip rect, and then we want the border radius to be border radius dot all, or, and it will be, I don't know, 12. Sorry, circular, and it will be 12, right? So let's see how that pulls. All right, so for you, so for you, for them, for you, for them, sir. All right, so that deals with that. All right, so but then when we actually have a task, let's go ahead and add a task then. Let's see. Johnny boy. Let's see. Johnny has left for school. It's nearly there. Let's set date. Have we even added the functionality to save it to the database? I don't think we have. I don't think we have. Let's go ahead and check if we have. Today end time will be today by, I don't know, 58 or something. Yeah, we haven't added functionality to actually save it to the database. So let's just go ahead and keep building from what we had in the user interface at first. So let's go ahead and continue building with this. I'm just going to keep looking at this. Or should we just go ahead and do it and get over with? Yeah, let me implement it. So add, where's our add task? In our add task screen, after all said and done, we actually need to call ref.read. We want a ref.read. No, sorry. Ref.read task provider. Alright. Rectifier. Let me import that. Alright. Dot add task. Alright, so the task will be a new task. Let's go ahead and create our task over here. Alright, so await. Let's await for this to complete. Async. No, async. So before we actually even do that, yeah, let's create our navigator. Navigator.off context. Alright, let's go ahead and do this. Let's see core utils.show loader. Alright, and after doing it, we need to pop that loader. So we say navigator.pop because we want to do that twice. So I'm going to use a cascade operator and we pop twice. Alright, so pop. So because we want to pop the loader and then we want to pop the page itself. Alright, so that is if this is completed. Alright, so if all of these are given, then we can say else call utils.show snapbar that says all fields are required, sir. Alright, so let's go ahead and do that. Let's cut this off and put it back here. So we want to add a task model, not from map, we just want a task model. Now let's start giving all of its values, right? So the title will be title. The description will be description. The, I don't know, start time will be start time. The end time will be the end time. What else have we got? The remind will be false. And repeat. I'm actually thinking to make the repeat a boolean. Alright, so do we want it to repeat true? I'm going to make that true. Should I? Now I've already built out that. So I'm just going to make it. I've already created the table, so let's just make it yes. Yes or no. Yes. Repeat yes. Don't repeat no. Alright, so we could have just made it boolean. Alright, but then so Now that I've created our task model, I hope there's nothing that we're forgetting. Apart from the ID, which will be automatically generated, description is completed, is false by default, remind is false, end times.time date. Alright, so have I added the date? No, I haven't. Date will be the date. Where in the world is my date? Final date. Sorry, final date will be equal to date provider. So let's go ahead and add that one as well. Date will be date. Also, now there's one more thing. So in here, these ones are default. By default, it's completed as true, and reminder is equal to false. Right. So in fact, I'm going to change it. Right. So repeat will be false by default, and I'm changing the value of repeat to the type of repeat to bool. Right, so for repeat as well, if repeat is true, we use 1. If it's not true, we use 0. Right, so over here, we receive repeat as a number. And if the number is equal to 1, we repeat, else we don't repeat. So I also go to my database helper. And for my repeat, I'm making it an integer. Alright, so we've got all of those. I hope there's nothing I'm missing. Yes, there's nothing apparently. So for repeat will be true by default. Wait, what have I done? Repeat shouldn't be false by default, it should be true, right? So remind is false by default. It's completed as false. Should remind be true. And remind is false by default and repeat is true by default. So let's go ahead and delete them because they already have default values, right? So completed is completed as already false by default as well. So there's no point setting that one. So now after all of these have been completed, we need to pop the page basically. Alright, so after that we pop the page and we see what's happening. And hopefully it gets saved. Hopefully. Let me see. Add task to database. If it's not empty, then we save. Let's save that. Hot reload error. What's the problem? There's a problem in here. A nullable expression can't be used. No, repeat can't be null. So I'm sorry about that. Let's go ahead and cancel. Let's see from our runner. We're ready to test. So when we submit, we get an error that all fields are required. Let's go ahead and say Johnny boy. Let's see. We have been called to serve and we shall. Set date will be July 6th and today and 7th. Alright, so submit. And now we've got an error. Oh my days. Unhandled exception, right? We've got an error. We've got a little error. Let's go ahead and see what the problem is. So database exception. No such table tasks. While compiling our insert or replace into task. I probably have to restart, right? Because I've already inserted the table such that the table uses repeat as the table has repeat as a string, and this time I've made it an integer, so I probably have to restart. Let me see. I think that's the problem. I'm not too sure, but let's see. And I think I have an error once more. Oh my days. Hopefully. So what exactly is the problem here? Let's see. Let's debug. Let's go ahead and debug all of this. No such table tasks. in insert or replace into tasks. I reinstalled the application. I'm not sure if that will fix it, but let's see. Let's see if that fixes it then. Hopefully it fixes it. Let's pick a country. So yeah, that worked. Wow, that was pretty quick. Let's refresh that and we can see. Alright, so let's go ahead and continue editing the user interface. Right, so database helper, close, at tasks, screen close. That's basically completed at this point. Active tasks. There we are, in the to-do tile. We don't need the fading texts anymore. So in the to-do tile, I am actually just going to add some, where are you, the container. I'm going to add some padding, some padding, edge insets dot symmetric. Alright, so I'm going to add vertical, I'm going to add 5.h, horizontal, I'm going to add 16.w. I'm not sure 16 is okay, it sounds too big. No, that's a lot, that's way too big. So way too big. So I'm going to reduce you to 3. Yes, alright, that's a lot better. 3 to 16 sounds great. Alright, so let's go ahead and just make this one 15 then, just for the fun of it. Yep. That looks great. That looks really great. So let's go ahead and build out the remaining what we have left. Alright, so let's go over to our to-do tile and continue editing the to-do tile. Right, so where were we before we got interrupted? So we were right here. We'd completely built out this part. So let's go ahead and close down the center and the container. And right outside of it, right inside, still I think I'm still inside my rows children. So I have my feeding text, second one, and yes, I have my inner row. So I'm just going to close out the container, and right outside of it, I'm going to give the white space with a width of 20. All right, so and I have my little row of children. Right, so no, I don't even need another row. So I basically have my sorry. In this case, this icon could be different on different versions of the to-do tile. So I'm just gonna make that one that icon to be dynamic, and then I'm gonna add another space. Let me just copy this one and paste that. Then we finally have our icon button. I don't know. I really don't want this icon button to push. So our icon button on pressed, we're not going to do anything so far. Right? The icon will be icons icon. We will use the material community icons dot delete circle. Alright, that was super weird. But then let's just go ahead and give the color to be colors dot light. Alright, yep. And we also have our edit icon. Alright, so for the unpressed, we will change this to on delete. Alright, we will collect that in the constructor. Also for the edit icon, I think we should just give it here. So it should be on icon button and I say on edit. Alright, and then icon can be constant icon. Alright, and we have material community icons dot. Let's use circle edit outline, and then we give it a color of colors dot light. Alright, so on edit should be final void callback on edit, and we can also have final void callback on delete. Alright, so let's go ahead and add those. This dot on edit and this dot on delete. Alright, so I think that those should work for now. Alright, let's go ahead and see. Oh, let's continue building out what we were building before now. So I'm going to find the end of my row. So I think right inside of this row, I'm confused as to what row I'm in. So let me minimize this one. So what else is there? Let's see. We have this final end icon. Let's call that an end icon. Alright, so that should be different on the different tile. So let's have a final icon, sorry, a widget, end icon or end widget. I don't know, whatever you want to call it. Required, let me put that before the rest of you. Required this dot end icon. Alright, so let me save that bit, and then inside of my active tasks I could actually just, what have I got? End icon. Let me go ahead and give that let me use a widget called switch. So for this part we want to turn the notification to completed or to not completed. So its value will be let's say task dot is completed. So if task is completed, then it will be turned on. If the task is not completed, it will be turned off. Right, so now on changed of it, right, it will give us its value, right? So on change of it, we don't care about its value because we don't care about switching it on and off. The moment we switch it on, this is for the pending list. The moment we switch that switch on, it should automatically be transported from here all the way to the completed section. All right, so we don't care whether it's on or off. It's gonna be off anyways whenever it's here. So whenever we turn that thing on, we actually want to ref.read task provider notifier mark as completed, and we give it the task. But then this time let's change the tasks the task to tasks is completed to true. Let's edit that here. Task dot is completed can become equal to true. Alright, so then we can just simply pass in task over here. I think that should work. So let's go ahead and save that. Alright, let me turn that switch on and do a reload. Now it's gone, and it's gone into completed. Right, oh my days, now everything's gone. Do you know what? Let's go ahead and change all of these out because these aren't refreshing. So let's rather watch the actual provider state. Right, so whenever there's something added, it notifies us, and then we rebuild whatever tasks we've got. So, and then in that case, we just pass them down in the widget tree. Right, so let's go ahead and watch. So all tasks will be equal to ref.watch, and we want task provider. Alright, so where we have this, let's create a special utility for the to-do feature. So to-do utils, let's create in here new dart file utils to-do utils. Alright, let's have a class to-do utils. and we create a constant to do utils dot underscore that. Alright, so we're creating a separate utility for the to do feature. Alright, so in here, let's take away these things that aren't refreshing. Alright, so when we do a refresh, it doesn't affect them. So let's go ahead and where are they? From there all the way, everything that does not cause a refresh, let's remove them. State.where, we have get tasks for tomorrow, get tasks for today. Right, yeah, so these ones do not cause refreshes, so let's remove them from here. Alright, and then let's go into the to do utils and instead paste them in here, right, and make them all static. So we can select, you can hold down shift and alternate on your keyboard and you can select multiple lines. Alternate, shift, alt, and you can type in static, right? And then we can say import that, import this, alright? That is it. So let's go ahead and take rather the all tasks from the method signature. All right, so let's take task models, all tasks. All right, all tasks, and then we take those and then we simply generate this from them. So let's replace every state with all tasks. Replace all. Alright, so let's also copy this and paste it everywhere. Paste that. Paste that. Paste that as well. Paste that, and finally paste that. Paste that. Alright, so yeah, I'm so sorry, bruv. Right, so we could simply pass you the all tasks. And we can simply also pass you all tasks. Alright, so I think we need commas here, one here as well. We also need one, and finally you. So we're actually just, what we've basically done is we're basically taking all the tasks from the constructor and then we simply filter through those tasks and return the tasks amongst those tasks that meet our requirements, right? So we've removed that from the state, right? Hopefully the state does not crash. Let me see. Yeah, there's no errors there. We've only got errors over here. So now we're watching the actual provider, right? So and its state. So whenever its state changes, right? Whenever it changes, we actually want to get our little future, all right? So what will our future be? So final future. No, do you know what? Let me just call that in here. So whenever that changes, we actually want to take those tasks and say to do utils dot get active tasks for today, and we pass in tasks from the main person. All right, so that's how this one would work. All right, so let's restart and see if that works. Hopefully it works. We're still getting 0. So maybe, but then let me see if that solves the problem where after adding a task it doesn't show up immediately. So Johnny, John, and we can set the date like this. We can set the start time, set the end time, we can submit. Yes, alright, so it shows up immediately now, so that actually solves the problem of watching for us. But the problem is when I close you, yeah, do you see that? Right, so everything stays now. Alright, so let's restart and see if Johnny John stays after I restart the app. So I forgot to call refresh whenever we completed this build. So inside of my home screen, when the home screen gets built, I actually want to call that notifier.watch.refresh. We actually just want to refresh this screen by all means necessary. So I could convert this to a hook consumer widget, so that way I can actually just get widget ref, all right, and then I could say ref dot read. Should I read it or watch it? Let me just go ahead and read it. That way I can refresh to dos. Sorry, tasks dot read tasks provider dot notifier dot refresh. All right, so let's start the application over from scratch, restart it and see if that solves the issue for us. Yes, so now that works. That works perfectly. Yeah. So it all works now. So let's go ahead and continue with our task creations. So let's also do the same for completed tasks. Let's see. So over here we simply mark this person as completed. We use that for our end icon. Alright, so the end icon is dynamic for each of them. So in the completed section, let's go ahead and see what the completed section looks like. So when we switch over to completed, let's mark this as completed. In the completed section, we see this, but with the end icon of check. Alright, so it still shows up everything except edit and the check mark. Alright, so let's go ahead and make those changes. Alright, so this one isn't always there, so we could actually just skip the edit icon, and this one could totally ignore, could totally use a different icon over here. So let's go ahead and do that. My app has crashed again, but let's ignore that. So in the task tile, open up, mate. Alright, so over here, this edit icon that we've got over here, where is it? This person. Alright, so we actually want to check if the task is pending or something. So if the task is pending, then we don't want to show this icon at all. Right, so we just want to leave that place as blank. Right, so now we can check if task dot is completed is false. So if the task isn't completed, then we can edit that task. Else we can't edit that task. Alright, so if the task is completed, we want to show the end icon as well. Right, so the end icon is different, so I don't want to put that code in here, so I'm just going to leave it so that we can give different end icons as well, instead of actually just switching between them, because over here we can also see we have a totally different end icon. So let's go ahead and see. Alright, so this is what we've got. Let's go ahead and add a new task. Alright, so yes, there you go. So now that's overflow. Let's fix that little overflow as well. I mean, constrain it. So we have a widget called a constrained box. It will force some sort of constraint on your widget. Right, so if you give max width, for example, constraints, it takes constraints, and we have box constraints, and now we can constrain it and give it maybe a max width. Right, so do not surpass this width. But then the difference between a constraint and a normal width, right, is we're basically saying with a normal width, we're saying you must be this width on whatever screen you're on. No matter what happens, you always have to be that width, right? But with a constrained box's max width, we're basically saying, alright, so no, on whatever screen you are, if your screen is smaller, you can take any width you want. If it's larger, you can take any width you want, but make sure that your width does not go past the width that I'm about to give you. Alright, if your width goes above that, then please just use the width I've given you. Alright, so don't go past the width I'm about to give you. So that's what constraint boxes do. So I'm just simply gonna give it the screen width, I don't know, media query of context dot size dot width times, I don't know, times 3. Sheesh. Times 1. Times 3 is too much. I meant 0.3, so 30%, not times 3. It was times 0.3. Alright, so 3 is too small. Let's make that 4. Is 4 too small as well? Yes, that's too small, so let's go with 5, 50%. Hopefully that's not too small. I think for this one, the overflow should be an ellipsis, rather. Right, so let me change the overflow. So we can have a property overflow. If it's not, then we use this one. Alright, so let's copy that type. Let's say final this overflow. Alright, and we can have this dot overflow. We can have those. Cancel that feeding text and change your overflow to be that dot ellipsis. Alright, let's go ahead and do that. Alright, yeah. So that's our description. Those are our widgets. I don't like that this is taking so much space. Right, let's go ahead and constrain it a lot more. Let's also give that person a constrained width, constrained box, wrap with widget, constrained box. Let's wrap this entire column in a constrained width, in the box that's got a constrained width, so that way the entire column, even if we had a long title, alright, it doesn't overflow. So the entire column, I'm going to wrap with a constrained box, wrap with widget, constrained box, alright. We paste that. Alright, let's go ahead and do that. What is your problem, mate? Something wrong with you? So the icon, we actually had some spacing over here, 20, which I'm going to remove now because there's no point, since we're using the space cross-axis whatever. Alright, I think that's too much then. That's too much of a constraint. Too small of a constraint. So let's go ahead and increase that constraint. Make it 60%. If that makes you happy, let's go ahead and do that. Alright, I think that's sweet. Alright, so that's a lot better. Looks a lot better to me. What else is there? So this I've done way too much in this, so let me reduce that to 8. Let's see how 8 looks. If 8 looks better. Yeah, 8 looks a lot better. What can we do to make this look better? Also, yeah, I don't see the need for this stat. Let's remove this stat. There's only one child, so we can just have our container. Our little container. Alright, so now we have our container. But then between these containers, right, as I built my list view, I actually want some spacing on the bottom of each of them. So, but then the last one, I actually don't want it to have anything on the bottom. So what am I going to do? Let me see. So I could do that in the active tasks. Alright, so in here is last. So let's find out if this is the last. If is last is its last is equal to index, when the index is equal to the snapshot.data.length minus 1. All right. So if we had two, if we had two with two tasks, all right. If we had two tasks, then its last will be true when the index is equal to 1, because 2 minus 1 is 1. So an index in the index will start from 0 and end at 1. Programming works normally, so let's go ahead and work with that. Let's see. So in here, our to-do tile, we don't just want to return a to-do tile, right? So let's add an optional bottom margin. So this dot bottom margin. All right, let's go ahead and add that. Final double bottom margin. All right, let's say question mark. That should work. So if bottom margin, sorry, let's put a margin and say if bottom margin is null, use null, else use constant edge insets dot. Don't make a constant edge insets dot. No, don't view from padding. Oh my days. Edge insets dot only bottom. We have the bottom margin dot h, so that should work. So over here, alright, yeah, so over here, if it's last, then use a bottom margin. That's what we're going to do. Is bottom margin is last. Use, let's make it 10, I think. Else not, just make it null then. No, if it's last, make it null. Else, make it 10. That's what we're going to do. Alright, so let's go ahead and add a new task. My second task is going to be a beautiful task, and my friends will hear about it. Alright, so set date. I'm going to set it to tomorrow, to August. Alright, let's do 9th. Alright, so July on the 9th, we're going to set that to 8 o'clock. And we also have on July the 8th, we are going to set that to done. Let's go ahead. Where are my two tasks? Hello. Run. Where is my second task? Days. Oh, it's not today's task. That. Oh my days, that scares me. Right, let's add second task for today. Let's add. This is the second task. The first one nearly gave me a heart attack. Today's section. Alright, so it should be today, alright? Then the time should be from 1757 all the way down to 1957. Alright, let's go ahead and do that. Alright, so yeah, so we can see it fits in perfectly on the bottom. It wraps around the bottom like it's part of the container. And when we also pull all the way to the top, we can see it wrapping all the way around the top. Alright, and we only have that bottom margin over here. Alright, so that is perfectly what we wanted. Alright, so now that that's done, let's go ahead and implement delete and edit functionalities. Alright, so for delete to do tile. So for delete, the delete would be this one. Alright, so on delete we have on delete and we have on edit. Alright, so on delete, there's my to-do tile. There you are. So on delete, we want to say ref.read, and then we say task provider dot notifier dot delete task. We give the task.id to delete that task. And we promise you it's not null. Alright, so we also have on edit. On edit, we want to push and we will give the context, and we want to push to material page route, and we take the builder and we pass in the add task screen. Alright, so now I don't think the add task screen is I don't know, I don't think this is a deserving name anymore, because now it also edits. Alright, so it also edits functionality. So let's change its name to edit add or edit task screen. Alright, so I think that does it a lot more justice. Right, so when we push to that screen, and it's from the edit section, alright, we want to take this task and pass it there, so meaning that over here we should be expecting some sort of task. Right, so this dot task. Alright, so then if this task if this task isn't empty, so final task model task. Alright, so if the task which is nullable, what is the problem? Add or edit task screen. What have I done wrong? Oh, there's a need for a comma. Right, so if this task isn't null, then we will initialize the values of these with this. Alright, so let's go ahead and do that. So by the time that we come from this place and hit edit, alright, where is it? We actually want to pass in the task as the task that we have at hand. Right, so, and by the time that we come into this place, from that place, this wouldn't be null. So each time that we come from this place, from the edit button, we are sure that the task is not null. Alright, so in that case, we will start with our checks. Alright, so let's go ahead and do that. So we can say text will be is it nullable though? It's a nullable string. Alright, so if task dot, we want task dot title. That is if, and we're telling it that it's nullable. So if it's null, just make this text to be null. Alright, but if it's not null, then use task dot title, and we'll simply do the same across the board. So task dot description. So we can say if the task is not equal to null, then we can, set the date notifier dot whatever, change date and change time to be the task's date and time. But when we do that, this is the build method. Alright, the build method at this point, the build method will be running because it's building the widgets. Now, whenever you change date, what does it do? It refreshes the screen again. So while the build method will be in the process of building, we would call the change notifier over here to rebuild the task date and task start time. But that's bad practice, and it will definitely crash your application. You could try it if you want. But then what we're going to do, we're going to convert this to a stateful widget. Alright, we can't directly convert this one to a stateful widget, so let's change it back to a stateless widget. Remove the ref. Alright, so that we can get access to this light bulb and say convert to stateful widget. Alright, so after we convert that to stateful widget, we could convert this to a stateful hook consumer widget. All right, so that's the stateful version of the consumer widget. All right, so we can say consumer state, and over here we can also say consumer state. All right, so now in our init state, meaning once the application, this screen gets built, right? First of all, at init state, override init state. All right, so once the init state starts, after the init state completes, and we want to make sure that it's after the init state is completed, all right? And then we add something called a post frame callback, and that comes from the widgets binding dot instance dot add post frame callback. You can see it adds a callback for the end of this frame. Alright, so once this frame is done building, it will add this callback, or it will do this. So at that point we're fairly sure that the screen isn't building, so then we will initialize these. And since this is in the init state, we are basically sure that this will only run once in the lifetime of this screen. So once this screen is built, we're sure that this will initialize only once, so we don't have to worry about overwriting whatever we change the date to, and when it runs build it will change them again if we actually left that function in here. So without too much talking, let's go ahead and do what we need to do. So we first of all check if widget.task is not equal to null. So now we're sure that it's not null. Alright, we can go ahead and change. We've already changed these, so now all we need would be these three. Alright, so we can go ahead and change and call ref.read. Let me copy these. So let's copy this one, and we do that, and we say .change date to the the widget.task.date. Alright, so let's go ahead and do that, and we promise you it's not empty. Alright, so let's go ahead and save that. Now while we're at that, let's simply go to the change date function, because it actually wants to make sure that this isn't null. So I think at any point that we create that task, we're sure that the date is null, so we can just simply do this. Alright, because normally we don't let them even hit submit if the date is not provided. So let's do the same thing for these boys over here. So this one gets that one, and you, my friend, get the other one as well. So let's change time, and you also change time, and then for you we use the start time, and for you we use the end time. Alright, let's command alternate L that and save that, and let's do a hot reload. And now let's try going into the edit mode, and we can see, alright, so we've got 451, 450, and we can change whatever we need over here. Alright, we can change anything that we need. Let me do that real quickly. The other description was just a bunch of gobbledygook. Oh, let's see that change now. Oh, forgive me. We literally just added a new task. I'm so sorry. We should have changed the submit buttons functionality as well. So the submit buttons functionality, we need to check first if the task is not equal to null, then we do not want to call this. Alright, so if widget.task is not equal to null, meaning that we're editing, alright, so we want to update, else then we can add. Alright, we don't want to add, so let me go ahead and delete that. Alright, so that's deleted, so you can see. Alright, let me go ahead and change this and say await ref.read. Let me simply copy this task model. Alright. Do you know what? Let me just ref.read. I close that up. And then I say, no, we don't close that yet. We say task provider dot I think we already have, no we don't. Task provider dot notifier dot update, or what? I don't know. What was it? It was meant to be update task, wasn't there? No, I had an update task. Did I move that? I think I've moved that as well to my to-do utilities, did I? It was get tasks. I don't think I moved that either. Get tasks. Everything over here literally gets tasks. So I don't even think I created one that updates that. So let's go ahead and so future void update task would be task model task, and we say async, and we simply await db.update task and we refresh. Alright, so mark as completed should also do the same thing. Alright, mark as completed will also just simply call update task from this class. Alright, and we simply pass in that task, and that person will update and refresh. Alright, so let's go ahead and update task then. Alright, let's give it the widget. So first of all, after doing that, we want to change the widget.task dot what are we changing though? Alright, let's create a new task from all of these then. Let's create a new task from all of these. So basically when this happens, we want to create a new task. Alright, so after all of these, final task will be equal to this. Alright, we create a new task. Over here, we simply pass in that task. Alright, but then over here, remember that our road task already had an ID. Alright, so we want to change the ID of this task. So the only thing missing here will be the ID, the remind, the repeat in case these have changed. So we will pass these ones as well. Alright, so let me see, what else do we need? Yep, so let's go ahead and do this then. So the ID should be the widget.task.id. We should also use widget.task.repeat for repeat. So let's go ahead and do for repeat widget.task equal to null. Can we leave this as null though? Let me see. Yeah, so widget.task equal to null. Then we use repeat was true by default, I believe, wasn't it? Yeah, and then the rest of them are false by default. So let's go ahead. Else widget.task.repeat, and we make sure that that's not null. We'll remove that last one. So we can do the same for the remaining three. It's completed. So even we don't need the is completed because whenever something is completed, we can't edit it. So I don't think we need that either way. So we need the remind. Yes, the remind. So widget.task is null. We do that else remind widget.task.remind. Alright, so and then we also have our little ID. So over here we also use the task. Alright, so now we've created a multi-purpose task model. Alright, and we can use that here and we can use that here. Alright, so when we're adding a new task, this will be null by default. so that the table can generate a new task ID for us, and these also will be their default values, else they will take the value of the owed task. Alright, so let's go ahead and see if this works. Let's refresh that, and then let's see. Let's edit this. Select all, remove that. We will submit that. We can see that it's updated this particular task, right? So now that works perfectly. So edit works, delete works. We can mark them as completed. And now what's left? All right, we have to display the rest of them over here. All right, remember that we wrote a lot of methods. All right, so we have to utilize all of them and use them. All right, so let's go ahead and do that. Before that though, we have to complete the completed part. So let's go back to our active tasks. Over here we had active tasks over here. Over here we will have completed tasks. Let's create a widget for that. Completed tasks. Alright, let's see. So the completed tasks, I actually want it to be similar to what we have in the other task part. So let's just go ahead and copy the active tasks and change it to completed. So let's paste that. Oh my days, complete. No, stop. Completed tasks. We change that. We get the ref provider. This one will simply do get completed tasks for today. It will filter that list and get us the completed tasks for today. And we also have our little to-do tail. No completed tasks will be the, and I think that should solve it for us. Yes. Oh, my end icon can no longer mark it as completed. Where I'm gonna replace that with an icon from the ant design, and it will be check circle, and then its color will be our colors dot green. Alright, we can mark this as a constant. No, what's the problem? What is your problem, sir? Alright, so now that that's done, let's save that. And let's see. Right, so these are the things that we've completed basically. Johnny Boy was completed. What else can I say? DD was completed. Johnny was completed. We could also delete them as well, so we could totally delete them from everywhere, from the database, right? So we have second Johnny, deleting everything, so now this is empty, so we have no completed tasks. And we also want to delete all of our pending tasks, and we can have no pending tasks and no completed tasks, so we can see how beautiful this looks. So alright, so let's move on to the next part, the bottom part. Alright, so after this part we have a bottom part where we can display other other tasks. So let me minimize this, and after my size box we can have a constant white space. Its height will also be 20, and then we will have two other widgets. All right, so we have tomorrow, so we will have tasks for tomorrow, and then we will have a white space, and then have tasks for day after tomorrow. Alright, so now we have to create task tiles for these. So let's go ahead and start with tomorrow's tasks, and let's comment this one out. Alright, let's go ahead and build that. Widgets, new direct file, tasks for tomorrow. Stateless tasks for tomorrow. Alright, let me go back there and import these boys. Add a constant. Alright, so let's go ahead and save these. And now this is where it starts. Alright, so now for tasks for tomorrow, it should be a little bit similar to what we already have. So I'm actually just going to copy this all over. Where is it? Where is it? Completed tasks. Paste that and change this to tasks for tomorrow. Refactor that. Alright, so over here we get tasks for tomorrow. Alright? But then the only difference between this one and that one, no, we actually don't want these. Alright, so if tomorrow's tasks are empty, we don't actually really care at this point. Alright, we don't want to show any different UI. We will show an expansion tile. Right, so if you notice in the previous UI, in the UI that we have, when there's a task for tomorrow, it expands and you can close it, you can expand it, you can also close it up, and you can keep expanding and closing. We just have this permanently. Alright, so we're going to build this out. This is called an expansion tile in Flutter. Alright, so let's go ahead and get started with the expansion tile. So if the snapshot has data, we want to return, instead of a colored box, we actually want to return an expansion tile. We know it takes a title, and the title is a widget, so let's go ahead and give it a text that says hello world, and a subtitle that says well. Well, let's see what happens after it builds. Alright, so this has finally successfully reloaded. Right, so we can see that we could actually replicate this design, or whatever design we want. For example, this one. Alright, this tomorrow's tasks and tomorrow's tasks are shown here. We can replicate that design using the title and the subtitle, and we also have a property called trailing. Right, we can add that trailing property over here, and that trailing property will appear here, so we can use that to replicate this little notch stuff over here. Right, but we're not going to do that. We're not going to do any of that because we don't have a lot of control over the space in between them and all that. Right, so instead we will simply use only the title and make the title to look like this entire thing, or to look like what we need it to look like. Alright, so after we've deleted that, let's go ahead and do the title then. So using only the title, let's go ahead and commit atrocities with this. Alright, so what we're going to do is we will create, let me wrap all of it in a padding with all sides. Alright, padding, edge, make it a constant, edge, insets, dot all 8. Alright, then we have the child of a padding as the row, and then its children, we have main axis, we have, for each children, we have, first of all, a container. Alright, so before we actually build all of this, we need to get a color, alright, so that that color will match across. So if we have that handle color as red over here, when we expand this, we also want all of them to be red. So we want one universal one. So let's go ahead and find the color. Where is it? let me just go ahead and generate a new color over here. Alright, so if snapshot.data, so final color will be equal to I think colors dot get dot random color. Alright, so we've got our color. Alright, let's give it a height. Sorry. A height of 80. Alright. Let's give it a width of 5.w. This one's got .h, so we're rebuilding this handle, this little handle over here, which we've already built before in the to-do tile, but let's go ahead and do this. In fact, let me go into the to-do tile and copy that. The decoration will simply be this. Right, so let's add a color option here so that when we're actually building the tiles we can simply pass in that color. Alright, so let's go ahead and take this dot color and we can take final color, color, save that, come back here and paste all of these. Alright, so the color will simply be that color that we've got at the top. Alright, so let's go ahead and save and format that, not save. Let's see what we've got so far. Alright, so we've got that. Now next, let's go ahead and add some width, white space, and that would be width 15 only. Let's give it only 15. Let's go ahead and create a column. It's cross-axis. Let's make it start. Just like these, alright? So let's go ahead and make them start. Let's make its children be these texts, alright? So let me go into to-do tile and copy those texts. In fact, I don't want them to be faded, alright? They should fit. I want them to fit in there. Right, so we simply have text. The first one will say, let me convert this to double quotes, tomorrow's tasks. Alright, and its style will be Google Fonts.Poppins. Alright, font size will be 24. Font weight will be bold, and the color will be colors.light. Alright, so now we've got that, tomorrow's tasks. Alright, and then after this we will have a second text widget that will say tomorrow's tasks are shown here. Alright, so then this time we have 12, and for the color, for the font weight, we have the normal font weight. So let's change that to normal. And for the color, let's use the 54% opacity white. So the material colors dot white, but then with 54% opacity. Alright, so let's add that. Alright, sweet. Now, I think that solves that. So let's go ahead and collapse this bit and this bit. Right, so this is simply the title for the expansion tile. Alright, so let's go ahead and complete the expansion tiles editing. Alright, so the tile padding, let's remove all padding. We don't want these paddings on the sides. Alright, so let's make those edge insets dot zero. Its children's padding, we also make that edge insets dot zero. Let's save that. So now we also need to change the trailing widget, which is this widget that we've got here. Right, so we want it to be such that when the tile is expanded, it will be an arrow. When it's expanded, it turns into a cancel, and when we hit that cancel and it collapses it, it turns into an arrow to expand it. Right, so in order to do that, we will need to know when this is expanded. I think an expansion tile has an expansion tile controller. Alright, so let's go ahead and add that. The controller will simply be an expansion tile controller. I think the hooks widget, BLoC controller, tile controller. Well, let me call that expansion controller will be equal to use. Let's see what type of controllers that the hook exposes for us. I don't think they have one of such. Yep. So we don't have that, so we will have to create a stateful widget and then create that controller. But then I think, alright, I think if we did this, alright, I think we could access some properties. Like, let me see what properties we can access. Alright, so we have is expanded, so that way we can know when the expansion tile is expanded. Right, so let's go ahead and create a stateful widget. Alright, also remember that we don't only have tomorrow's tasks, we also have tasks for day after tomorrow. So for that reason, we will need a duplicate version of this, and we don't want to copy over this entire decoration that we've created. Alright, so let's go ahead and even abstract this expansion tile to be a different widget, right, so that we can reuse that widget. Alright, so for that reason, let's go ahead and create our I don't know, other task. Alright, task expansion tile. Alright, so let's go ahead and create that. Import material. Let us go ahead and create a stateful widget. Right, so consumer stateful. Do we need a consumer? No, we don't. So let's create a normal stateful widget. Alright, let's call that task expansion tile. Alright, and let's go ahead and paste what we've got over there. Let's import these. And for our color, let's create a color property over here. Final, let's make it late color. Color. And let's override init state. So when the expansion tile initializes, right, we want to create that color and make it to be equal to colors dot random color. Alright, so that way we have one general color. The column, we have Google Fonts, and that saves that. I think we're set. Right, so let's go ahead in the expansion tile. We also need that. Let's first of all go ahead and use, we no longer need this. Let's go ahead and use the task expansion tile. Alright, so inside of the task expansion tile, let's go ahead and create the controller. Will be equal to expansion tile controller. Alright, now for this controller, we give it the controller that we've got, and then for the trailing widget, right, let's listen to the trailing widget. So for my trailing, we listen to the controller dot is expanded, right? So if the controller dot is expanded, we use, let's just create one generic icon first instead of creating two different icons, right? So for the inner icon, so controller dot is expanded. If it's expanded, then we use ant design dot my days dot close circle, right? Else, if it's not expanded, if the thingy isn't expanded, we use ant design dot no don't dot circle down. Alright, so alright, that's that. And we have our expansion tile, we have the trailing widget as well. So let's go ahead and see. Let's restart that. Now we have a problem. So after a bit of digging around, the problem actually is that there is an issue, alright? So when the expansion tile is actually created in the same build function as the callback that refers to the controller, then the context argument to the build function can't be used to find the expansion controller since it's above the widget being returned in the widget tree, alright? So it says that in cases like that, you can use a builder widget which provides a new scope to the build context, right? So basically, when you create a controller within a context, you should not try to basically use that controller. And by use, I mean access its property, like the is expanded property within that same build context, right? So let's go ahead and see. We're in this build context, and then we've given the controller under this build context, and we're still trying to access the is expanded property within that same build context. So now we have to provide a different build context. We can either extract this icon to a different widget altogether, or we can wrap it with a builder. Alright, this is the point of a builder. A builder provides a new context. Alright, so let's use this new context and call it, I don't know, second context. Alright, and then using our second context, we can get a hold of our actual controller. Alright, so the controller, or let's say, I don't know, inner controller. It's still the same controller. Is equal to expansion tile controller dot of the second context. Alright, so it will actually still get us an instance of this controller. Alright, but then with this context. Alright, so in that way we can use the inner controller. Alright, you can use that inner controller to control or to check the is expanded property. So let's go ahead and restart, and we can see that that works. Alright, so moment of truth, fingers crossed, and it worked. Alright, so we can expand and we can collapse, but we can see that the icon does not change. So let's go ahead and set state. Right, so whenever the expansion tile has a property called on expansion changed, whenever it changes, we simply want to set state, right? So just refresh the screen basically. We just want you to refresh, and it provides us with a boolean whether it changed or not, alright? So whether it was collapsed or expanded. So let's go ahead and save. Alright, so this time we can see the icon changing as we tap and untap and do whatever we wanted to do. Alright, so now let's go ahead and keep on decorating our expansion tile then. So over here, since we've abstracted our expansion tile, let's go ahead and make it a proper abstraction. So we will take the title, right? And then we will also take the subtitle. So let's go ahead and do this. Final string title. and we have final string subtitle, and we require those. Alright, we will require those in order for this to work. So let's go ahead and go to our tasks for tomorrow, remove the constant, and pass in the title to be that, and the subtitle to be the other thing. So it's widget.title because it's stateful widget. Over here we take widget.subtitle. Alright, let's go back. And also pass in the subtitle and the tasks for tomorrow. Alright, so let's go ahead and edit the radius and everything of this so that it looks a little bit more like this one over here. Alright, so let's go into our expansion tile and wrap it with, I'm thinking we should wrap it with a container, right, so that we can give it, well, let's wrap it with a decorated box, since we're only going to be using the decoration property. So decoration will be a box decoration. Let's make that a constant. Alright, and the color will be colors dot light background, and we can have the border radius of 12. So border radius dot circular 12. Alright. So yeah, this can't be constant, so let's remove that. Alright, so that's saved now. Alright, so now that's saved, and we no longer can see our little boy over there, the trailing icon. So let's go ahead and, I don't know, bring it forward a little bit. When we expand it, the color changes properly, but then we have this divider over there. So in order to remove, first of all, let's tackle that divider. In order to remove that divider, we will have to change the expansion tile theme for this context. Alright, so we might want to change it generally for the entire application's context, but then we don't want to do that in case we need to use a different color elsewhere. So let's go ahead and change it only for this context. Alright, so let's wrap this with a theme widget. Remember what I told you, if we wanted to change the theme for a particular context, we recreate a theme for that under that context. Alright, so let's change the data to be theme dot of context, which will get us the current theme of the application. Alright, so whatever we've defined in material app. So copy width, we take that theme and we just change one property, which will be the divider color, and we should make it transparent. Alright, so that should make that transparent. Alright, so as you can see, it's become transparent. We want to add some padding to this icon over here. Alright, so let's push it a little bit to the left. So in order to do that, let's wrap the icon itself in a padding and give it only right. We give 8 on the right, so let's see how that works out. Yeah, that looks a lot better. Alright, so now the only problem is the color of the icon itself when it's collapsed. Alright, so if it's expanded, let's go ahead and split these into two different icons. Alright, so if we're expanded, use this icon with closed circle, whatever. Alright, and if it's not expanded, use icon and you use this instead. Alright, so let's go ahead and change the color of the collapsed version. Alright, so when it's collapsed, we want its color to be colors.light gray. Alright, so let's go ahead and save that and see what happens. Alright, so no, that's too dark. Let's go ahead and make it colors.light as instead. I don't know. Yep, looks a little bit like it. Let's save that. And now we can have that, all that. So that's 2 white. So let's do colors.white 54 rather. Right, so let's save that and see what it looks like. Yeah, that looks a lot better now. Alright, let's save that. That should be our expansion tile. So now we can simply create our expansion tile by giving it title, subtitle, and it will create this expansion tile for us with this design. And finally, when we expand the expansion tile, we need to show some to-do tiles in there. So in order to put the things that will be inside of the expansion tile when it gets expanded, we use the property children. Right, so we will take the children from the constructor because we don't know what the children will be at every point. Right, so a list of, I think, widgets. I think that's what it takes. Right, it can take any widget at all. So yes, a list of widgets. So this will be the children. Right, so this will also be required. There's the children. And we can finally take the key to the bottom because it's not required. So let's go ahead, give it the title, give it the subtitle, finally give it the children. Alright, so now for the children, we want to create expansion to-do tiles in there, alright? So let's go ahead and do that. So in the children, we don't want to just start passing different expansion to-do tiles, create them singularly, right? We want similar functionality to when we had a list view builder that built it for us automatically by the length of the snapshot data, right? So at this point, let's change this children list into a map. All right, so let's take the snapshot. So at this point, we're sure that the snapshot data is not null, so we can say snapshot.data.map.toList, and what does it return for us? We get each task over here, and it will simply return a to-do tile. So let's collapse this and copy this over. All right. And we get our little to-do tile. Alright, so how would we find out if it's last? Before, we could know if it was last based on the index and the snapshot's length. So in this case, we don't have access to an index. So in order to know or find out, we have to say final is last will be equal to snapshot.data. We're sure that it's not null, and we're sure that it won't be null. So we have .index where each task, all right, we have the index where the task.id is equal to this .task.id. So let me simply change this one to element instead, then element, so that we don't confuse element, because we have two tasks over here. So we want to make sure that the element ID is equal to that task's ID. So that way we've got the index of our current what do you call it? That way we've got the index of our current task. All right, so we've got the index of our current last, and in order to know if it's the last, we want to make sure that its index is equal to the snapshot.data.length minus 1, and we put that exclamation mark over there. All right, so that way we know whether it's the last one or not. All right, so let's go ahead and save that much, and let's see children. Oh, it has to be widget.children. Right, so Let's go ahead and save that, or let's go ahead and restart that instead. Let's delete this much. Alright, so we've got tomorrow's tasks. Let's also see and make sure that yes, also this person has got color now, so the task expansion tiles children has received this color. Alright, so when that tile gets built, so let's remove this color from over here, rather receive it from the widget. Alright, so that way we can use the same color over here and on the tiles, the children tiles. Alright, so let's receive final color, color. We can say this dot color. So we can have widget dot color. Alright, so over here we can pass in the color. So first of all, let's create a color. It will be final color will be equal to colors dot random color. So both in the expansion tile we can pass in the same color, and in the to do tile we can also pass in the same color. So we have the same color match across the board. Alright, I think that's done. So let's see, we don't have anything, so we don't have any tasks set for tomorrow, so let's go ahead and set a task for tomorrow. Tomorrow will be great. Alright. Let's go ahead and add tomorrow will be a good day to swim. Alright, let's set the date to be tomorrow. Tomorrow is the 7th. Done. Start time, don't know, 1. And end time will be 2 o'clock. Let's submit that. When we expand that, we can see tomorrow will be great shown up here. Alright, so now that's really beautiful. So let's go ahead and add another tile for tomorrow. Alright, so this is another tile for tomorrow. Let's say, I don't know, Dart is beautiful. And then we have Dart is an OOP language. Let's set the date to tomorrow again, the 7th. Start time will be 2 o'clock, and end time will be, I don't know, 6 o'clock. Let's submit that. Alright, so we can see that Dart is beautiful, tomorrow will be great, and we have all of these saved. Now let's try editing the time. No, and now we have a problem over here. Let's see. The check icon looks... Alright, let me see what the check icon is meant to look like. So it's not meant to have a check icon at all, even if we haven't completed it. Right, so this isn't meant to appear here as far as it's not today's thingy. Or should we let them? I think it would be better if we let them mark it as done, because I mean, who wouldn't want to have theirs marked as done though? So if we completed this on before tomorrow, then we could simply mark it as done. So sorry, before tomorrow, yeah, we could mark it as done. So let's give them the ability to mark it as done. So the end icon will simply be rather for today's tasks for today. Where is it? Active tasks. All right, so the end icon will simply be this one, right? So the switch, and then we simply use the ref.read and whatever, and we mark it for that one. All right. So we can then save that. So now we have that instead of this. So let's go ahead and see. We can edit this out, and we can also even see that the tiles are matching. All right. So we can edit this. We can go ahead and change the date to today. All right. So we can change it to today, and let's submit that. Well, let's make that 2036 to, I don't know, 23. Submit. When we change that to today, it disappears from here and it will appear here. So everything is working perfectly. All right. So let me collapse that. We can expand it. We can collapse it. We can expand it. We can collapse it, and it all works seamlessly. All right. So let's go ahead and do the same for the day after tomorrow. All right. So for the day after tomorrow, we have this. So it excludes today and tomorrow's tasks. So let's go ahead and create that one as well. All right, so let me close these ones up. On the home screen, after this, let's uncomment these and create a tasks for day after tomorrow. New Dart file. And we have tasks for day after tomorrow. Let's import material. All right, let's create stateless widget tasks for day after tomorrow. Let's go ahead and import this over here. Make it a constant. All right. So tasks for day after tomorrow will simply be exactly a carbon copy of tasks for tomorrow, but then just with different titles as well. So we could either decide to, do different stuff for them, or we could decide to leave them be. We could either decide to create one generic expansion tile, right? So for both of them, instead of having to copy these ones over, but for the sake of tutorials, let's just copy them over. Tasks for tomorrow, and we convert that to tasks for day after tomorrow. We save that, all right, and then we get tasks for day after tomorrow. All right, so we get all the tasks for day after tomorrow. The title will be the date, basically. All right, so let's go ahead and say so it's day after tomorrow. Let's go ahead and get the title from the first task, right? So snapshot.data dot this is a list dot first, all right, dot date dot format. No, we want to get the date in that format that we've used before. So let me find that format that we've used before. That was in the add task screen. We had a date format used somewhere here. Let me find that. In the pick a date, or we can either create an extension for this, or we could, I don't know. Alright, so date provider is not null. Use this, else use date notified date. Alright, so yeah. So So we can actually just call the date notifier and get the date because we've already created it here. Alright, so let's go ahead and copy this from here to there. And we can simply go over to our date and get the, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? We could go to our extensions and we could create one string get, I don't know, date only. We can return this dot format this. Alright, so over here we can also just use dot date only as well as dot time only. Dot date only. We can then import this. So, and then we have the tasks. Alright, so there's that. Let's go ahead and check if there's anything else. Yes, this is the subtitle. Alright, let's go ahead and call that exclude today's and tomorrow's tasks. And that should solve that issue for us as well. So let's see. This should all work now. Let's see. Right, so now we have these tasks, alright? So we have the tasks for the day after tomorrow being the 8th, right? So the day after tomorrow's tasks, excluding let's change that to excluding today's and tomorrow's tasks, right? So now when we expand that, you can see I created this before. So I created this earlier, but I couldn't find it. So now we're done with it, and it's finally appeared because we created these ones, alright? So let me go ahead and see if I can mark these ones as done. We can also send them to completed, but then not today's completed ones though, just general completed ones. If you want to add that, you can go ahead and add that. But then that's it for this application. I don't like this scroll. You can see how it pushes into that, so let's go ahead and fix that. On the home screen, we've got the search part being over here, that we got the body, alright, and then we have this little vertical padding, alright, so let's change that. Let's simply add in my list view, let me add a sized box, right, for height 25, right, dot h. We've already got this in a white space, so let me just add a white space, constant white space, height 25. Right, so let's save that and let's see. Yeah, so that pushes this down a little bit more. So let's leave it that way so that when we scroll up, if we expanded both of you and we scrolled up, we can see that little. No, it still doesn't come down. All right, let's remove that white space and rather wrap the entire list view in a padding then. And then we can have the only top, we have 25h. How about that? Let's save. No. Let's save that much. All right. Yeah. So we have to expand these in order to be able to scroll, and we can now see how perfect that is. That's pretty much it for this tutorial. Now all we have left to implement would be to send notifications to the user before after creating a task, right? So whenever the task's start time gets there, whenever we get to the task's start time, we want to be able to send notifications to the user whether their phones are open or not, right? So whether they have their phones open or not, we want to be able to send them notifications.